vehicles reduce construction.
Hello. William Katua na Livingstone. Mnanisikiza kweli? Samuel Waema, am I audible? Hello. Confirm sauti. Tafadhali confirm. Hello. Okay, thank you Livingstone for confirming. Asante sana. Mbona Mutembei TV hakuna watu? Kwani sijaweka hii kitu YouTube? Okay, thank you Obadia Tanui from Kapsabet. Asante sana Jane Mevo, Jaral Abdi Jaral, Ibrahim, Samuel Waema, Kip Evans na Livingstone Olarikoni. So guys, Jaral, wamaanisha nini watamwagika? Okay guys, topic yetu ya leo itakuwa the mountain is divided. So Muturi anasema hamtaniweza. Wale wengine pia wanamwambia hatukujui, hatuja kuidhinisha. So itakuwaje? Na pia wanasema kwamba 2022 watakuwa na candidate ambaye atakuwa anawania urais. So nimeweka hapo link, ukiklik hiyo link nimeweka mara 3, YouTube 2 na Facebook 1. So ukiklik hiyo link itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa, na tutaweza kujadiliana kwa saa 1 ama masaa 2 zijazo. Thank you Elizabeth Beatrice Mbugua, twakungojea bwana, long time. Yego niaje?
Poa sana, habari wewe?
Niko bwana.
How is are you still in Kenya ama ulirudi?
Mimi Kenya sijai kanyaga bana. Uliniona mahali?
Niliona kuna namba nyingine hapo ulikuwa unatumia ya Kenya.
Mimi ni Mkenya bana. Nimetoka Kenya 2018 na ninarudi mwaka huu. Majali wa wiki ijayo ama mwaka ujao. Ni kitu tu ijayo ama ujao hapo. Inaweza kuwa haiwezi kuwa kesho, lakini ni wiki ijayo, mwaka kesho. Ama miaka zijazo. Yeah, so niko sure nitarudi. Yeah. Otherwise ukoje?
Niko poa. Jaribu kuangalia vile hii siasa yetu ya Kenya inaendelea.
Hii sasa ni noma. Mwezi bana, kusoma jina lako. Niko poa ama tuko poa studioni? Mwezi sivyo? Samuel Waema, the mountain is not divided, it has just gone to the Hustler Nation. Thank you Samuel Waema. Livingstone Olarikoni, kama sijakosea. Niaje? Niaje?
Poa sana.
Umeshindaje?
Nimeshinda poa, kuna shida.
Oh, Narok uko
Labda
poa?
Narok uko poa kabisa. Wewe uko aje?
Hata mimi niko poa.
Ehe.
Homa Bay kumetulia. Tunangojea siasa ya 2022.
Kwani hauko majuu?
Mimi natoka Homa Bay. Yeah.
Lakini uko majuu?
Yeah. So karibu sana Livingstone Olarikoni.
Thank you very much.
Savia wa Dubai, tumekuona. Uko na jina kweli kweli. So Yego,
mimi
tunapongojea kina wale panelists kama kina Yaga. Saizi anatizama lakini ashaekelea hiyo nini pa join tayari. Ni aje Arome?
I'm fine my brother. How are you?
Niko fiti na mimi pia.
Hebu leta mada, nilikuwa offline ndo nimeingia saa hii.
Okay, leo the mountain is divided, Mt.Kenya. Muturi anasema ni yeye. Wale wengine wanasema hatukujui. So tunataka tuangalie itakuwaje and how will this affect the 2022 general elections. Kama wanapanga kuwa na presidential candidate ama wanatuchanganya ama inakuwaje?
Ile lazima tuelewe my brother Clinton na everybody is following up the reason why Mt.Kenya is divided at this time, I think the war is all about the collapse of Jubilee. Kwa sababu gani nasema hivyo, is the collapse of Jubilee? Hata ile Mt.Kenya West yenye inaongozwa na kina Waiguru, akina Wairia, akina Kimemia, what they are not aware of is that the current National Assembly Speaker was the closest confidant of Uhuru Kenyatta. It's like today when we talk about the Rift Valley or the Kalenjin Nation. Unajua watu wengi hawajui the closest confidant of William Ruto. But it's only the bright mind like me naweza kuambia ni nani who is close to William Ruto than anybody else.
From where?
So
He's close to Ruto from where? From Mount Kenya, from Kisumu ama wapi?
No, I mean every regional kingpin Sasa regional kingpin wa Mount Kenya kila mtu anajua si Uhuru Kenyatta. Kuna yule kama number 2. Abe number 2 pale, according to me and those who have learned Kenyan politics, Justin Muturi. To me, I was expecting Justin Muturi to be given the mantle by Uhuru Kenyatta. And Uhuru Kenyatta was very tactical on this, because unajua wamezoea kutumia ile side ya Wameru, that is Meru, Embu, wamezoea kuwatumia kuwada as a basket in the politics of Mount Kenya. So their division si ati ni nini. They are not the other side of Mount Kenya, they are not willing to support our side ingine wa Embu, Ameru wenyewe na wale wa Mbeere hawataki kuwa support. Hao ndo wanataka tu wapate. So as we are heading to the general election, what I want to assure you guys, I'm seeing Justin Muturi heading to the Hustler Nation, and the Meru, the entire Mount Kenya East, hiyo yote itaingia kwa Hustler Nation. Sasa hao wengine mimi naona watazama tu. Acha tu waongee, tunawaangalia tu.
Kuna dynasty wa hii group anaitwa Jex Joram. Jex anatuambia kwamba we are following closely. The mountain will self-lead itself. A leader from the bush cannot rule in the land of the living. Hey. Jex, mimi ni mzee lakini si sana. Utakuja utuelezee huyu a leader from the bush na hawa the living ni kina nani? So we kama dynasty wa hii platform, maliza shughuli uje hapa. So thank you Arome kwa mtizamo wako. Livingstone Olarikoni. Tuambie inakuaje we kama mkazi wa Kenya, Mkenya, we kama mtu ambaye anapenda siasa za Kenya, unaonaje?
Mimi naona hawa watu wa Mount Kenya they are just after bargaining power. Wanaona ile mahali strong ndio afford ipate. Hawezi toa aspirant wao huko. So that is my recommendation. They are just fighting out a bargaining power.
Who do you think they want to bargain with?
Hustler, obvious hustler.
Okay. Na Narok mko hustler ama mko hiyo ingine?
Narok, I've been following ODM since time immemorial, since almost 2 or 2. But tumeona haitusaidii because we voted in but he never won the election. Sasa hii tumemruka.
Sasa mmetoka ODM.
Almost 90% of Narok residents are supporting Ruto.
Sasa utasemaje eti mmesupport ODM na governor wenu ni Jubilee? County assembly wengi ni Jubilee. Sasa hapo support ya ODM mlikuwa mmepea nani?
Alikuwa Musuni.
Okay, Livingstone. Twashukuru sana.
Thank you.
Kabla Angel hujaongea Ashley. Leo mko na comments tamu. Eti Muturi was coronated by he cannot go to Hustler Nation. He's meant to split the mountain to weaken William Samoei Ruto. So this one may also be true. Kama unaonaje bwana Arome Bamburi Ward?
Hiyo ni uongo. Kwa sababu gani? Check those people who are supporting Justin Muturi. And even there's this senator from Murang'a, Irungu Kang'ata. He came very clear on that. He told Muturi that if you are not going to embrace Hustler Nation, then wewe jua tu tazama. And that is the truth in the mountain. Hata if you follow up these governors, recently umesikia Anne Waiguru akisema she's even planning to ditch Jubilee or sijui nini. It's because they have seen the ground is not embracing what they were expecting. So all these people who want re-election kwa sasa in Mount Kenya, these governors like Waiguru, okay, Mwangi wa Iria has already finished his 2 terms. Kimemia will also be seeking re-election. So they have seen now they are going to lose if they go to the election as either in Jubilee or in any other camp that is not associated with the Hustler Nation. So what they do, they want to pretend that they want to unite the Mt.Kenya region, that is the West, Mt.Kenya, I'll call it Mt.Kenya West. Wanajaribu kusema wanataka kuunite so that they can get they can bring people together ile watu yao so that when they seek re-election ikuwe rahisi. But the ground, my brother, siko ubaya, but tungoja 15th hapo Kiamba mtaambiwa. Yes.
Okay, we are waiting to see. So Kiamba itakuwa kama marking scheme, yeah?
No, Kiamba mmeambiwa Jubilee ilikufa Juja, mazishi inafanyika Kiamba. So we are going for the burial. And as you have seen, wajua watu walikuwa wanaambiwa Jubilee is William Ruto. They thought this was wrong. If you go back to 2017 campaigns, Ruto was attending almost 10 rallies a day. Wakati Uhuru amelala, Ruto was moving around. So Jubilee engine ilikuwa kama ile timu ya Chelsea in Champions League, content walikuwa engine. So Ruto was the engine of that party. Wakati walifukuza Ruto na those allies wakidhana wanafukuza, what they were doing was right, sasa wanalilia chooni. Even Irungu Kang'ata moving from Kieleweke to Tangatanga, it was tactically. Watu wajua hawakuelewa. Irungu Kang'ata is aspiring to be the governor, to be the governor Murang'a. So wakati aliona the ground is not embracing him, na kulingana na vile alikuwa wamekubaliana 2017 with Ndindi Nyoro, Esther, this lady Wahome, the plan was ikifika 2022 Kang'ata aende for governorship. Alafu sasa alipoona ground imemkataa sasa, na wale wenzake wamemwambia sasa, wewe kama utaenda huko wewe endelea. Unaona vile alifanya, alibidi tu aseme tu kweli, hii ground imekataa hivi na hivi. So wakati alisema ukweli, wanasema yeye ni mbaya. Now is in Tanga. Mnaona vile kuko kule. So sasa in fact ni vile tu hizi by election ni za mwisho, but if there could be any by election in the Mt.Kenya region, I assure you UDA will carry the day.
So Dynasty Jex pia ameongea
kidogo. Nimesikia ukiongelea mambo ya Narok, ukimuuliza kama ako kwa hasla ama kwa ile pande nyingine. Ile pande nyingine hata hatujui ni akina nani. Because mara nasikia wanataka kuungana, wengine wameenda coast wanasema hawajaungana, so hatuelewi. So sisi we don't have a competitor so far.
So Joram is trying to maybe explain what he meant by the statement from the bush. So hope all of you have seen the statement. So Harome hasn't answered your question. Muturi's coronation is meant to either unite the mountain or divide it against William Ruto. Do you agree, Aroma?
No. Mt.Kenya cannot be divided. Mt.Kenya has been always voting as a block. The times of Kibaki and Matiba cannot be experienced again in Mt.Kenya. All these leaders who are saying they're making sijui anataka kuwe ground hii ama huku mara ya mwisho.
Mbona unasema hivyo? Unafikiria mbona unafikiria wata unite? Hata ikifika next year wame unite. Nini nakwambia watapea William na si any other presidential candidate?
The ground is clear.
The ground is clear, it is William.
By Mt.Kenya. And that's they sold fear to Mt.Kenya people that Raila is a devil, and they believed on that. That's why, yes, that's why the other day when there were rumors that William Ruto is intending to form a coalition with Raila Odinga, some of Mt.Kenya leaders were on Tanga. They told him, if you want to go, my friend, then things will change. And indeed, they can change anytime. So anyone who will front Raila to be back to Mt.Kenya, he should be prepared for a defeat.
Okay. Jacoredo, the toppling of regional blocks is good for common sense. Kenya needs fast development, not these shady elitist movements. Thank you. Hayo ni maoni yake, the street historian. Ako maeneo ya maybe nimesahau kidogo. So Angela, Mount Kenya is divided. It's gonna work against William in favor of Raila, ama unaonaje? Ama wao ndio watatoa rais?
Ebu Clinton kama again at Mount Kenya imefanya nini? Imekuwa divided like kuna Raila part na kuna Ruto part.
Sijasema Raila part na Ruto part. What I mean, Angela, ni kwamba kutakuwa na serious candidates wawili. Moja ni Raila, mwingine ni Ruto. Mount Kenya ni wa Kenya, lazima watapigia moja wao. Who is talking?
Caleb.
Okay, Caleb.
Kwa mtazamo I think me.
We cannot hear you, Caleb wa Mount Elgon. Kama ni mimi, nyinyi mnamsikiza? Maybe network yangu iko mbaya. So Caleb, rekebisha internet yako na uje tena. So Angela, nilikuwa nasema kwamba it seems the mountain is going into next year's election divided. So kuna wale ambao pengine wataenda na Raila, wengine watabaki na William. Wewe waonaje? Wewe kama Angela.
Me kama Angela, I just see the same. But you know, right now we are very far to say that Mt.Kenya is either divided or it is united. You know, sometimes we can say that it is divided. At the end, we shall be having Ruto's 4 votes and Raila's votes. Alafu kuje upate wamefika mahali tena wamefanya nini? Wamehepa hawa watu wao. You know, somebody to support a person si mchezo. Inakuanga ni kujitolea. Sasa zingine wanaweza jitolea ama wanaweza waruka wote na watoe mtu wao, wasapoti mtu wao. So I think the ground says that they are supporting DP. But we are not very sure because we still have time. Hatujajua kama ni ukweli or it is just kumbembeleza, kumwaga vumbi kwa uso, alafu mwishowe wamuruke. We don't know, but Mt.Kenya to support Raila, I still have 100 question marks. I don't think so. So, you know, say like now, Justin Muturi has been coronated as spokesman of Mt.Kenya. You never know. He can come out and say, in Mt.Kenya we are having somebody else whom they are hiding under the bed. We don't know because they haven't yet spoken out their minds openly. So we never know.
But
let's just
Angela,
wait and see if
Angela,
yes.
their current kingpin, the president of the republic, alisema kule Kakamega, si Kakamega, kule kwa kina Mudavadi. Alisema kwamba this time round community yake haitatoa rais.
Mululu inaitwa Mululu.
Watapeleka kwingine. So wao hawatakuwa na candidate.
Anyway, akisema ata support Mudavadi, it's well and good. But me naona like our president is mixing us our minds so that at the end of the day when he will be making his final decision, ametuchanganya akili kabisa, hatuna mwelekeo. Rais said that he'll support Mudavadi. Now right, the same president is now having Baba at the hand. Hawaachani, wanatembea tu wawili penye wako, promising to support Baba, promising to support William Ruto. Saya amemuruka. So you can't know. Unajua saa zingine you just sit down Clinton and ask yourself, if Ruto amemsupport 5 years na amemuruka, what about mwenye haja msupport? Not 5-10 years. So mimi naona kuna kitu kinachezwa hapo na kinafichwa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Angela. Festus. Actually, kidogo tu after Festus, actually. Festus, microphone.
Yes. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Ashley. Festus.
Hello. Yeah, it's okay. I thought you karibisha wageni kwanza.
Okay, let me hear from wageni. Festus, niaje? Livingstone. You mean watu wamelala studioni? Livingstone. Iko wapi ile button ya kutoa watu jamani? Imepotea.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Yes.
I was actually coming to respond to Orume, but I see he's gone.
It's gone.
What I was trying to say is that Muturi was put there. The intention was either to divide the mountain between west and east, which is already happening, or to unite the whole mountain or with him as the leader, because it has become evident that people do not want Uhuru. So he went and got a plan B, which is being ran by his brother, that cousin of his, who was in the coronation of Muturi. So Muturi, unless he disobeys and runs away, he cannot go to the Hatla nation where his coronator was Uhuru's brother. So I know the guy who was here, Urume, was trying to say that the mountain cannot be divided. So that is the question. Can the mountain be divided? The people who put Muturi there are hoping it can be divided. But we are yet to see whether it can be divided. On the ground, there is a lot of support for Ruto. But also there are those loyalists, like DM. They will follow Uhuru wherever he goes, whether he's wrong, whether he's right, they'll follow him. They will just not follow him to Raila, period. The old people, there are people who know. They will follow him whatever he's doing, even if he borrows or sells Kenya to China, they'll follow him. There are those people especially the older people. But as far if he takes them to Raila, he will reduce that number to a very small percentage. That part they are not willing to cross. And then there are the younger people with an open mind who are entertaining a Ruto presidency. Now, I know people call me Tanga, but people who are the most racist is Kalenjin. Kalenjin people. Would Kalenjin really follow somebody? You know why they followed Ruto in 2013 Uhuru in 2013 and 2017? Because they were promised leadership in 2022 and 2032. I think in 2027 up to 2032. Can they do what the Kikuyus are doing and follow someone who does not belong to their tribe without any promise of anything, something like they can't? That's something I want to think about.
But this is the first time that Mount Kenya is not following their own man.
No, and that's a miracle. But now to penetrate harder would be to the Kalenjin people to sell any other tribe when they are not to the second in command, or even they are not promised any seats. I don't see them doing that, and I know a lot of them. Some are in my family.
Yeah, even the Nyeri MP also said that Mount Kenya must be given their position. We can't just follow William Najatuambia atatupea nini. So it is the same actually everywhere.
I have a question.
I think unani mistake, Clinton. Mm-hmm. I think we are looking for a Kenya where we don't judge people by their tribe, because right now Uhuru is in power. How many Kenyans, Kikuyus have benefited? Na sasa wanasema we have to take it to another tribe. What do you mean? People, wale walikuwa na bomolewa manyumba ni wa Kikuyu. They were being bomolewa in the middle of a curfew and lockdown in the rain. Pregnant women, children. People who have died because the country was opened prematurely. I had someone I know, a teacher who had a big school, primary, secondary, private school. She died. She's not a teacher. She owned the academy. She died the second week of reopening because of COVID, because there was no order. They did not give masks. They did not lay the groundwork for safety of reopening. So when you say Akikuyu, it's, we need to come out from that tribal. That's what I was trying to say. We need to choose, hata kama ni Mkikuyu mwingine, kama David D. If he wins, let's not say, how can we return a Kikuyu? What do you mean a Kikuyu? Do you buy as a Kikuyu, when you go to the shop, do you buy something cheaper because you're a Kikuyu? Has Uhuru done things to help Kikuyus that he hasn't done to help other tribes? No, he only helps his friends. Hata hizi infrastructure, yesterday they were talking about infrastructure. In developed country, they do infrastructure to create jobs. We don't do infrastructure and then bring outside people to build the roads. It doesn't make sense. If our people are doing wrong, then we need to look for a way to train them to do the right, to do the job the right way. We cannot bring Chinese to do the SGR. I mean, then what's the point of having an SGR if we cannot use it to create jobs for Kenyans? One thing, like in America, if you are an investor and you want to invest here, you have to, one of the requirements is that you have to hire local help, because it has to be beneficial to the country. So we have leaders who are, even this infrastructure is being created so that their businesses can do better, not Kenyans. And then they hire you for peanuts. But right now, they are getting these big contracts that are hidden. How can a public infrastructure like SGR be a hidden contract? It is not a private contract. Why should it be hidden? Why should it not be open to every Kenyan who wants to know what is in the contract to know? That should be a public record. So what I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to say that we should, the bad thing about BBI is because it was enforcing tribalism. It was entrenching it into our constitution. Uhuru has a very big, I mean, he would have left a really good legacy if he tried to cover, I mean, like he tried to do whatever he could to try to remove tribalism from our politics. Even though he would not maybe have completely succeeded, he would have succeeded to a point. Now, BBI, it was kind of putting us back into a tribal cocoons, and for their benefit. That's the problem. We need a leader who will work for the benefit of and enriching all Kenyans. That is what Ruto is trying to do or say with the bottom up. I don't know how sincere he is, but I know that is what he has seen as the problem with Uhuru, where he is addressing things from the top down. Even like in this infrastructure, it is, look who is hired. It's not Kenyans. If these roads, if they were hiring Kenyans, they would not be such much unemployment, which is there right now. Yesterday, when I said that, they said Kenyans are not doing a good job. Then you need to train them. Kenyans are very hardworking. When they go out, they are the best. People want to hire them because they are good workers. How are they not good workers in Kenya? Because they don't have good management. When you say that Ruto, why should Ruto stay in office and he's not working? Ask his boss. Ask his boss at your work. If someone is not working and they're being paid, who is it? Is it the employee or the employer? Who should be blamed for having someone on a payroll when they are not working? Is it the employee or the employer? We have our thinking twisted.
But Ruto is the deputy president. Ndio maana analipwa.
No, you see, yesterday on the discussion, someone was saying he needs.
Hello.
Some people are saying, and some were saying he's not in government. So those people who are saying that he's been sidelined were saying he should do the honorable thing and resign. Why is he eating money for Kenyans while he's not working? That was the discussion. What I am saying, you should ask his boss why he is not giving him work and he's getting paid. So the buck stops with Uhuru. But as long as we have people enabling him to do the wrong thing, then we can't change. We can't help our country.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
I have a question, Clinton.
Kabla hujauliza swali, siasa ya mtu wetu has been detriment for our nation.
Yes.
Joram. So Arome, ask your question.
I want to ask everybody here who is online and even you, Clinton. Mulikuwa mnatarajia Uhuru successor Mount Kenya akuwe nani? Hiyo swali lazima mjiulize kwanza. That's why I've told you, to me, the coronation of Justin Muturi, it is something that I was expecting it. Kwa sababu gani? Since 1997, when Uhuru joined Kenyan politics, Justin Muturi has been with Uhuru Kenyatta. Even he went ahead losing his seat as an MP. He contested and lost, and he still stood with Uhuru Kenyatta in KANU up to date. So if there was a loyalist person in Mount Kenya who was in Uhuru camp, it was Justin Muturi. And this one, I was expecting it Muturi to be given the mantle as a Mount Kenya spokesman when Uhuru exit. And then the issue of Uhuru Kenyatta factor in 2022 election. I want you guys to know this. Mount Kenya has a very good culture, which I really appreciate it and like it. An outgoing president in Mount Kenya can never and will never be a voice to the other people. That's why Kibaki tried, his men tried to impose Musalia Mudavadi, but he was taken. He became third in that election. So Uhuru Kenyatta will not be a determining factor in 2022. Take this to the bank. Take this to the bank. And again, you guys, you need to understand this country is really in, driven by what I call it, the regional kingpin, let me say tribal kingpins. It's like the Rift Valley region today. I know many of you, you don't know when William Ruto will be exit politics in 2030 after serving his second term, 2032. Oh, sorry, it's 2027, the 2032 general election. I know you don't know who will be there, the kingpin of the Rift Valley region, but to me, I understand who will be that person.
Murkomen.
Not Murkomen. The current Energy CS is going to be the kingpin of that region.
But he's supporting BBI right now, the current Energy CS.
BBI is unconstitutional, my brother.
Okay.
We cannot discuss something which is unconstitutional.
Okay, sawa mkubwa Arome Ward.
Let me tell you a simple question. Everybody and every Kenyan knows the work of demarcation of constituencies is the work of IBC. Then two men are sitting aside and come up with their ideas and are telling us we need to create this constituency and this constituency. Even a magistrate, that is the lower court, or a residential magistrate, if such a case is brought to him or her, he will tell you the work of creation of constituencies is for IBC. So if it's anybody comes there, the law will not allow him. So even if the Court of Appeal will try to sanitize this document, we will challenge it at the Supreme Court, and the decision of the High Court is what is going to be agreed there at the Supreme Court. So BBI hatujamalizana na wao, waipeleke hata High Court of Appeal wasapotiwe, we'll meet them in Supreme Court.
Okay,
me, I have a question. So Arome, you don't support BBI, and yet the Mount Kenya region, you are being given more constituencies. You will get more percentages because Kiambu ikigawa mara tatu mara nne, hiyo pesa zinakuwa mingi huko sana, inaleta maendeleo sana huko. Sio kama kwetu hatukupewa hata moja.
We don't need good things through unconstitutional means. Through unconstitutional means. The time where the president could come to your area and tell us, I want this place to be a new district, is over. We are guided by the 2010 constitution. Even if Mount Kenya is getting something, even where I come from Kisauni constituency in Mombasa County. Kisauni constituency is the biggest constituency in Mombasa County, and it was in the BBI. It is supposed to be split into two, but I don't support the document because the process is null and void. Anything to do with the constitution, the president took oath of office of protecting the constitution, and he raised up a Bible. And the Bible, when you raise up a Bible, it means even you're communicating to God. So if you don't respect the document that was passed by millions of Kenyans in 2010, then respect the God in heaven. Let's everybody do his work. Let's IBC do its work. Let's the constitutional bodies do their work. Let's the executive do its work. We don't want interference. We are in a new era.
And you know what, Angela? I wish everyone, even Kisumu, when Uhuru took development to them, he would have said no. You know, these are the places where Raila has missed opportunity to be a statesman. When you let the favorism, when you're favored and you accept it, then you become more of the same. Then you remove the statesmanship from your title. Like we are saying, the Kikuyu have started a very good process of, yes, you're adding us constituencies, but these constituencies, they are being added are not to help them. That's like I said about the infrastructure. It is to attract investors, not to help Kenyans, but to help Uhuru businesses, Wanjigi's businesses, and other stuff like that. It is really, at the essence, their drive. What drives them to want the investors to come is for themselves to do business with those investors. It's not about you. You're just collateral damage. As the same with these constituencies, they were added because the people who have the majority in parliament will decide either, I don't know whether it's the president or the prime minister. So once they choose the president or the prime minister, whatever he says will go. So even they can do like the way they are increasing food prices, they are increasing taxes, nobody is stopping them. So even with all those constituencies, they can say they don't even have money for bursary, that they are saying would be the 35% will be increased. If there is no money, what is there to be? If there is very little money, how much is going to be sent? It's not going to help the common man. So we have to come to a term of knowing when we are being deceived and saying no. Let us follow the constitution. The constitution protects everybody. Now, Raila wants to vie in 2022. Is he only going to go to Kisumu? Because it's only Kisumu who is reaping the benefits of the handshake. You see, he didn't think and tell Uhuru, no. Give us this and then take some to Kakamega, take some to Mombasa, take some because I am a father of all this. He agreed selfishly for Uhuru to come and heap all those things in Kisumu. And I know they have not been had development. Some of us didn't even know that they were being neglected. They should have spoken. They should have refused to pay taxes. How can you be paying taxes and your area is not being developed? That's a crime. They should take the government to court. So if they were not developed, it is their leaders who they should blame, because they should have done something to demand service. As long as they pay taxes, they need to demand it. And when they don't get it, they need to go to court and tell the court, we are planning that we will not pay taxes. So they need to look at their leaders, not at the president, not want to now the whole budget to go to Kisumu next, and then they start saying we are jealous because they are being helped. No, that's not how the country works. The president this is not his private organization that whoever he wakes up and whoever seduces him the most gets the most gifts. You know, this is not a personal property, and that's why we have the law. That is why we have the constitution, and it should be followed to the letter. So we are not going to accept those constituencies. They should be divided equally, and that is where peace starts to come in. When things are divided equally, we do not fight. We do not hate each other.
Okay.
You know, actually, something funny is that our president thought that he has power over everything. He never knew that sometimes he can raise any issue, then the judiciary stops him for going forward. But now he's feeling disappointed because whatever he wants to do, there is a stop over. So his mind is like, William Ruto is the one who is doing what? Who is stopping me? He's the one bribing the charges. He's the one doing so and so. Him himself has forgotten that when they went to the handshake with the Baba, they left out Kalonzo, they left out Wetangula, they left out Musalia Mudavadi. They were only two. He has benefited from a handshake. Now this is the time he's now calling Kalonzo that Kalonzo, kuja tufanye kazi pamoja. Amesahau ya kwamba juzi amelipua Kalonzo tia gasi huko nini akifanya harambee.
Unajua, let me tell you kwa nini ndio alisema.
Kama alikuwa anajua yeye ni rafiki wa kweli wa Kalonzo, he could have told Uhuru that no, Kalonzo amesimamia harambee hata kama ameshikana hustle a nation. Here, Harambee is a beneficiary of Kenyans. And we want Kenya to do what? To benefit. Kwa nini aenda warushie gas?
Let me tell you, Angela, this is a game.
I remember when Baba was in handshake, akaanza kufight Wetangula kutoka kwa kiti cha chairman ya Ford Kenya. Do you think Wetangula now can stand at Bungoma and say we are supporting Baba, watu wakubali? So,
yes,
kuna vitu unaweza fanya.
Yes, they can. You know, people saw Raila went the other day to Kalembe's funeral and he started saying condolences to Kalonzo. So a clever person like Gilu caught, ata tukimake huyu president, ata ka 2 months, ata afikisha hiyo presidency. So they can support him with an ulterior motive of calculation that this one will not even finish 5 years. So whoever the vice or the deputy is probably going to be the president. Kwa hivyo, that's what I got from Gilu. She jumped on it quickly. And you can see Kalonzo following and you think he's foolish, but he's calculating that Raila is not up to par and he might not reach, he might be another Magufuli even though he gets to power. So that is an easier way for Kalonzo to get in presidency. That's what I think, if they accept the invite.
Okay, thank you Ashley. Guys, tuwasikiza wengine alafu tuulizane maswali. Tuanze kusocialize. Festus Letuya, chance ya mwisho.
Good evening.
Poa sana.
Good evening.
Poa sana,
yes,
Festus.
As for me, I want to state like Musalia Mudavadi is never serious, you know? Yeah, if you can look from the previous description that you have seen Musalia Mudavadi competing for the president, he is never serious. So I don't see how Ruto is going to pick him so that they can join and form coalition. Therefore, this means that when you see from the Luya nation, you can find most of the people, again, they are not serious, they don't register to votes. Yeah. So you may find William Ruto will take someone from the central region so that he can be able to make it to the president. I think, as for me, William Ruto will find the best compliment from the central region so that he can at least aspire him to get into the president level. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Frank Onchana. Festus. Frank, mute your microphone, Frank.
Okay, thank you.
Festus. Okay, next, ni Agari Innocent.
Good evening, friends. I hope your day was good, and I feel humbled to be part of the discussion. And basically, I'm seeing things are unfolding, and now the mountain is disintegrated in a way. I think it's a realignment process that is ongoing there, and all of them are trying to see what they can get, because I think the coming election, they are going to play the second fiddle, since that the president is just about to exit. However, the Meru guys seem to be disgruntled a lot with the type of resounding statement they're getting from the other side of the mountain. As for Musalia speaking and saying that he's not ready to reinvent the NASA coalition that they had, is a message indeed that is ready to get married to another person, because last time their marriage was between Raila, Kalonzo, and him and Wetangula. So the message is clear that just like the way he did it on 2013, he may be following another suitor. And definitely at this time, I think William Ruto is playing his cards so close to his chest, hoping that he will be able to get Musalia to his basket. Kalonzo
requesting to talk, please.
I'm still talking, sir. As for Kalonzo, what I believe is one guy who is waiting for endorsement from another person, and when he doesn't get it, is even ready to get married also back to Raila. That is why the other day the discussion of the NASA thing came when they were at Kalembe's funeral, and he was ready to accept their NASA thing. However, he doesn't understand if it's with the One Kenya Alliance or is with the NASA thing. So definitely a lot is happening, and this is a season where politicians are realigning themselves to be credible and relevant for their ambitions, and I hope to see a lot of madness happening. However, as things stand, the only aggressive people I've seen around eyeing the top seat, however, Raila has not declared, I have seen is still aggressive. He has a resounding following. And then William Ruto. These are the serious people we have around. The others are just trying to find where they shall be able to play second fiddle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Innocent. Daktari.
I think the other guy was ahead of me. Mpatia nataka kuongea. He was ahead of me.
Nani huyo? Keter ama Frank?
One of them said that anataka kuongea and I don't want to. Ama Ketel, have you talked before? Ama niongea, wacha tu niongea basi kama Ketel.
Yes, I'm ready on the collusion between William Ruto and Musalia Mudavadi.
Who is talking?
Endelea basi.
Frank Onchana, si umweke kwa kamera aongee tafadhali.
Yeah. Wait a minute. We'll be on.
Hello.
Yes.
Now on my side, Mudavadi is the man to watch. Mudavadi, he has what it takes to lead this country. These others, Akina Ruto, Akina Raila, those ones are jokers. And this is my point. Mudavadi has experience and he can unite this country compared to the two who are bringing tension to this country for nothing. So that is my contribution there.
Raila na Ruto wanaleta tension for nothing.
Okay, I guess he's done. So I guess it's my turn now, isn't it?
Yeah, ulipea Keter, daktari. Keter, last chance, Keter. Hey, daktari, proceed.
Yeah, anyway, hii maneno inakuwa ngumu sasa. Some people wanasema Mudavadi is a joker, another one anakuja anasema that Mudavadi is confused. Wengine wanasema he is not serious. I don't understand this. I mean, what do you guys want Mudavadi to do to prove that he is serious to be president of the country? Now, Mt.Kenya. I think Clinton, like you've always said about Mt.Kenya, I think we are seeing something. Everybody keeps saying that we are disintegrated, but I think Mt.Kenya politics that wongeagi usiku mchana. I think by at a time like this next year, June, July, I think we will shock many. Going by the events of the weekend, I think something is cooking around Justin Muturi. You know, say what you want about him. He's an infection. You know, say whatever you want about the guy. But going by how the media is covering him, I think he was in Moranga today. He was being followed over the place. Jana walikuwa huko Kenya. Again, there was a crowd around him. So I think something is cooking around Justin Muturi. Na itashangaza watu. You know, I think there is some backroom channels ya kupanga Mt.Kenya, and I think we will shock people. So Kalonzo saying that he's not willing to play second, hiyo ni kusema tu. At the end of the day, unajua ni scenario venye itakuwa. All these candidates can say what they want to say. You can shout over the rooftop and say mimi sitakuwa second fiddle, but that's the way the situation will be presented come next year is what is going to decide where utakaa. Maanake sasa hata ukishinda ukisema mimi sitakuwa second fiddle, alafu sasa ifike July, Raila is a strong candidate, Ruto is a strong candidate, I mean you will have to play second fiddle. So they can say all they want, but I think next year at a time like this we'll have a much clearer picture. Right now ni kuongea watu wajipange pange. Lakini you guys do not sleep on the mount. Do not be fooled by hii kitu ya kusema ati Mount Kenya hawana spokesperson. Utashangaa come next year. Thank you.
Thank you Daktari. Keter.
Ana voice.
Mic yake iko on. Keter, tumia earphone. Hatukupati.
Yako redo?
Bado Keter. Tumia simu ya huyo jirani ameketi hapo. Tutakupata. Livingstone.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, here comes Rupia. Oh my God.
Livingstone wanasema.
Oh, I just want to recommend what my brother Frank Wanchama said, that William and Raila are jokers. That Musalia is a man to watch. Just want to tell him that guy is not around, is not within Kenya. And if he's within the country, then he is busy minding his own businesses. That man is a joke, a serious, not even a serious joker. I just want to tell him for free that William is a man to watch.
My friend, I love you, but increase your mic. Increase the volume of your mic, my friend.
Who is talking now?
It is me, Mr. Frank, but increase your volume of mic, Bwana. You have a very strong point.
I'm saying that I think you're not around, you are not within the country. And if you are within the country, then you are busy minding your own businesses rather than politics. Because how can you dare calling Ruto and Raila, they are jokers? Those people are, especially Ruto, that man is an epitome of impeccable leadership. Just advice for free. Wacha kujidanganya bana.
Livingstone Olarikoni, umemaliza?
Yeah. Amio jamaa ache mchezo bana.
Ache mchezo bana. So Frank, acha mchezo bana.
How can he dare calling Ruto and Raila?
Hello.
They are jokers.
Yes.
It is his opinion, Ketel.
Who is saying hello? Yeah.
Is Frank. Can I speak?
Speak, Frank. Don't waste time.
So, let Mr. Livingstone first of all mute his microphone. Mr. Livingstone.
Yeah, I'm getting you.
So, Mr. Livingstone, hajasema kitu. I want just to get Mr. Livingstone what he was saying, man. That's the sijamsikia anything. Let him come clear. I don't know if it's the mic iko na shida ama nini. Let him come clear so that we can hear him, so that at least we can argue well.
Frank amesema William Ruto na Raila Odinga wako na wafuasi wengi, usiseme ni jokers.
To Mr. Livingstone, maybe hakunisikia. Me, I am a very strong supporter of Raila Odinga Amolo. So me, I was thinking that Musalia Mudavadi is the one who is a joker. I was not insinuating that Raila Odinga and William Ruto, those are staunch people who have efforts. So let him come clear again, or he should be attentive when someone is making his ideas.
Okay, thank you, Franco on Chana. Keter.
Now I have a question. There's this thing about Mt.Kenya. The problem is that everyone wants to be the president. No one wants to be the second in command. For example, Raila wants to be the president. Number 2, Mudavadi wants to be the president. Number 3, Ruto wants to be the president. Joe wants to be the president. So who will look for who to form a coalition? Everyone wants to be at the top. That is the problem you're having with these politicians. Now, when we come to the side of the mountain, for now we are talking about Justin Muturi. Who can be now the kingpin as you're talking? Now that we have UDA and the Jubilee as the major political parties at the mountain. Number 2, at the mountain, there's this west and east issue. These people want to come up with their candidate from the eastern, and another group wants to come up with their candidate. So who will be who, and where will they be basing? For instance, will they come up with a candidate, then seek support from the Kalenjins, or now that the president was supported by William Ruto, it is their turn now to support William Ruto? That's all.
Okay, Keter, nikikujibu kivyangu. Siasa ni kujipanga. Hata nyinyi 2017 mlishangilia sana mkiwa mmevaa red mlipoambiwa yangu 10 na yake 10. Sasa hizo mlikuwa mnafikiria sisi wengine ambao tunavua samaki tutangojea miaka yenu 10 iishe ndipo tuchukue na sisi. Lakini sasa hizi mnaona kuna kona, kuna milima na mabonde, kwa hiyo barabara ilikuanga smooth. So siasa ni kujipanga. William akijipanga vizuri, tarehe 8 next year ni yeye atakuwa. Asipojipanga atawatch kwa TV kina Steve.
So what do you mean kujipanga?
Cheza kadi zako vizuri. Jana William alisema hata waungane hawatamshinda. So we are waiting to see waungane wakose kumshinda.
The problem is in the running mate, the place where to get the running mate. That is the determiner of being a president.
Okay, someone to answer Keter, then we go to Rupia.
Yes, I can answer that question. It is Frank. So we have some weak candidates, like Musalia Mudavadi is a weak candidate. We have at least right now, as per now, we have 2 main candidates. Who is Raila Odinga, and we have William Ruto. So you cannot include these people who are so weak. Even they cannot move from places to places. They don't have funds to mobilize, So as per me, don't include these weak candidates. These weak candidates, they have said that they want to be president. In the long run, they are going to support others. You may find Musalia Mudavadi supporting, let's say, Raila Odinga or William Ruto. So these are the weak candidates that are going to be under some people. Then I want to answer Keter concerning William Samoei Ruto. He said that Hana Denia Mutu, we have seen him in various television like NTV and KTN, commenting that hawana deni na Raila na Uhuru Kenyatta. So I don't think how Keter will say that watu ya Central wako na deni yetu. And in a real sense, the deputy president says that he supported Uhuru Kenyatta out of willingness. Not that they sign a contract that you should support me and I will support you come this time. So Keteri should check on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Franco Nchana. Rupia.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Good evening, everyone on board. It's my pleasure to take this time actually to weigh in the political events that are unfolding in this country. First, I would state that 2022 is at the corner and elections are coming. And I would like to state that Farasi ni wawili, and we are not going to have a compromised candidate. In 2013, we almost had a compromised candidate. First was Kalonzo, the second one was Mudavadi. Then it never happened. I think it was because of the issues of the ICC. But we are going to an election with a divided mountain. Mount Kenya is divided, and that is the fact. Simply because they don't have a candidate. They don't have a candidate to go for the top seat. So Mount Kenya will remain divided. We are going to have two parties there. Uhuru Kenyatta will come out with a lot of votes, more than any other person. So we might have several parties from Mount Kenya because they don't have a candidate right this time round. About political debts are never paid in this country. They have never been paid. If we can say Mount Kenya owes, we can say that Mount Kenya owes a lot of politicians debts, because starting from Jaramogi, going to Raila Odinga, Jaramogi backed Kenyatta. Kenyatta did not kurudisha mkono. Raila Odinga also backed Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki hakurudisha mkono. So political debts are never paid. So history ya debt ya Wakikuyu na Kalenji, hiyo ni kitu that is something that is dead. Haiko. So you cannot bank on that.
Rupia.
Yes.
Hello, first of all, sorry. It's Glow here. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for everyone who's joined. And I just want to ask Rupia, so what should we do about what's happening, Sai? Should we play dead fish and just lay down and just take it?
I haven't heard your question because unakatika. I think it's your network.
Sorry.
Maybe if somebody.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I was asking. So what should we do about it? Should we just play dead fish and just take it, and just accept whatever is happening and just be like, oh, Aita, Aisha, it is what it is type of situation?
I don't know what particular situation you are referring to.
Lupia, what she's asking is the current situation. What are we supposed to do about it? Yeah. Should we just sit there and let these guys run all of us?
Hello. Yeah. I understood that question.
I have not
Okay.
understood the question.
Oh my goodness, Rupia,
Can I
kwani iko
respond?
nini?
Which current situation are you referring to? Which current situation?
Anakuulizaje wewe sasa unasema should we accept the situation as it is? Wewe unatuambia Mt.Kenya.
Yes.
Clinton, are you getting? I am not getting the question. Maybe if you've forgotten, you can tell me what you are saying.
Can I elaborate the question?
You are not the owner. You want to elaborate? You are not the owner of the question, man. Glow, sauti yako iko chini sana.
But I've understood the
come
question.
up again. Frank, relax, Frank. Hii swali si lako, man. Ukiuliza kwa njia ingine maybe utakuwa umetupeleka kwingine. So Glow, sauti iko chini kidogo tu. Ukiongeza Chalo atakusikiza. Rupia I mean.
Mkuu.
Hello, Gloria. Maybe shida ilikuwa network kweli. So Charles, proceed with your statement, alafu mwenye alielewa swali ya kuuliza huko mwisho.
So I've said political debts are never paid, and Mount Kenya is divided. We have two candidates, very strong candidates, and if I might just narrow down to Raila and Ruto. Raila stand a chance in 2022, same as Ruto, so stand a chance. But again, you cannot go it alone. No candidate in this country can go it alone and win.
Good, Rupia.
Yeah. So Raila, we'll need to combine forces with the likes of Kalonzo, and if he has got Uhuru in his side, then I think they will carry the day. That is
Rupia.
Yeah.
Now, sorry, Clinton, I have a question for Rupia. So he says that political debts are never to be paid, and then he goes around and talks about Uhuru being on Raila's side. So what is that? Is that not a political debt that you are intimating that you expect Uhuru to pay? Should that debt be paid? Is that a debt?
Not really. Uhuru has got no debt. Raila's debt. Hana debt yoyote. But he ni interest. So Uhuru will look at where his interest will be catered for, then he will go there. So unaona hiyo si debt.
So Raila expects nothing from Uhuru.
Actually, there are no debts. Let me just be clear again. There are no debts that will be paid in 2022. What will happen is that we will have coalitions of candidates with who are like-minded, or maybe with the same interest. If you see my interest can be catered for in Raila's coalition, he will go there. If he sees that his interest will be catered for in Ruto's coalition, he will go there. So it's about interest, but no debt will be paid in 2022. Maybe we'll have to wait for another 10 years to pay debts, but in 2022, no debt will be paid. Okay. I think I've answered you.
Yes, you have, sir.
Okay. Now, if Raila has Uhuru on his side, that is advantage, and he might count it. If Ruto has Uhuru on his side, that is also an advantage, and he might count it. So the contest is between the two guys, and I don't see people like Musalia, Kalonzo, and the likes. These candidates will not just be keeping quiet that I don't want, nobody will announce that I don't want to be president. For your stakes to run high, you
Rupia,
will have to say.
Can I ask you a question? What is Uhuru bringing to the table? And he has no support base. Or are you implying that he will help them rig?
Uhuru is the spokesperson of Mount Kenya. No, Right now,
No.
it's not the divided Mount Kenya.
He is not.
But,
he has no one supporting him
but,
in Mount Kenya.
but
So
you
are you
know,
implying?
but you know,
No, I'm
let
just
me tell
asking you. I'm
you.
letting you know.
Let me tell you, you must analyze these things very keenly, because Muturi, Justin Muturi, has been coronated as the spokesperson for Mount Kenya. They are dissenting voices from Mount Kenya West, where Uhuru comes from. And I believe that if today we have Uhuru as a candidate, he will carry both Mount Kenya West and Mount Kenya East. So the only thing that is remaining for him, if he doesn't run this doesn't run in 2022, is Mount Kenya West, which is not a very difficult job for him. I think it's a very simple thing. Mount Kenya East is already in his basket, so hiyo imeenda. Hii Mount Kenya West
on the ground, Uhuru has no ground in Mount Kenya West. I'm telling you because I know. The only thing he can offer Raila is rigging for him. He bears nothing as far as support is concerned that is monumental. He is as weak. He's even weaker than Mudavadi as far as especially taking votes to Raila. I'm telling you, even people who support Uhuru will not cross that path.
I don't think you are accurate in your reasoning, because Uhuru is the king of the mountain.
You know, Rupia, I'm not giving you reasoning. I've talked to people. I'm telling you what is on the ground. It is not what I'm thinking. It is not what I have read. It is the people I have talked to. I'm giving you ground information, and it is certified.
So you can say that Uhuru doesn't have support from his home.
The little he has will not go to Raila, period. They will not. If they will even let him, they will let him sell. They will let him sell Kenya to China, but they will not go to Raila, especially the old people. It's not me, and it has nothing. I'm telling you what I know from the ground. They will support him in any and everything, but for some reason, I don't know how they were conditioned, they will not vote for Raila. That is why I say whatever, the only thing Uhuru brings to Raila, and you see, if he supports him, which I don't think he will, but if he supports him, the only thing he brings to him is state machinery, nothing else.
I think again, we'll just go back to interest. The interest of the mountain will also play out.
Charles Rupia, why do you think that the president will not exit politics come 2022? He must be in Raila's camp. Ata offer nini na anakuwa kama nani now that amemaliza term yake?
Okay, the signs are very clear that Uhuru Kenyatta is not quitting politics. Raila Odinga is not quitting politics. It is very clear.
But according to you, leave alone the signs. So unajua vizuri president akimaliza 10 years anafaa kuondoka. According to you.
He's supposed to retire.
So do you support him not retiring?
I think Uhuru Kenyatta will not retire from active politics.
But just answer simple questions.
But
should he retire after 10 years? Should he retire?
That is his decision. So I cannot decide for him whether to retire or not.
I thought it was in the constitution.
I think he's only retiring from presidency.
Hapo ndio sikuwa naelewa. Lakini kama ukimaliza presidency bado unaweza decide what to do then.
I think what he cannot do is to run for presidency again. But if we change the constitution and gives him another leeway of running, he can still run.
Why don't he go directly to the people? Yeye na Raila waseme, we are changing this constitution to make him run again. Mbona mnajificha nyuma ya BBI, nyuma ya sijui nini? If that's the decision that you want to help him make. Wajua nimeona sijui inaitwa Star newspaper ama Star something. That he's using a community plus those other people to cling to power, surely.
I think Clinton.
Na nyinyi piga makofi kondele, surely. Where are we heading to, Charles?
I think Clinton, these are just mere sideshows of media. Because when we had a Madaraka Day, we welcomed everybody to Kisumu and we were happy with everyone. The same crowd that was clapping for Ruto is the same crowd that was clapping for Uhuru, and is the same crowd that actually escorted Raila around the roundabout up to I think somewhere next to the police station. So I don't see that you can just use that to to claim what you want to claim, but it is not very accurate for you to claim that. So Uhuru Kenyatta, I think, is still in politics.
Let
And
me
if
ask you this here. You're
Yeah.
insisting that Uhuru is the kingpin in the mountain. Why hasn't he not taken his brother Raila to visit the mountain?
I don't know whether they are still planning to go, but I cannot give you a reason why he has not taken. Maybe we'll take him there and you will be surprised. Have I answered you?
Okay.
So nilikuwa nasema
Malizia.
nikiangalia upande wa Deputy President Ruto. You know, Ruto pia ni mtu wetu. Mimi I don't have anything bad against him because I always see him as a leader, because a leader is somebody who makes decisions, somebody who can go for it, somebody who is a go-getter, and he has those qualities. The only problem we have is with him is that there are some small problems, because what my reasoning is, Ruto was the deputy president in this Uhuru Kenyatta regime, but we did not see anything tangible from him until up to now. We have not seen anything. What he is now trying to tell us that he is coming up with the bottom-up economy approach, which will actually empower the common mwananchi. And then he is really gaining in the narrative that BBI is meant for actually creating positions for the politicians on top there. But again, politics are about interest. If they are going to create positions for them, and we are also going to get something out of BBI, which I believe we are going to get, so be it. But it's still, we are still waiting to see how the mountain will behave when Uhuru Kenyatta will now be out in the mountain and says that I am like this is what I prefer, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to leave as a legacy, as your president and as your son. And I believe that once the president goes to the mountain and speaks, because now people are throwing words, if he also goes there and start throwing words from home, then I think the ground, what you are saying, but I believe that what is being created by the media is purely sideshows. Because if you want to tell me that Ruto can beat Uhuru in Central Province, then I think you are mad politically, or you have never been in this country for some time. So Ruto cannot beat Uhuru, whether Uhuru is retiring or Uhuru is coming back as president, or Uhuru is going to be a village elder. He cannot beat Uhuru in the mountain. So that should just be clear in your mind. So Ruto still
can I ask you a question before you continue?
Yes.
When Uhuru was demolishing houses in Nairobi, were they houses for Nyanza people or Central people? The majority comes from where?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me.
Then when you don't know, then say that Ruto will beat. If you reason that Ruto will beat Uhuru, that is your reasoning madly. Let me tell you, we are the people, and we on the ground, we know what is going on. You are in Nyanza. Just look at Nyanza and see what is going on the ground on Nyanza. But us here, we know the reasoning of more than 10 people from Mt.Kenya. When 10 people from Mt.Kenya are reasoning that Ruto, remember 10 people are having families. Those are how many votes for Ruto? And Rupia, let me tell you that when
It was
Uhuru
painful.
retires from politics right now, he has no power in Mount Kenya again. What he had done for people of Kenya as a country has made people to open up their minds and know that who is Uhuru right now. Let's not cheat people that Uhuru will win, Uhuru is the spokesman. No. Right now, even the people of Mount Kenya knows who is Uhuru. They elected him. They are suffering with huge loans. Uhuru frustrating the economy. Day and night.
Can you actually isolate Uhuru? I think the people of Rift Valley went to Uhuru through Ruto. Can you actually? I think the person that they need to ask more questions.
Let's talk about 2021. We are not in 2017. I'm telling you, on the ground, if you want to take a walk and go to Thika today or to Moranga and then come next week and give us information, I'm giving you information from the horse's mouth, not from the media houses.
Thika is far. Kiambu is starting from here, Mudaika here. Just go to Mudaika. Kiambu, it starts from there. Rupia, come to Nairobi and walk in Mount Kenya and see. Do your survey by yourself. You will know where is Kenya heading to.
Or just watch the Kiamba elections. That should tell you everything. That is in his backyard.
Angel.
Okay, let me finish.
Can I respond?
Rupia, it's like your time is up.
Okay, so I will come back.
So you may finish in 1 minute maybe. Hakuna kuulizwa swali tena. Kizito amengojea sana kwa line ya.
Msiniulize maswali tafadhali, wacha nimalize. Nataka kusema hivi. Right now, politicians are actually sharpening their backgrounds or their backyards. And it is true that William Ruto is the king of the Rift Valley. More so Kalenjins and maybe the North Rift, the other side of Turkana. And it's also true that Mount Kenya has no king or has no spokesperson apart from Uhuru. And Uhuru Kenyatta will have a lot of say on who will be the spokesperson or the king of the mountain, and that is a fact. It is also true that Raila's head start is in Nyanza, Western, Nairobi, and Coast. If he wants to win, he will still have to persuade the people from Ukambani and maybe partly from Rift Valley. I think that is enough for him to win the presidency. We must not get the people from the mountain to win the presidency. Thank you.
In conclusion, let me conclude for Rupia. Well, those people you have mentioned as Raila's background, I think when they go, they will be asked, you know, when Jubilee is going to Kiambaa to look for votes, they were told, go and get those people from Kisumu who you are helping last week to come and vote for you. I hope Mombasa will tell Kisumu, Ruto to go, Raila to go to Kisumu where he took all the development. I hope he will be told that by Kakamega. I hope he will be told that by Nairobi, because he has taken all the development. He has reaped the benefits of the.
It is untrue to say Raila has taken all the development.
So I hope he remembers.
It is untrue. I think it is untrue and unfounded to say Raila has taken all the development in Kisumu. There are developments that are being undertaken in the whole country, including Mombasa, including Kiambu, including Kakamega. So you cannot say that this Madaraka, the voters will decide, but that is definitely.
Okay, thank you. Kizito, asante kwa kuwa mtulivu. Ama asanteni sana kwa kuwa watulivu. Na waona kama plural, ama inatuanga kwa wingi. Nimeona kwa wingi.
Asante sana. Tunasikia tu weather vile iko.
Leo hautasema unasikia. Leo ni tu. Umekubali Kizito.
Well, Clinton.
Hey.
Be mos.
Aseye ba, keti yako na screen moswaka.
Leo nawasikia tu, ndio nimeingia nasikia, nataka nisikie vile wakina Ashley wanasema. Hiyo topic ni mzuri sana.
Okay.
Yeah, sina maneno mingi.
We make sure ni manya itoka 10 mondo. Gine no
Yeah.
gine kaka gine ne. Then ka gine no se gine ne to wagine ne mondo gine ne.
Yago chini waro mtoka 10.
Kabisa. Sasa Keter nilikuwa naambia
Hela
Kizito
nyinyi
eti
atukini nasema
aendelee.
nini wajinga nyinyi.
Keter ndiye hajaelewa. Nilikuwa naambia Kizito eti waendelee kutusikiza vizuri. Naona network yao bado ni mbaya, lakini wakipata network watarejea. So Keter, I hope now uko nasi. Yeah. Network ndio tunaita ginene. So I think unatuelewa. So guys, who is next? Mkenya hujasema kitu Mkenya. Mkenya. Rupia, na hii development ya Kisumu Port, mbona hamkuleta Samia Suluhu, Museveni, wale wenye wako na Lake Victoria? Mbona mlileta tu watu wa Burundi na huko hakuna Lake Victoria? Itakuwaje?
You know, Clinton, I'm not in the decision-making organ of the port, so you can spare me. But the good thing is the development that is there.
Lakini mimi nilishangaa Samia alikuwa hapa juzi hakuzungumzia Lake Victoria. Museveni hata hiyo holiday yetu sijui kama alisahau, na kitambo alikuanga anakuja. Alafu nikachukua hii map nikaangalia Lake Victoria part yenye imeingia Burundi nikakosa. So I don't understand bana. But ni sawa, ni maendeleo.
Just the same way the president is still to tell us why he rejected the 6 or 7 judges. We are also waiting to hear from the whether they will invite the Tanzania counterpart, Uganda counterpart, and the other people.
Yeah, kwa sababu ile meli ikitoka pale inaenda Arusha na Mama Samia hakuhusishwa, ama ikitoka pale inaenda sijui Jinja, Museveni hajahusishwa. So kama itakuwa ina operate Kisumu ni sawa. Na kulikuwa na hii story kwa media Rupia, nyinyi kama wakazi wa Kisumu mnasema what you expected from the president, hata mjaona. Mlikuwa mnataka nini shwani?
I think the president wants to leave a legacy. He has got the big 4, and he also wants to leave a united country.
Which legacy he wants to leave behind Rupia? Which big 4 he has played where? Only the building that stadium which is not international in Kisumu is what you are telling us. Legacy. Can you tell us the big 4 of the president? He has done
you are better placed to tell me the achievement of Jubilee government, because I was not part of it. So you can answer what you are asking me.
Okay, thank you Rupia. Thank you Angela. Sam. Kwani Sam aliingia hapa kitambo sana.
Clinton, let me tell Rupia something in closing, since I'm giving him his closing remarks.
What have you done to my mind?
Just a minute. Frank, unapiga kelele sana Frank. Uko na issue?
No. Listen, bwana. You have done something to my mic, bwana. I'm not able to be heard by other people.
When you are not talking, you mute your microphone. Inatupigia kelele. Tunajisikiza kutoka kwa microphone yako. So unazima tu. Unaona wengine wamezima.
No, I understand, but I was requesting to speak.
Okay, ngoja huyu Ashley aseme kitu anataka kusema, halafu you speak after Ashley.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
but
it's something short. There is a stadium that was named after Kenyatta or something, the recent one. What did he name after himself or someone named after him in Kisumu? Clinton.
Yeah.
What did he name? Is it a stadium or the port? It's named Kenyatta something.
It was the stadium.
I felt that to be ironic, being that in Kisumu, just to respect they said to correct the evils from their fathers. I think he would, even if they suggested it in Nemiwe Kenyatta, there's too many Kenyattas. He could have told Raila, let us name this one after you. And that's what I'm saying. People think that Uhuru will support Raila in 2022. It is only when Raila serves Uhuru that they will be friends, not the other way around. Because I found it ironic. He would have said, let us name this Jaramogi Oginga or Raila Odinga. Why go all the way to Kisumu to name things after himself when he has so many in his own county and around the world, Kenya, that are named Kenyatta? So for once, I would have wanted to see yourself. Na hiyo ndio Wakikuyu wameanza kuona nani is so selfish. Uhuru, you're selfish. Now, as long as you serve him, mtakuwa friends. But he will not serve you. He will not put himself second for someone else. And this is one thing he would have been noble enough kusema enyewe, let us name this one Raila Odinga for all he has done for Kisumu, or let us name this after your father. So, and I think even Kisumu people should demand to change the name of that stadium.
Okay. So thank you, Ashley. Rupia, would you like to respond to that? It was your question. Okay, thank you, Rupia. Sam.
Yeah,
Sam is not there.
I think somebody wanted to talk. I think Ochona, Frank. Let Frank talk first.
Yeah, bado ametoka. Kizito.
Thank you very much.
Madam, karibu. Sema nasi. Oh, Franco Chana, proceed.
Thank you very I wanted to speak earlier and before. I want to respond to Ashley. Ashley should understand that Uhuru Kenyatta is the president of Kenya. And from the look of things, a president cannot just to go somewhere and pick just a president. He was voted in. So he should respect the president and accredit full respect to the president. Whether he's going to leave out or he's going to stay or whatever, the president should be respected and accredited the respect of the highest order. He remains the kingpin of the central region, whether you are being chased out of your houses or whether you have told that you should move from where to where. I think the president can guard many votes as much as possible. Leave alone the propaganda that is around. So you should accredit the president the respect that he deserves. As we can say that he's going to retire, he also have a political affiliation that is very strong in the central region. So he will play an important role in the 2022 election, same as you can see Daniel Torotich Arap Moi in the 2002 election, even Mwai Kibaki in the 2013 election. So these people always play an important role in the election. So you should not disqualify them. They are very important in the election occasions. So I wanted just to instill those kind of information. They are small, but they matter a lot when you're arguing. Thank you so much.
Frank, you say that he deserves, he is all the respect he deserves. He deserves none, and that is why he's owed none.
Okay, let me tell you one thing. And president was not elected by just 2 members or 3 members. He may be acting unwillingness, or he may be doing things which are wrong, but he was accredited at least, let's say, 60% and above, which is not easy. Even you stand a governor or who, you cannot score something like that. So you should understand and give credit that he has powers. Whether you are trying to uplift someone or the other person, he will play a very crucial role. Let's start from Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. He initiated for Daniel Torotich Arap Moi. Then let us come to
And
Daniel Torotich.
Frank, what you should have to know first is that you have to know that the votes that made President Uhuru to be the president is not his votes. That one should be put on your mind.
Okay, who was his votes that made him the president? Answer me.
He forgot them. He forgot them. And
It
for
was
that, they
Raila's
have
votes.
disowned him.
He had no votes. So just put that one in mind that Uhuru had he had not won the election, that is sincerely speaking.
Okay, my sister, let me tell you this thing. Raila, and we had Raila with the Pentagon, and we had Uhuru Kenyatta with William Ruto. So I don't understand how you are telling me that Raila came into rescue of Uhuru Kenyatta, and it was Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto for the fight of the president. So I tend to feel that these people contributed 50 and 50%, Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, so that they can succeed and take the president's seat.
We are in 2021. We are not talking about 2017. Today, you can see how many people have left Jubilee. We didn't elect him to do what he has done, to disobey the law, to do all the things he has done. And because he changed, so don't think where he was in 2017 is where he's been in 2021. We are not slaves. He cannot come and remove people from homes, demolish their houses, and you think the same people will vote for him or would support him in 2022 unless they are fooled or brainwashed, or there's something wrong with their heads. They won't, but you will see.
So I want to echo this thing. That you should just understand the president is the president. You know, the president is the president. And then another thing,
Frank, what you have to know is that the president is the president, but he is not there to lead us through dictatorship and breaking the law. He took the oath to protect the Constitution of Kenya. That is what we are looking in for. We are not looking for the president just because he's the president.
Okay.
Angel, becoming a president is
I
not
think we were focusing on how 2022 election succession. Maybe I may be out of topic, but I was considering about 2022 election. Then I should tell you that in arguments, we always focus on the history, what has happened before, and that's how I was basing on my arguments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Can I ask a question to Rupia and probably the panelists as well? So to you guys and Rupia in particular, do you guys really think that the mountain, a place that has produced 3 presidents, a place we normally associate with what we call Nyumba ya Mombi, will have no candidate? Come 2022, you are sitting there and you are thinking that Mt.Kenya will not have you're certain about that they will not have a candidate.
But daktari, Kingpin wenu ndiye alituambia this time round atahakikisha hamjachukua. Hata kama mnataka, yeye atahakikisha hamjachukua.
And this is the same guy, the thinking that you're talking about is the same guy alikuwa amepatia nini to Mudavadi, and somebody that we don't know. He normally talks about demons. Somebody approached him and said, no, it doesn't work that way. So that team that told him, no, that's not how it goes with us. Where are those people going to be? To sit down over there and see us, the mountain, go in 2022 begging, putting our hands like this, that here we are for anybody to take. Do you guys really think that is what is going to happen? Yes, sir.
Daktari, my answer to you is this. You know, politics, you don't go it alone. And with all the promises you made before, first you made it to William Ruto that kumi yenu kumi yake. So now you are grappling with that. And you cannot again call William Ruto and tell him to give you another kumi. You will also not call Raila Odinga and tell him to give you another kumi. So if you do the mathematics there, you might have a candidate, but he's not going to win the seat. So that is where you can be. I've not said you're not going to have a candidate. You can have a candidate, but he's not going to win, which means you are not going to have a formidable force to have a stab at the presidency. With the fact that you have been president from 2013 up to now, and you are also still complaining. I don't know why you want Akikuyu to become a president, and you are also complaining here that your president has not performed. It's the same things Angel and Ashley are telling us here. They voted for Uhuru Kenyatta twice, even thrice, and now they are crying loudest. I don't know why they are crying, and we are laughing. You know, hii kitu ni kama video.
Rukia,
Ni kama video.
I know you like to hear my voice, but don't misquote me. I didn't say that. Don't misquote
No,
me.
you are crying foul here, and you voted.
Don't make
in 2010.
assumptions. The fact that I'm from the mountain does not mean that I voted for Uhuru. Please,
Uhuru is our president. Uhuru is our president right now. Respect the president. We did not vote for him, and we respect him. Wait for 2022 to come, and don't make mistakes again. You know, you have a fallacy in reasoning. That is why you are crying now.
Why don't we get Miguna back into the country and make him the president?
Miguna is a madman. How can you elect a madman to be president?
We need a madman to remove madmen, the dictator from power.
Anyway, all I was trying to say to Pia is this, that from here onwards, watch out, the narrative is changing. And what we are saying, what I hear them saying in those local vernacular shows in Central, is that there is nowhere in the world where a small liver or a big liver spills into a small liver spills into a big liver. That is the narrative, and it's coming up pretty well. So be careful what you reach for, my brother.
Wangugu. My friend, let me tell you, it's never going to work.
Okay.
This time around, it's never going to work because you are just at the middle, and you are a meat, and you are surrounded by two strong crocodiles.
I can guarantee
if you joke this time around, you will be swallowed.
I can guarantee you that narrative, we had it before 2013. It was pretty elaborate, it was straight, it was talked about, and tuliona what happened. So watch out, watch this space.
Do you in 2007 the mountain won the elections?
Yeah, I mean, as far as Kivuito is concerned.
I think we should not glorify the mountain because, like we have seen, even when a Kikuyu wins, it doesn't help the Kikuyus. We really need to pray that we get a leader that is going to serve us all. And that is why I was suggesting Miguna.
Now you are talking, but Miguna, no.
I don't think I'm glorifying the mountain myself, actually. I'm not glorifying the mountain. All I am saying is that this notion that Mt.Kenya will have no candidate or their voting is split, I think is a fallacy. And I think as the year, as we head to 2022, I think we're going to see some different narratives. That is all I'm saying.
What Mt.Kenya has come to learn is that even though they have a candidate, does not mean that it improves their lives. And that is why they are going with Ruto, with that knowledge that it does not improve their life. It only improves the lives of that person who has come to power. So it shouldn't matter whether they bring somebody, unless they rig them in, they will not win.
Yeah, but Ruto does not represent our interests. That is a fact.
President Uhuru Kenyatta said, after all, ni tu za jamii mbili ndio zimekuwa kwa uongozi. Tangu, it's now 58 years. And we are actually seeing that we are not where we are supposed to be. Daktari, you are too much in tribal politics. What is important now?
Let me tell you that when President Uhuru said that we have been having two tribes in presidential elections, he just wanted to freshen watu wa Mlembe waone Uhuru anawajali. But let me tell you, he won't. Mount Kenya is having Peter Kennedy.
So you also know what the president was thinking that time.
I knew he's making Luya Nation just a smile on her face and end Mudavadi's mother funeral in a simple way like that. You know.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Guys, wait a moment, Mr. Kater, with your question.
Okay.
Sam, hebu washa kamera bana. Sam.
Yep. Unataka kamera?
Nataka kamera.
Ai, jamani, ya.
Kama ushalala achana nayo sana.
Okay, mimi nipele kama ninaweza.
Okay.
So what is the problem?
So Sam bana, it's 1 hour 51 minutes na takataka juu yake inahesabu. Na naona jua sasa inaishaisha hapa nje.
Yeah, ndio unaona hata hivyo.
Yeah, you take over from there.
Upepo unaanza kuingia polepole. Anyway.
Yeah, so I wanted to tell you to take over from there.
Okay.
Until the mwenyewe akuje. So nimejaribu sana hata na mimi.
Okay, asante.
Yeah, so, and it was nice debating with you people. Asanteni sana.
I hope if Wangungu kwa hapa wanasaidia.
Okay, thank you.
Yeye ni mzee wa kazi. Sawa. So nani mwingine atani sasa? Nani Ashley? Angel, okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
No, Sam.
I
Sam, huyu David Kiprono.
I think it's
Kiprono.
Yeah.
Kiprono, okay, Kiprono again. Sorry. Angela. Angel, ngoja kwanza Kiprono ongea utakoa. Okay.
Hata nilikuwa nataka kukuambia next person should be Kiprono.
Okay, asante. Sasa wacha Kiprono ongea alafu utaongea baadaye. Unmute
your mic, please.
Sorry. Okay, sorry I came late, but I saw the topic. The topic is very good. On the issue of 2022, according to me, I will say that the mountain is dividing. The Mount Kenya East and the Mount Kenya West. It seems to be there's a disagreement between those people, because the last time we were talking about the politics of 2022, when Raila says that he is going to work with Kalonzo, then the following day William Ruto told those people to wajipange mapema. So according to me naona pia Mount Kenya wanaanza kujipanga, na ukweli umesemwa. Rupia amesema ukweli, kwa sababu Uhuru Kenyatta amesema yeye ana retire, na Uhuru Kenyatta akiretire, kulingana na vile sisi wa Kenya wote tunaona, tuwezi ongozwa na Mkikuyu mwingine tena. So the reason why the Kikuyus are dividing, the Kikuyus or the Kikuyu nation is dividing, is because of 2022 politics. But you know also, numbers also matters a lot. So Kikuyu anasema wako na numbers na hawataki kuenda mbali na 2022. Pia wanataka kujipanga mahali. So kulingana na maoni yangu, mimi naona Wakikuyu mkuje tu, lakini maybe mtakuwa number 2 hapo ama number 3, ama BBI ikipita tu mtakuwa number 4 huko. Kiti kama ya prime minister ama ya deputy prime minister huko. Lakini kiti ya rais hiyo mtaiona tu kwa view sasa. On the Nyanza region or the western region.
Kibrono.
Yeah. Yes.
Nikuuliza swali. Kwani Wakikuyu kwani kiti imesemekana tu ni lazima iwe rotated ama ni? Hii inategemea akili ya mtu mwenyewe kulingana mimi. Anyway, vile mulisikia hii hadithi wakati nani alikuwa anaongea hivi, wakati Uhuru alikuwa anaongea kwa Musalia mother's funeral, it was just parables. Unajua kitu inaitwa parables, hadithi or tales. Those are tales. Huh? In reality, what is on the ground?
Yes.
Wanafikiri Uhuru akiretire hakuna mtu mwingine? Iko wengi. There are more than 5. Na utaangalia vile Mungu amesema is going to be a surprise, expected and unexpected issues.
No, okay. you know the problem with Kenyan politics. The problem with Kenyan politics is we always have two farazis. Tunakuanga na farazi
just
wawili.
A minute.
Yes.
Just a minute. Remember that when Uhuru Kenyatta became a president, it was like tunapeana vijiti. Ilienda kwa Kibaki, Moi alipea Kibaki akapea Uhuru Kenyatta, which was the father who was the president. Now, before Moi died, it was that Uhuru should give back mkono, arudishe kijiti. So, let me tell you that he is in a big headache because hajui arudishe Mount Kenya, hajui apee baba, hajui apee nani. So pale, hata kama tunacheza tutasema atasema hivi, but sincerely speaking inamkula kichwa. Na yeye kusema ati aliambia Waluya, mimi nilijua hiyo ni politics. Aliambia Waluya wafurahi waseme president amefanya nini? Amewafurahisha, atasupport Musalia, but let me tell you, Uhuru will not support Musalia Mudavadi from the word go.
And then Angela, let Kiprono answer this. You know, he says that the country is not ready for another Kikuyu president. I would turn around and ask, but is the country also ready for a Karajan president? I mean, Moi was in there for 24 years. So if you're saying that the country cannot afford another Kikuyu president, I think equally somebody would say they cannot also afford a Karajan president either, right?
Yes.
No, not really, because you know we are living in Kenya. We are not living in a different world. We are in Kenya. All of us are in Kenya. So you cannot imagine having a Kikuyu as a president also, because other tribes have their own leaders bana. Hii kitu itutoshe tu na tuwape watu wengine. Si ati lazima mkwe president.
So Kalejins too.
It is not a must. And even you have heard the deputy president says it is not a must that he become the president.
Good.
It is not a must. So Wakikuyu kulingana na mimi naona tu na kulingana na vile siasa imepangwa tu saa hii. So unaona kule juu watu wanaanza kujipanga polepole. Kalonzo na Raila wanasema wanarudiana. Lakini Musalia kule anasema yeye alienda na steering ya NASA na Raila alienda na gari yote na Kalonzo alienda na tetaya. So kuunganisha hawa watu itakuwa ngumu sana, lakini kuna huyu jamaa hapa hivi, he is threatening all the communities in Kenya that even if the BBI is not going to be there, he is going to be the president or he is going to vie for the presidency in 2022. So he's selling a lot of fear to the Kenyans, and we can see that this man is going, and we always say chances and opportunities always favors a prepared mind. So William Ruto is selling a lot of fear to us Kenyans, and we will see in the near future, maybe by hackers, you will see William Ruto getting a lot of supporters from everywhere. So according to me,
and that's why I'm telling Rupia that President Uhuru thought that when he drops William Ruto, he's making William Ruto to fail. No, he's making William Ruto to know the way to go. Unajua ukiwa na mtu rafiki yako na afike mahali aanze kukuchimba. Do you know that huwa unafika mahali unajua hii nikienda hivi atafanya hivi. Si anasema hivi, wacha mimi nifanye hivi. Anakupa hekima zaidi kupita venye ulikuwa ukiwa naye pamoja, hakuna kitu kingine utafikiria kupita hapo. You know that. Rupia kiambiwa hiyo, anaona kama it is a lie. No, it's not a lie. Just wait and see. Rupia tuko na wewe hapa.
But also you see the president told William Ruto as I'm going to go for the 10 years, and then you also you are going to go for the 10 years. So but William Ruto decided to go on his own, and he has even entered into Mt.Kenya region and is requesting for votes in that area without the support of Uhuru Kenyatta.
Now wewe ndio unamharibia. The way you are saying Kikuyus cannot rule again, I don't think it should be about tribe. It should be about the quality of a leader.
No.
Tribe should not come in. Wewe unamharibia. If enough Kikuyus hear what you're saying, you can be sure you will be his undoing.
You know, there is a difference between the ideal politics and the real politics. We can do the real politics. You can use so many words, but it means the same thing.
It's true, Kiprono is saying the truth, but what we just need to be fair. I know politics is about numbers, but hii kitu yenye president alisema Western, Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin wakae tu nje round hii wa support kwingine. Hii Kenya ni yetu sisi wote.
Nani Rupia, you know what we should be saying? I think we should remove tribe and say let the best person ule atuzia sera mzuri, because tribe really, because ukisema Wakikuyu, Uhuru has been there, but it is not like Wakikuyu wame benefit. So if you are saying if you say Kenyatta's family to stay out and Ruto's family to stay out, would be more specific. Lakini kama wale walitupwa nje wakadimolishiwa nyumba na Wakikuyu unawaambia wakae out, they are struggling just like anybody else. So that is why I want us Kenyans, our leaders want us to think about it as tribal, but in essence it is not tribal. It is the person, and the leaders they hide behind tribe. So we victimize a whole tribe. Do you know how many Kikuyus wamekuakilia na huko Ruai wamebomolewa nyumba? Alafu nawaambia sasa this time round nyika nje. Wanasema what are you talking about? What I'm trying to say, in 2016 in America, they had 2 presidential candidates came from the same region. Nobody talked about the fact that they came from the same, like to say what watoke Kisumu. The 2 that were running were all from the same county. Nobody talked about the fact that they were from the same county. What they concentrated about is what were they selling to the citizens. At a CC, we need to force ourselves to not think about what tribe they are coming from, but what are they offering Kenyans? Are they genuine in what they're offering Kenyans? And that is why I say, let's have someone like Miguna. It is not about tribe. Let us not look, tribe should be secondary, not primary. Because like I'm saying, Uhuru is in power. Do you know how many Kikuyus have gone and sold themselves? Mi naonanga nini hapa YouTube. Watu wanaenda wanajiuza kama prostitutes because mtu ana chakula kwa nyumba. Do you know how many of them are Kikuyus? There are many. So how do they benefit? We are not profiting. The fact that he speaks my tribe should not victimize me. Alafu niambie ati mmekuwa in power. What do you mean? I've never eaten from Uhuru. I've never eaten from Kibaki. I've not eaten from what you ate from Kibaki is what I ate from Kibaki. What you're eating from Uhuru is what I'm eating from Uhuru. So when you know, so it is Kenyatta and his family, Kibaki and his family, Jomo Kenyatta and his family, what is his name? Ruto and his family. That is what you should be saying.
So actually, are you afraid of being called like Kikuyu?
What I'm afraid of is when you start saying that tribe should not be in government again, because it is not the tribe. Hata Uhuru akienda kuchagua hao watu wote wa Kikuyu anachaguanga marafiki zake. Kwa hivyo ukisema Uhuru na familia yake wasirudi tena for the next 50 years, that will be correct. You mentioned the person because it is him and his friends and his beneficiaries that profit, not all Kikuyus. Kuna Wakikuyu wanateseka, kuna mwingine niliona anaishi nyumba ya halls. Sasa ukimwambia ati nyinyi hamtakuwa na president mwingine, haja benefit. So we should be, since we are educated, we should think like educated people.
Like now, you can see now is when President Uhuru Kenyatta is building a Kenyatta Road. I don't know if you have been to Kenyatta Road, Rupia. Kenyatta Road, the route to Gatundu. Sai ndo anajenga. Hiyo barabara inakuanga tu mabonde. So you want to tell me all those 10 years, this is the time he's anajenga sasa hiyo barabara juu sasa saya anaenda nyumbani.
That one I was saying because of poor leadership. Because if you look at the government right now, most top seats in the government are held by the same community.
But
Yeah, so
they're his friends.
I'm not saying what I meant was
they're his friends.
What I mean is actually what I mean is it's not a must that the president must come from your community so that you get the development.
No, we should not
or
even be
whatever
talking
you
about
get.
community.
It should be.
Tribe should not be a factor. It should not be a factor.
But is it? Is it right now though?
Our leaders want it to be a factor, and the reason let me say this: the reason our leaders want it to be a factor, it is because it is the channel and that they use to keep power. But as the people, the regular people, we should. And ndio napenda hii ni hustler. I'm telling you, Ruto can sweep the whole country without any collaboration. Na hii ni hustler. That hustler narrative will penetrate Nyanza. It will penetrate Mombasa. It will penetrate Kakamega because it is something that is relevant. We should be talking about something like that, other than the fact that someone comes from our tribe. Hustler is more relatable to us. When you say let us choose a hustler, then we are talking the same language. When you say about tribe, then you're victimizing me as a Kikuyu who has never benefited from those Kikuyus.
Actually, if we say let us choose a hustler, what does the word hustler means? What do you mean when you say hustler?
Yani umeka kwa hii nini umesikiza na hujawahi sikia waki-explain what hustler means?
No, I just want you to get me. I want you to get me the meaning of a hustler.
That one to Wangugu ama nani? David, please explain.
Wangungu, unaweza ku-explain?
You know, I think
Rupia, let me answer you. Let me answer you, Rupia. Hustler comes from the word. Unajua, the way Ruto framed the word hustler, alitoa kwa jina, wazee wameenda kuhustle huku waone wakipata kitu. Hiyo jina ilitokana tu na hiyo, acha ni hustle huku nje nione, nikipata kitu.
And it is political for your information.
Ni watu wale, unajua wale wa Kikuyu, unasema Uhuru ana-employ, none of them is a hustler. Ni watu wale wanaendanga naye huko golf course kwa country club, watu wale wanaendanga nao akina Wanjigi, au ndio hajui hustlers, hata anaogopa kuenda in the crowd because anaogopa hao watu wa chini. Hao watu wa chini mama mboga ndio hustler. Hao anabomolewa, you ask me, let me answer you. Hao anabomolewa manyumba, hustler ni mtu wa chini ule na hand food that you earn and you eat. The day you don't go to work, you don't eat. That's a hustler. Mtu ana hustle, mtu ana they are struggling to survive. They are struggling to provide a basic meal on their table. Those are the people who are called hustlers. Ndio tunasema every hustle matters. Ule mtu anaenda kwa market ana matter. Ule mtu anaenda kutafuta, like these small jobs, hand to mouth. That is a hustler.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Rupia. Thank you, Angel. Now,
can you please allow me to explain the word hustler?
Just 10 seconds, please.
Okay, I think when you want to explain the word hustler, you don't need to go to the dictionaries. An hustler is that is a brand. William Ruto alitoa hiyo kitu ni kitu tu ya kujiuza peke yake. You don't need to go to the dictionary to explain what an hustler means. It is the same thing like what kina Raila walikuwa wanasema tibim tialala. What was the meaning of tibim and tialala? So the word hustler ni kitu tu imetolewa kama brand na William Ruto anajiuza nayo na Wakenya wengi wamenunua sana hiyo brand. So you cannot go to the dictionary and explain the word hustler. Isaidi.
Kiprono and Rupia, yes. Rupia knows very well. Listen, Rupia is a very smart. He probably calls himself a hustler every day. Anatoka kwa nyumba anasema ninaenda kuhustle. So he knows. They all know.
That is why we are saying we don't need to go to the dictionary and explain the word hustler.
Okay, let me say this. You know, the word hustler that William Ruto is using is political.
Yes.
And the true meaning of hustler is someone in a position and is taking advantage of his position to do illegal activities.
No, Rupia, remember,
that
hustler,
is,
when you go
no.
into a dictionary, it has more than 2 meanings.
The reason why I'm saying the other one is, let me just finish. That is why I'm saying the word hustler that you are using right now is a political approach. Simply because we have William Ruto, the deputy president, who was elected in 2013. He had actually been in a very powerful position to actually uplift these people he calls hustler now. Now, because he's now bereaved in the government, he cannot get the advantages he was getting. Now he has come up with a narrative that I want to go to these people as a hustler. In real sense, William Ruto is not a hustler. He's just associating himself to the people who are down here.
But John,
that is
Rupi,
like
you
them.
don't have to be a hustler to help hustlers. You can be.
So
you know,
this is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you.
If
you might be in the same position or the same situation if you elect William Ruto. By 2027, Kenya might still.
We have to try. We have to try
because
what is the option?
He doesn't believe.
The only thing
he doesn't believe in what he's saying.
But what
the reason why I'm saying this, it's you the farmers. It's you the farmers. Listen, you are the farmers who have been suffering from maize prices, while the government has been importing maize from Mexico and other areas. In Western here, Mumias has gone down at other sugar factories, while we consume a lot of sugar. In Kenya, today, cane farmers are beggars, despite us being the main consumers. Today in Kenya, we are importing even toothpick from China, something we can do within us. So tell me, can you listen? Sometimes you give people time to explain what they explain.
Okay.
Then you come in. Sawa. So that is why I'm saying, if the Jubilee government said that they will create employment for the Kenyan, and they have not created that employment. If they said they were going to build stadiums, they have not built those stadiums. If they said they were going to build dams, they have not built those dams, and money has gotten lost in those projects. How come again you come to us here that we can elect so and so because he is saying this? If they said the same thing in 2013 and they have not done, why would you trust such a person? Are you not a fool? If you can be promised something and it fails, and you still come up with the same person with the other promises, don't you see you are missing something?
Can I answer you now?
Okay, let us now change the topic.
No. He has to be answered. He has raised some serious questions, Nani. Sam.
Yeah.
He has raised very serious. He can't be left hanging. So what Ruto has said is, let us change the narrative. Let us change the narrative of those things you have said. Let us think about the small man. Let us start by helping the small man and spread it out. If the small man makes money, he will pay taxes, and that is going to help the government. So that is why he said this time ni lazima to change narrative. We are going to start talking about the small man. Ruto does not have
the question is it just saying while he had the time to change the narrative since 2013, is it just saying that let us change it now? And he had all the time from 2013 up to now, and he didn't change it.
Okay, let me answer you. Umeshawahi panda matatu?
Umeshawahi
You
pata
know,
matatu?
Rupia Ruto was not the
No,
president.
let me
He
finish,
had
Angela.
no powers to do
No,
that.
let me tell you.
He was
Like they say,
the
ODM used to
deputy
say,
president.
Uhuru ni driver, Ruto ni conductor. Nani anapelekanga gari? Si ni driver. What Ruto is asking is for you to promote him kutoka on conductor akuwe driver, ndio drive your gari. And when he drives the car, he is going to make the small man to
As
be
a
the
conductor,
issue.
who looks at the welfare of the passengers
na
on
yeye
board?
ambia driver pahali ata drive. Yeye anaenda tu na gari vile inaenda. He cannot do anything. He can only collect the fare.
I believe
So in this case,
I believe that
in the driver's seat. So those things
Ruto
that they promised,
contributed to the
no,
formation
you're
of
not
Jubilee
listening to my
government.
answer now. You're not listening to my answer. So
I'm
Ruto
saying,
cannot do anything where Uhuru is in the driver's seat.
Let one person finish.
So he can only go the direction that his leader leads him. And when he leads him in the wrong way, like in BBI, he steps aside. Anakaa chini na wale na passengers. Collect fare, yeah, anakaa tu. Lakini driver has to agree with the conductor in order for their plan to. Wakisema waende South B, alafu driver a change aende Kayole, there is nothing that the Manamba might do unless to overthrow. Amrushe inje a drive. And since he cannot do that and he wants peace, he's letting the driver drive the car. Huyo driver alipeleka handshake. Kwa hivyo, the conductor has no say in this case. In a good working relationship, both the conductor and the driver get along. In this relationship here, Uhuru and Ruto, the driver has refused to listen to the conductor. So we cannot blame the conductor for the way the driver is driving the car.
Okay.
So
Thank
so
you.
Ruto is out of the government because of BBI.
Okay. No.
And nimesema he's the conductor.
He's out of the government.
Kenya. So
No,
let
me tell you, Rupia.
He cannot dictate where the car goes. And
Angel,
the car is
listen.
Kenya.
Okay.
So Ruto is out of the government because of BBI.
Since 1963, whether he has been there since 1963,
Allow me to ask a question.
He has not been in a position to drive the car called Kenya. He is
I have a
asking
point
us to promote him from being conductor to being driver so that he can drive the country called Kenya. But he's not saying that he's a hustler. He's saying that he understands the needs of the hustlers and he will put them first on his list instead of last.
So I believe that Ruto did not differ with Uhuru because the Jubilee government was not promoting hustlers. He's out of the government because of BBI, and that is the reason you have stated here. And
no, he has not stated that Ruto is out of government because of BBI. Rupia don't misquote people.
She has said that.
When
Angel,
Mike Songo was
can
the
you allow
governor
Ashley to
of
answer?
Nairobi.
Can you allow Ashley to answer? I've accused her. Let her react. Then you come in.
Hata wewe unajua Ruto has been sidelined. He has said that on his own self when he went on a talk show that Uhuru, the driver, has chosen not to give him the work of collecting fare in the car, and he has given it to Matiang'i. So sasa the only other thing he can do is fight Uhuru on that, because it is legally, and you're supposed to collect fare. Lakini Uhuru, as the driver, has decided hamtaki, anataka Matiang'i collect fare.
The reason why
has stepped down, the driver does not want the conductor to help.
If your conductor is stealing from you, if he collects fare, will you allow him to still collect?
You fire him and you prosecute him, which Uhuru has refused to do because pengine anaiba anampatia.
You can fire him.
Yeah.
But it's not about prosecuting.
Maybe you normally go around blaming that Ruto is a thief. If he's a thief, why can't Uhuru arrest Ruto and say that he has stolen this cash?
Sam, please, can you control the show?
Okay.
Even he's been irresponsible by letting a thief in his own government.
Order, please. Order,
responsibility.
Ashley.
Okay, let me just finish. Huyo mwizi kama wewe ni employer, unawezaje angalia mwizi na unamlipa na unaendelea kumweka kwa payroll? Wewe ndio una makosa kama driver. Driver is the head and it's the back stops with the driver.
Okay, thank you. But there's the judiciary that's supposed to deal with the mwizi.
Rubia, tusiende tukosako the same issue. We need also other people to give time. Also, maybe they can contribute something small that can be
some. You know, we are contributing to make this forum.
Lakini haiwezi kuwa kienda soka kwa watu wawili tatu.
My point was,
no,
so other people will just talk. You know, we need to base our arguments on facts.
So can I give somebody else?
My point was, Sam, listen. My point was, even Kiprono can react to what I'm saying. It's not a must that Angel and Ashley react to. If Deputy President William Ruto had a chance to lift the hustlers, the people he called hustlers, from 2013 up to now, and then the BBI is the main reason why he has jetted out of the vehicle, and now he is saying, I can help you hustlers to get to where I am or to where those other people about tunashindana now wako sai. Would you believe that statement if you had the chance to actually uplift them and you did not? Then you come back and now you don't have the chance, and then you tell them, now that I don't have the chance, I can now uplift you when you give me the chance next time.
Sasa hivyo
no, I don't want your reactions.
No, I have to give. It will be short. Yeah, even ndio amesema we have to compare with the other people. Hakuna mtu mwingine analeta viable something that we can consider against, or Raila wants to be his president, nothing else. He hasn't told us anything else he wants to be. He just wants to be president. His people are only begging us to give him a chance because he got motivated. So the option is, Ruto is asking us to give him a chance so he can uplift the life of those who are suffering, not necessarily us, but those people who are not making it. He can help them. Then Raila is telling us to give him a chance because he's been vying for long and he's been stolen from him. Who will you choose? Those are the two options. So far.
Raila is saying, let us uplift Kenyans by bringing pesa mashinani, which you have seen. Raila is also saying, let us create jobs. Let us create jobs. It will be shown by reviving the companies and the factories that are dead.
Rubia tafadhali, nakuomba tafadhali. Let us give other also a chance, please.
I'm just answering Nani. Actually, I say that Raila just wants to be president.
Okay, you will answer later.
That is what I'm reacting to.
Okay,
I'm allowed to react. That is what I'm telling you.
Before you proceed, let me answer you. Kama
do you want to answer me? You don't want me to talk and you want to answer me.
Alichukua viti zote akapeleka kwake. Now that akiwa president kuna kitu atafanya. Raila has been prime minister. He had powers to build even a Kibera barabara peke yake hakujenga. So akiwa president ndio atajenga. Let's see now. And it is not that William Ruto is enough for Kenyans. We are still looking for someone who can
plan what he wants to do. His only plan, he wants to be president, and he's on 35. Everybody agrees with it. Even hustlers want the 35%, and that's why they're talking about. He has come up with nothing substantial. Go and tell him to come up to sell something, and let us compare it against Ruto. You come up with something, and then we compare it against Ruto. Ruto is the only one who's coming up with something substantial right now.
I think Raila had a slum upgrading project in Kibera, whereby the Kibera people were being moved from those shanties to the houses that were built by the government. And then they ended up selling their rooms, renting out the rooms to other people and going back to the slums. So, you know, it's Kibera slum is a slum that has come up on its own. It's not created. And those people are not willing to move out of the slums. And then I've said that Raila had an idea of empowering each and every Kenyan.
Remember, you talked about in past tense. We're asking you, tell your leader to come up with something going forward. Don't tell us about the past.
I think the ideas that are moving this country right now are from Raila. After all, Raila, you know, Raila is a communist. Somebody who believes in distribution of wealth. Tell me William Ruto
I think so vitu is
and even
we can look
Ashley nyamaza, achana na Rupia. Ashley nyamaza, achana na Rupia. Wacha tusikia kutoka kwa Kipchumba. Achana na Rupia, mtaaju mpaka kesho.
I'm trying to explain for you what is right and you are making noise.
Rupia,
Your noise
tunataka
will
kusikia
not
kwa
use me.
Kipchumba. Mute your mic please, Rupia. Kipchumba ni
Excuse
mute
me.
your mic utupea maoni.
Okay, asante sana.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Kipchumba. Guys, tukue na order. Sam.
Yes.
Sam, are you there?
Yeah, sure, I'm here, but
maoni yako.
Okay, Sam, mimi niko hapa nyuma na ado wenye wako kwa line wanataka kujoin.
Okay.
Lakini wewe ndio in charge of the show. So,
okay.
Nimeona unang'ang'ana
Kipchumba nafasi kidogo.
Kama kuna mtu wa kutolewa unasema tu. Niko na mouse hapa kwa.
Okay, Kipchumba kidogo amekaa more than half an hour. Kipchumba.
Yes, sir.
Ongea. Tunaangalia tu mene peke yake, sijui nafikiri. Unmute your microphone.
Unmute your mic.
Okay. Lakini mene tu peke yake naonekana tu peke yake, sijui. That's okay. So long as we can hear it.
Okay. Umenipata?
Nakupata. Nakupata.
Okay, sasa yangu kwa mjadala ya 2022 politics, mimi naangalia only 3 people. That is Raila, let's say group of PPI. Uhuru Kenyatta will leave a legacy ya politics kwa Raila. About Mudavadi, sijui Ruto, I'm not seeing vile wata form serikali ya 2022. Naonelea tu nini hii BBI ikipita line up itatoka and wenye watakuwa na line up ya BBI ndio wataform serikali. So watu wakiongelea maneno ya Raila na Gideon Raila na Ruto kusema two horses, mi naona tu hata kuna election ya kwenda because Raila Amolo Odinga has been tried several times na hiyo ni sosa kwake kwa Ruto. So mtu mwenye anasema asindane na Ruto na Raila hakuna hata kwenda election. So uangalie kabisa ukweli kwamba about Central, I think they are focusing about the Prime Minister post after BPI. And they were ready even for the presidency. Lakini wanataka waende to break kidogo ya president, and then after Raila ruling for another 5 years or 10, whichever, and then Kikuyu will come in. So I'm not seeing probability of Ruto and some other candidates for coming 2022 to be the president. I've seen Raila Amolo Odinga, the former prime minister, is having very high chance because at now he is closer to Uhuru Kenyatta. And I've seen the president Uhuru Kenyatta 2010, 2012 or 2009, he was closer to the retired President Mwai Kibaki. And then he succeeded him. So I've seen Raila Amolo Odinga is succeeding Uhuru Kenyatta, whether you like it or not. I prefer your mind, everybody, if you don't want Raila Amolo Odinga to come to president, just he is coming. Leave alone the votes of you are saying, votes, they are Raila Amolo Odinga, you will seek a vote from Gambas, from Waluyas. Raila, yes, that vote is ever before. So
can I interject? Can I ask a question?
Yes, interject. Yeah, interject.
Okay, Kipchumba, what makes you believe that when you are closer to the sitting president, you have high chances of becoming the next president? Because in 2002, Kibaki was not close to Moi, and now you are telling us because Raila is close to Uhuru, then you're telling us he's going to become the president in 2022. What makes you believe that that is going to happen?
You know, my brother, Raila Amolo Odinga has been starting from downward to upwards. What
Yes.
am I saying is this? Raila Amolo Odinga was having a lot of people voting for him. And then when it comes to the state or the system, I may say that several times I've been won. And then when it comes to given bow, I think some other things may happen. But now is now starting from upwards downwards. Yes. So my brother, prepare about your votes, but I've seen that guy is leading next government together with Mushala Mudavadi, together with Gideon Moi. I've seen that government is coming. Mark my words, my brother.
Okay, Kipchumba, thank you so much. Good, you contribute in a good way. So let us wait. If Raila is going to be, then we'll be very happy.
But
it depends now. Bruno, just a minute. Let me answer.
Okay, Bruno, respond to me.
It depends now to how you people are going to see it. I see it in a different way. Other people see it in a different way. So it's okay. Thank you so much, Kipchumba. Sorry. Okay, Kipchumba.
Okay.
You want to ask something, or Kipchumba wanted to ask something before I give George and then Mata. Bruno, you want to ask something, or you want to add?
Maybe to clarify or something, because you know, Sam, you cannot tell us when you are closer to the president that you can become the next president. You know, tukisema kitu kaa hiyo sasa, what are you telling Kenyans? You are telling Kenyans if you are not closer to the system, then you are not going to be the president forever. What is this something called system in Kenya? For me, I don't understand what is it, this thing called system. Is it a human being, or is it what is this system? System ni nini yani? Maybe Kipchumba can answer us, because yeye ndiye amesema kitu ya system. System ni nini?
Hello, let me yes.
Okay, only 10 seconds. 10 seconds, Kipchumba, before I give it to
10 seconds. To me, Kibron or David, I think that one is that to be loyal to the president of the day. I remember Moi. He was loyal to Jomo Kenyatta, the father, and then came to Kibaki. In fact, 202, the president Uhuru Kenyatta was a opposition leader, and he surrendered because of 1, 2, 3. Could you remember that, Mr. David? From 203 to 204.
You know, Kipchumba.
So what I mean, what I mean is this,
Yes.
Okay, gentlemen.
Yes.
I think I should give somebody else also a little bit of chance to talk, so that you think later on what you are going to answer, Kipchumba, and what are you going to ask Kibrono. Thank you so much, gentlemen, Kipchumba and Kibrono. Hear about something, maybe something, Joe, you want to talk about it, or you want to add it? George? Unmute your microphone.
Unmute your mic, please.
Yeah, I have unmuted my mic.
Okay.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, you can hear you. Okay.
Yeah, I've been an ardent follower of this program. and I like the ideas that people have and the democracy of expression of yourself, all of you. But what I've noticed that this program, the control it's getting out of control. We are starting to bicker instead of giving points. We are now behaving like the general public on tribal issues, which we should keep out. We should actually go for what somebody stands for, what they believe can be done. We have people who are actually controlling this country politically because of maybe their popularity, their resources, and what they have. These people have a lot of influence on who comes the next president. That one we cannot say. It cannot be gainsaid. If you talk somebody like Joho is there because he has the resources, not the politics. So if you have resources, you can influence. And I believe Ruto has the resources. You can question where he got them, but you see, so far he's not been prosecuted. He has them. All of us. I was reading, I was seeing another program of a former robber. And he said, he's a confessed robber. He said, all of us are thieves. I'm very sure even you people here, you have stolen in one way or another and you have not been caught. And maybe you have made use of what you had stolen. So let's not go into those issues. Let's talk about the workability of the policies that they have, like the 35% going to the county government, and the bottom-up approach if it can work. Then we also should think of the nature of Kenyans. Are there people who can follow those policies? The bottom-up approach, it can be good for this country, yes. But how many of us even default M-Pesa ya shilingi 5 na nabadilisha number? So we should also look it on that wide perspective. Are these people who are being said the bottom up, I mean the bottom guys, can they actually work on the programs? I know there's a middle class that can do, but there are people who will not. They'll also take advantage and just steal this money and nanangia chini ya maji. That one is there. That one is there. So these are the things are the Kenyans ready? Oh, the middle class, I know there's a lot of educated Kenyans that don't have jobs, but they're capable. But you see, they also entered up the system of scheming to steal, scheming to fraud. But with those highly educated people. But I know they're not doing this. I cannot call them thieves because they're doing this out of desperation. There's no jobs. The Ruto government promised us jobs. They have not given us jobs. We cannot blame Uhuru. We cannot put the blames on Uhuru alone. And Ruto can also not run away from this. All of us have seen. I mean, most of you. He was in power. He talked on things on stage and promised from his own mouth. He should be questioned for those things. Uhuru also promised Kenyans some things. They should be questioned. We cannot not start questioning Kalonzo or Weta or Moses Mudavadi of these things. They're not in the government. But we should look at their track record. Have they people who have delivered before? Mudavadi was once a minister of finance when this country was really down. Did he deliver? What about Raila? What has he given this country that we can say these things he fought for and they are working? So I think we should base our argument on such things. But if you go to the little things of naming stadiums or all that, this is petty to me, according to me. I can name my son Gaddafi. What's wrong with that? And Gaddafi, okay, the Western world didn't like him because of their own reasons. But maybe Gaddafi was hero, just like the Baumau. During the colonial, they were the terrorists. But if you look at deeper now, you find that they were the people who So let's look this thing on a wider perspective. That is my contribution. Let's be nationalists.
Okay.
Let's not go behind the tribes all the time. Hiyo tu ndio mimi nasema.
Asante George. So
Thank you.
is Isaac, are you there? Okay.
Yes.
Or Liz, Elizabeth.
I'm here, please.
Okay, Isaac.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I also have some points to make. One concerning this narrative of if a sitting president, if you are closer to a sitting president, then we have history that in 2002 that did not come about, and in 2000 was it 2007 as well, we had the sitting president who yes. So my point is we don't have enough evidence, and it's not also consistent. We cannot bank on that and then say we cannot actually confidently say that if any person who wants to run for president is close to is closer to the sitting president, then he or she cannot run for the he or she can do what, can win. We need that confidence, and so far with this data that we have is not enough to prove or disapprove of that. So my next point is this. We've been talking of same people who are likely to vie for the presidential seat. One person I can confidently say we think of Raila. Let me say that I think of Raila. He has expressed his intentions or interest already. We know this because when applications were being sent by the ODM members, we knew that he's aiming for that. My point is this: have we thought about what is his name? The guy who was the secretary. He had some posts. Mukisa Kitui. Yes. Do we really know what is going on with Mukisa Kitui, Raila, and Ruto? I'm just posing that question. I've been thinking deeply about it. Then, apart from that, I think that even though we have Raila, Ruto is also here, something is telling me, I stand to be corrected, that the current president could leave the country in the hands of a technocrat. But that raises the question: if Mukisa gets in, Raila also wants this thing, who is going to leave it for another person? That raises this question. The issue. Somebody said that BBI, when it passes, it is in the court, but because I'm not one of defendant or people who made the petition, I can talk about it. But I say this right now: we should know that even if it passes, not everything. We know that for sure. There are some sections that will be sieved, and maybe it might go through the parliament. But we know very, 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 we should be confident that we will not have the system of government where we have the official opposition, we have the prime minister in the next election. We don't have time. Just like we got the 2010 constitution, it took more than 10 years. We know this. So this is a continuation thing. I would urge people that by the 2nd of June or 3rd of July, when the verdicts shall have been made, we will know very, very, very clearly that, oh, the game is going to be very tough. We have a lot of people who want a president. We don't have those posts that the BBI talked about. I would like not to be misquoted. I like a lot of ideas about the BBI, but it's going to close a lot of doors for people who wants to be president. My last point is this one. I pray and I hope that Mkisa Kitui gets endorsed and they work together with Baba, to come up with something.
Okay.
But, yes, so I rest my case.
Okay, thank you so much, Isaac. Let me ask Elizabeth. Elizabeth, let me ask you something.
Okay, yeah.
Do you think do you think President Uhuru will endorse Mukita? And if so, according to your own way of analyzing it, do you think Mukisa will make changes to our country in future? Thank you. And then from there, from you, sorry, Martha, you have been there out and out, but I think after Elizabeth, you will be the next one. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Sasa tuseme kama huu Mukisa, mimi simujui yani personally, yani kama karakta yake vile yani mtu wa aina gani, ana leadership aina gani, lakini kile kinanipa huzuni zaidi ni kufikiria kama mtu mshasoma history. Kuna huyu jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Plato. Plato alikuwa na shida na demokrasi. Kwa nini? Manake alikuwa anasema demokrasia si nzuri kwa government, yani kama a way of governance. Kwa nini? Manake hii demokrasia inatumika kama mchezo. Ukiangalia kama sisi tumepelekwa kabisa, tuko yani kuna ile oligarchy. Oligarchy inamaanisha kuna ile grupu ndogo ya watu wachache ambao ndio wanashikilia hii nation. Sasa ndio unaona ati hapa tunakaa kudiscuss ni nani atapewa kiti, na yani kama sisi wa Kenya tumekubalia kabisa, yani ndio ikwe ati hivi ndio this is the way of governing. No, tunafaa kama sisi saizi hapa hivi tumekaa hivi, ni vile tunaona kuna mambo ambayo yaendi vizuri. Alafu tunafaa kama sasa sisi vile naona wengi wetu sisi ni vijana, na pia kuna mtu mkubwa wetu kidogo, lakini kama vile vijana, nasema vijana lakini ni over 30s maybe. Vijana tungeshikana, tuchague mtu ambaye tunaona ambaye ana policies. Manake hivyo ndio inafaa. Demokrasia inamaanisha power to the people. Yani wewe unachukulia ile power mkononi mwako, unampa mtu ambaye unaona ataenda kukuwakilisha kikweli. Si eti tu ati manake tumeambiwa na yule mwingine shikilia hapa alafu ndio tunafata. Sasa mimi kwangu naona kama ni huzuni, siwezi nikakujibu eti kama huyu Mukisa sijui ndo nani atatusaidia ama atatuelekeza, lakini kile kitu ambacho ninakijua ni nini, ni eti kama saizi Uhuru kazi ambayo amefanya president wetu, kazi ambayo amefanya, akiweza muachia mtu ambaye ana grudge naye, yani na awe ni mtu ambaye ni ana ubinafsi mwingi, hata endeleza ile kazi. Waelewa? Kwa hivyo inaweza kuwa pia si vibaya sana akimwachia mtu ambaye yeye mwenyewe anajua huyu jamaa hata nikimwachia atapeleka hii kazi amalize, kama vile kazi ya Kibaki inapelekwa na Uhuru vizuri, alafu pia kutoke mwingine ambaye ana ule uzalendo, akiwa ni mtu ambaye anapenda nchi pia aendeleze hiyo kazi. Ile ndio unakuta taifa isikuwe inapoteza pesa. Mnaona vile tunaingiza pesa kila wakati, tunaomba pesa. Sasa tukiweka mtu ambaye ana grudge na yule president ambaye yuko saizi, yale mijadala yake hayatapelekwa vizuri. Atenda yani atupilie mbali, alafu ni pesa zetu sisi wa Kenya tutapoteza, wajua. Si eti ni pesa za Uhuru ama za huyu mwingine ambaye ataingia. Ndio mimi ningesema kama sasa ikiwe kimeumana ni kubaya, vile hatuwezi tukabadilisha our way of governing our country, naweza kubalia ni sawa. Kama president aki appoint mtu aseme huyu jamaa huyu, mimi ninawaambia huyu na mnominate, alafu angalieni nyinyi, hapo naweza mshikilia mkono. Ile tu kwa mapenzi ya nchi, manake najua yule ambaye president anamwamini ataendelesha hiyo kazi yake. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Elizabeth kuweza ku-elaborate. I think the lady Martha, maybe you have something to add on top of that. The question is, what the way forward? What is the way forward from now, as we are nearing to electioneering year, then the next year? Now, is there something that we should change? Should we change our politics? Should we change the way of living? Should we? I don't know. Perhaps you have an idea. Thank you, Martha. Martha, are you there? Martha? Unmute your phone, unmute your microphone. Unmute, we can't hear it. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, munanisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Network yangu iko chini kidogo. Sasa unaweza nirudia hiyo swali tena?
Nakuuliza hivi, pengine ni kitu gani, what is forward now? What is the way forward now from now? I mean, as you see the wrangles between the wananchi wenyewe, wananchi na politicians, watu hawajui njia gani ya kuendelea kutoka saizi kwenda mbele. Now, is there a way? Do you have an idea the way forward as for now?
Okay, mimi nimekuwa nikiangalia hizi siasa vizuri. Na mimi nafikiria tunachezwa mahali. Juu as you can imagine, sahi hakuna opposition kwa country yetu, unaona? Na opposition ndio inasukuma serikali kufanya kazi. Sasa mimi nimekuwa nikijiuliza, tumekuwa na opposition hii ya Right Honorable Odinga, lakini all of a sudden ametucheza, ameingia kwa serikali. Now sasa leo nimeangalia leo hii nini ya Kiambaa, ukiangalia UDA na Jubilee at the same time wako place moja. Sasa hadi nimechanganyikiwa juu ukiona kuna serikali ndio, na pia ni kama kuna opposition inataka kujitokeza, na hiyo opposition bado iko kwa serikali. Chenye nafikiria ni kama wananchi pia wameamua kuturn the stone, wajaribu ile side nyingine, of which ni kama wameweka hope yao kwa DP, the deputy president. So sijui ni kitu gani, labda tukiendelea kukaribia na kwenda siasa ndani karibu hapo na next year, si kama kuna kitu ita change, tuone kama president ata support DP ama ata support Raila, which of course tumechanganyikiwa, but inakaa kuna kitu fishi juu Raila ameingia kwa serikali, Ruto ni kama ametoka kwa serikali. So ukiangalia tu kwa umbali unaona ni kama kuna kitu inatakikana iko mahali na watu wanaitaka. yani ni kama kuna kitu fulani inakaa fishi. Hiyo mnasema dynasty na hii ingine hii ya Masla. Sasa ni kama ma dynasty kuna kitu wanataka kutoka kwa government ama ile government inataka kukuja, nao pia wengine hawataki hiyo. So wananchi wamechanganyikiwa, but mi nasema maybe with the time tutajua tu, tutajua. Tutaendelea tu kuona reaction za wananchi tu, mi nikiwa ndani. Juu pia mi naona nimechezwa. Kuna mahali tunachezwa na unaona kama president asikizi judiciary, kama judiciary hawasikizana na executive. Hapo kuna mchezo iko hapo. So I think with the time tutakuja kujua the clean part of it. Hiyo ndo naweza sema.
Martha, nafikiri, do you think kuna possibility ya kuahirisha the next election according to the way you see it, or mambo pengine tunasikia kwa njia nyingine ambayo sababu ya mambo ya BBI, sababu hatujui itachukua muda gani, so hatujui kama itaweza itaenda, itachukua nini, referendum itakuwa, ama hii mambo ya koti pengine iende itaenda mpaka kwa Supreme Court, alafu wayarishe next year's general election, which according to the laws ni lazima ifanyike. Sijui pengine kama una mchambuzi ama pengine kuna idea zingine ama uko na you can answer it.
Kulingana na vile naona, unajua kama president wetu angetuonyesha anafuata judiciary as per law, at least tungekuwa nao pia tunaenda election. But sasa kama ashaanza kupinga, ni kama yani kuna vitu anazuia tu, lakini ni kwa umbali tu. Unaona ni kama hii kitu inakuja ifike mahali ikuwe complicated, upate ni kama hizi election wanaweza songesha, na so inakaa tricky sana. Inji yetu haiko mahali pazuri sana politically. Maybe inaweza songeshwa, naona hivyo.
Okay, thank you. So Jack, tuambie sasa bwana, uko na neno? How do you find it yourself? The way maybe you...
Am I audible?
Yeah, maybe you have seen something different. Maybe I see myself in a different way. Ile mimi naangalia mambo yetu inaendelea Kenya hii. Sijui pengine naangalia kivyangu. Maybe I see in my own prison. So the way you see it yourself, the way the country is going, and the way somebody else sees, is a quite different ways. So unless you see, I don't know, perhaps you have an option.
I want to go back to several things as I also come to your question. But to answer your question in quick words, the Constitution does not give us to think. It has stipulated how an election will be done, the date and the time, to even when it is supposed to be postponed, it has clearly indicated the reason as to why it should be. So I don't see the reason why it will be postponed, and it will not be postponed. One, BBI, it's not an emergency, neither does it indicate a state of war. So if I follow the Constitution, and of which our leaders sought to protect and preserve, I really don't think the elections will be postponed. Number two, we have not said that BBI will pass or fail. We just have to wait for the courts. And even if the courts sail through in the appeal, there's still the Supreme Court, which will still be another time that will be wasted. So basically what I would advise our leaders is the quicker they resolve this issue and they move to preparing for the general elections, that waiting on something that is neither here nor there really doesn't happen. Now, I want to talk about the mountain now. The mountain, as people have been saying, might be divided or may not be divided, but the division is not on who will be the candidate. in terms of the presidency. Their division is who will represent them, their spokesman, who will have their issues well articulated, and who will be speaking on their behalf. So basically, it's not a contest of who will lead them to the presidential seat. It will go to history like for the first time that in so many years we might fail not to have or will not have a presidential candidate from the mountain. But the question will be how will the mountain support someone else from a different region? So this tussle that you're seeing, it's people trying to make headways and make themselves relevant. At the end of the day, we know and it is clear the mountain will support one person for the presidential seat. These other seats does not attract some challenges. So it is clear that the mountain knows its presidential candidate. So let's not be cheated there. Yeah? And then the other question is Uhuru factor an influential factor? One, I wanted to know that Kibaki, if he had something to do, he would have done. Moi tried it and failed. Moi tried it and failed. So basically, what am I trying to say is an incumbent at times, because of the decisions he has made, the frustration he has brought to his people, at times, it makes the voters not to respect or follow the person. So at times they even vote in protest. 202 was a vote of protest against Moi's decision, against Moi's preferred candidate. And even in 2013, basically people voted, one protesting the ICC issue, and maybe even stamping their ground that we are Kenyans and we can decide on our own. We were told that actions or choices have consequences. So Kenyans voted in protest. In 2022, it will also be, there will be something deciding. There will be what will be separating the chaffs from the real thing, what will be separating the sheep from the goats. So and that's why maybe probably, as we were saying yesterday, we need another candidate to come up with another philosophy or ideas, so that we, even if we are debating on Ruto or Raila, we are debating on the ideas they are bringing on the table, on the manifesto, on the things they are telling us. Because basically,
okay, Jack. Let me ask you, Masema, you need another candidate. Do you have one in your mind? Maybe it's good for you to. It's better to introduce one. Maybe, perhaps, who knows? Maybe there's somebody you.
I think, Sam, if you have been following this, our stay in this debate at times in Akwanga boring, given that we come here to prosecute a person or people, because one, we are not informed of the other side.
No, I think today people are mature. Tonight, people are talking. It's not a problem even if somebody insults you. I don't take it in my heart, because perhaps you might have a better candidate whom you think can change the lives of Kenyans as per now going forward. Jack, you don't have to be so mean that you may offend somebody. To be liked or not to be liked, criticism is always healthy. To be criticized is always part of the healthy. So, thank you. Who's there? Jack is gone? Okay, Partai. Or Isaac.
Good evening, Sam.
Good evening.
Good evening, Clinton, the team. Okay, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Now, tomorrow is Monday, so we need to close this thing. We need to sleep. Some of us have very early meetings. Okay, it's good being back. Yeah, again, to discuss the same issue, the same thing. The one thing everybody like talking about. Personally, I like talking about politics. Kenyan politics, I've said it, so dynamic. The mountain is on fire. We have seen more than 5 groups coming out. Everybody saying no, Muturi is the spokesman. Others are saying no, we were not consulted. Others are saying no, we were supposed to be called. But let's give him time. Yes,
Bartai, with all due respect, sorry, I know I'm interrupting you. I had a challenge from my end. If I can finish my submissions.
I'll appreciate. Thank you. No.
Okay. It's okay. I was saying about the mountain. The division is not who will be on the paper in terms of the president. The division is each one is trying to make themselves seem relevant, but we know for sure that the candidate and the man to beat is William Ruto, and the mountain will unite solidly behind him. And I can assure you, even the president knows this for a fact, and probably all this that you're seeing, these are just sideshows, and maybe they might not really add up water. Now, the man Raila, I think I need to say something here. I think it's high time that maybe Clinton and others and all of us should advise him that he needs to change strategy. One of the strategy that he has always been using maybe is divisive and attactive tactics, or defaming and calling names and abusive tactics. And that maybe is a strategy he has used and maybe it worked in the past. Now, he needs to change that and maybe appeal to the voter, because the voter is changing. The dynamics of 2017 will not be the dynamics at play in 2022. In 2022, the voter will be advised differently. So he needs to change his tact. He needs to change his way of doing things. He needs not to rely on the presidency to make it to power, because probably that might not work for him, because he needs to know maybe the mountain might even reject him furthermore because of his allegiance or loyalty to the president. So he needs just to cut loose and let go of the handshake, if that is what is still tying him to the president, and decides on running on ideas on a different platform apart from what he has been running with. The other thing, he also needs to choose a candidate that will make him more stronger. He's a strong candidate, so I believe if he gets a running mate able to help him win the seat, because by the end of the day, the running mate, as I'll come to it in the next short minutes, is a determining factor. A stronger candidate and a stronger running mate, that is a sure bet. So he needs to change from this Kalonzo thing, from this Musalia thing, because in any case, they have not helped him in the past. So we need to trust for him that he will get, either he needs to get another running mate, or even if he uses the same running mate, maybe he needs to change the skill, because the leaders of today, the voter of today, is a different person. He's not the same person that was there in 1997. He's not the same person who will be there in 2022. So basically, what am I trying to bring home? That he needs to place his cards on the table. He needs to, as early as now, begin to prepare. As early as now, he needs to now engage the voter. If I may just draw it closer, I'll just say that he just needs to forget BPI and anything that may derail his desire to be president. Because the more he's wasting time, the more his opponents, the Ruto and the rest are preparing. And at times we normally say the early bird catches its worm. The early he warms up the voters, the early he begins to rally people to back his vision, that is how he can win. But basically, it will be a repeat of what he has always suffered. He will speak of a stolen election. He will speak of unfair treatment, but it will be his own making and his own fault, because he has not prepared enough. He's not preparing enough. We are not seeing ODM doing things on the ground. We are only seeing UDA. We are seeing Jubilee trying to reinvent itself. So we need to see ODM changing strategy, because they have been doing the same things in the same way, expecting different results, and basically that would really not work for them. Finally, we need to see other candidates come with different ideologies. We need to hear what Musalia is saying. We need to know what Wetangula is saying. We need to know what Gideon Moi, Kalonzo, they are saying, because by the end of the day, it's not just enough to want the seat. We want to know, if you get the seat, so that we can have something to hold you accountable to. Is when you get this seat, what will you do? Because Ruto is saying this, so we need to even ask the other candidates, what are you saying? What will you do? And then people as a voter to be informed and choose wisely. Maybe there is a question I'll choose any my.
Okay, Clinton. I don't know. I think I suppose you have something to ask Jake, if I may say it. Clean.
Hey, mimi sina swali kwa Jex, lakini naweza sema maoni yangu.
Okay.
Unanisikia Sam?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Am I audible, members? Sijui kama okay.
Uko poa.
So first and foremost, hii show ni live. Alafu 30 minutes ago ilikuwa ni giza bana. Kila mtu alikuwa ameficha picha. So ndio nang'ang'ana hapa chini ukitoa picha na kutoa. So David Kiprono, niliona picha yako. Isaac sikuwa nimekuona. Bartai umeleta picha. So ni live show bana. Tukiweka giza wote, watu wana complain. So Sam, miki tunaona kwa hii siasa yetu ya leo. Kwa hii siasa yetu ya leo, naweza nikasema kwamba farasi ni wale wawili, na itafika wakati wa kupiga kura. Wengine hatutaangalia policies. Nitasema mimi kama mkazi wa Homa Bay, obviously ni Raila, awe na policy ama akose kuwa na policy ni yeye. Policies ataunda akisha kuwa president. Wengine pia watasema ni William, kama kuna policies ama hana. Policies zake ataunda kisha kuwa rais. But one thing we have to remember, I have been a very serious ODM supporter since time immemorial. But there is one thing that I don't agree, that now that Uhuru Kenyatta is working with Baba, then it means he's gonna give Baba the presidency. Na pia tumeona mengi sana. Uhuru na Ruto walipendana, walikuwa wanavaa hadi uniform. Mapenzi iliyokuwa kati ya rais na naibu wake huwezi ukalinganisha na mapenzi iliyoko kati ya Raila na rais. Ile ya rais na Ruto ilikuwa very strong. Kama hiyo ndio iliisha, hii ya kununuliwa itakaa kweli?
Clinton, let me tell you, unajua one time we said the relationship at start ilikuwa more Clinton, the first relationship was more of a fresher akiingia high school venye anaweza hata lala na uniform, unajua. So hiyo mapenzi yao ilikuwa they were newcomers, hakuna mwenye aliwahi kuwa president or running mate before. Ako kama mapenzi lazima kangedumishwa, and then lazima wangetuonyesha vile they are united front. But maybe hata hapo bado kulikuwa na mwingine alikuwa amefichia white, probably kulikuwa na mtu anajifanya, kulikuwa na pretender in the game. So sasa hizi ndio tunaona true colors. So siwezi sifu hiyo relationship at the moment. It was ni relationship ya fresha akiingia kampo.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, namalizia kwa kusema hivi. Sisi kama ODM hatuwezi pretend that hatujui mheshimiwa rais anaenda nyumbani mwaka kesho. Saizi ukiuliza mfuasi yeyote wa ODM atakwambia kwamba Uhuru is very young to retire. Na reason yenye wanatumia kusupport hiyo statement ni kwamba Uhuru atakuwa kwa coalition moja na Baba. Coalition ya mheshimiwa rais ni ile ya kwenda nyumbani. Will they go together? Some. So what the Star newspaper was saying, it is very true. You want to do something wrong in Kenya, get the support of the Luo community. Then you can do anything. So guys, let us open our eyes. tukubali mheshimiwa rais anaenda, wakati wake umefika. Nimesikia mwenzetu hapa amesema amefanya kazi mzuri na he has to decide mwenye atakuwa anaendeleza hiyo kazi, hata kama ni kuappoint. Surely hata Sudan hakuna democracy, but they don't appoint their presidents.
We, nilikuwa nasema kunominate, si kuappoint. Pole. Kunominate anaweza, si hata yeye alikuwa nani, Uhuru alinominatiwa na Moi. Moi akasema huyu ndo kijana. Haya, watu wakaamua leo.
Yeah, anaweza support mtu yeyote ya. Lakini ile ya kuappoint wewe kuwa president, then hapo ako na nguvu kupita kiasi.
Clinton.
So Mr.
Clinton,
Chair,
just one moment. Clinton,
yeah.
Yeye kama mpiga kura ana haki ya kusema this is my, because he's as much as the president, yeye ni mpiga kura. So yeye kama mpiga kura ako na uhuru wa kuwa na mgombea ambaye anapendekeza, lakini shida itakuwa asitumie rasilimali ama kiti chake kama rais kutushawishi wapiga kura, because hapo ndio shida itakuja. Yeye kama mpiga kura ana haki ya kuwa na uhuru wa kuchagua mgombea ambaye anatamani, lakini si atuelekeze ya kuwa mimi kama rais na serikali yangu tutang'ang'ana ama tutahakikisha fulani amekuwa kiongozi. Maana hata yeye hakuna aliyefanya hivyo wakati wake in 2013.
Okay. Thank you. So
sasa Sam.
Yeah.
Sinimaliza point yangu Sam.
Okay, maliza.
Sasa pia sisi pia kama wafasi wa ODM tukiongelea mambo na BBI, I can see our MPs attacking the judges, but it's not fair. Nilisikia hiyo judgment hiyo siku ilikuwa inatolewa, judges walikuwa wanasema point yenye wamekataa na wana support with an article from the constitution. So let us accept their verdict. We have the room to go and appeal. Lakini I also read something negative. Kama ni ukweli mheshimiwa rais was very interested in BBI, my friend, since March 2018 Raila ana set time ya referendum, inakuja inapita tu na Uhuru ndio rais. Nakumbuka Raila alituambia 2020 mwezi wa 4 Kenya itakuwa na katiba mpya. Rais akasmile tu, hatukuwa nayo. Akatupromise hii June kutakuwa na referendum. Haijakuwa, June ndio hii tunaelekea 15. So kama hii ilikuwa game yake ya kuweka baba busy, then hata 2022 wakati wa election atatafutiwa kitu akuwe busy. So let us have how do I call it in English? English yangu pia. Let us have a sober mind come 2022. Let us vote someone whom we think can sit down and make tough decisions. State houses all over the world, see places za kuenjoy life ama kufanya nini. Those are centers for making tough decisions. Like you say, we are going to fight Uganda. That's where you make the decision. We are going to fight. Whether we are losing or we are winning, we are going to fight. But you cannot use such a building maybe to panga cards za kisiasa. Eti tukipea huyu hii atadhani ni K, kumbe ni L yenye haijaandikwa vizuri. No. So okay. Let us make the tough decisions come next year's general election. Tuchague mtu mpaka akipewa microphone aongee ataanza tu kulia. Eti sijaamini wa Kenya mmenichagua kama rais. Because of the qualities we saw in him.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my submission, Sam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Clinton.
Alafu Mr. Chair, wafuasi wako wanalialia hapa eti hata kwa comments wanatoa maoni na usomi. So
mimi nimesoma comments wanaandika, na unajua naanza zingine mtu anaongea ma points, lakini kuna vitu vingine unaangalia tu, lakini unasema ngoja una background, unasema wacha na hivyo. Unasikia mwingine anasema Clinton wewe ni mtu wa UDA, na kumbe wewe ni mtu wa UDA Clinton. Hebu tueleze bwana pengine.
Hapana, wewe jamaa ananionea. Niliingia kwa hii show mara ya kwanza mwezi jana. kila mtu alikuwa ODM, nikasema acha tu nikuwe tofauti kiasi, nikapewa jina Tangatanga nikachukua pale.
Okay. Okay, basi hebu tuwapatie Bartai, hebu kabla George.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Clinton and Jax, for your contribution. For once, we have a very sober discussion. A lot of.
Bartai, ngoja kidogo kabla ujaendelea, Jack ama Clinton, mmoja anaweza chukulia kidogo, nataka something small hapa hivi.
Okay, Sam.
Okay, thank you.
So, I've said it, si mara ya kwanza, hii siasa ya Kenya bado ni mchanga sana. Still very early to predict, it's still very early. Unaona hata Mutahi Ngunyi naye pia amechanganyikiwa. Yeye ndio anatupeanga signal, lakini ni kama anatokea this time round haichukui signal. It's giving us a lot of things which are not predictable. Kenya, sidhani kama tumefika wakati tutafanya elections, tutachagua president based on policies. Because so far so good, we have around farasi ni wawili na kuna mapunda pia. Lakini hata ukiona kati ya hao farasi wawili, kila mtu anajitokeza, lakini hakuna mtu anatupea clear policies. Like, you know, I like the way the American do their elections. Yani kama ni policy, if I'm for this, and Clinton you're my opponent, you are against this. But you see, so in Kenya, somebody is coming with a bottom-up approach, but you don't have somebody for top-down nini. Mimi naongelea bottom-up, mwingine anaongelelea reform, second liberation. So you see, we don't speak like, so it will still take us time for us to actually be in that kind of competition. Yani it will still take time for us to have policies. You know, one time we'll have policies, it will be, I'm for these policies and you're for that policies, and then we'll be elected. But sisi itakuwa mimi ni mkale, nitatafuta nani na nani ndio nikuwa na kura mingi. So we are still being categorized in that political tribal cocoons. For you to be for president, you're supposed to have that majority of this tribe plus the majority in that tribe plus the majority in that tribe for you to get 50+1 or for you to get tyranny of numbers. Clinton mongelelea issue ya 2022 baba na His Excellency. Kajua hata sisi bana tuliweka that nini. We have been told stories of why was Baba brought in 2022. Actually after 2017. Ingine wakasema, you know, between 2013 na 2017, Baba was so busy. Baba alipiga kelele sana on what was the name of Eurobond. Alipiga kelele sana on issue ya borrowing. Baba alipiga kelele sana. Actually, and those are issues. Those actually tungesikiza Baba on those issues, labda hatungekuwa hata mali tuko kwa sababu deni sasa hivi. But sasa somebody akasema Baba was just brought in apewe kiti yake anyamaze, watu waendelee na madeni zao kuomba, watu waendelee na siasa, wengine waendelee na kukoba, wengine waendelee na kuloot. That might be true, because if I am making noise, what happened when we were young boys, the dog that makes a lot of noise when you're hunting, you make sure you give him something to be busy so that you continue hunting. So when the Baba was making a lot of noise that akaletwa in, ndio aone ile vitu iko na akitaka kuongea anaambiwa wewe au kumbuki. And that might be true, because ukiangalia, nilikuwa naangalia history ya BBI. Baba knows very well that history ya BBI.
Excuse me, Bartai.
Yes, kuna mtu anaongea na asikiki.
Ni mimi Bartai, ni mimi.
Yes.
Umesema baba alikuwa anapiga kelele sana, ndipo akapewa mfupa apambane nayo. Wale wengine waendelee na kazi. Hiyo kelele alikuwa anapiga, according to you, unaona ilikuwa genuine ama ilikuwa tu ni kelele? Kama
Ilikuwa
hiyo
genuine.
ya Eurobond umesema ama nini na nini? Ilikuwa
Ilikuwa
genuine.
Ilikuwa genuine in a way. Ilikuwa genuine. You know me, I've always said Baba is right.
So you appreciate him for making that noise that time.
Yes. By the way, tungekuwa na hiyo noise between 2017 mpaka saizi, hatungekuwa mahali tu. Because you see, KEMSA imetokezea na ililala hivyo. Hakuna mtu ameongelea. By the way, tuhesabu scandals between 2013 na 2017. Na unihesabulie scandals between 2017 na sahi. Eurobond was very serious. I remember we demonstrated, Kenyans demonstrated about Eurobond. Lakini saizi, kila mtu amenyamaza. Tumeongelea KEMSA na kila mtu amenyamaza. Scandal inatoka na kila mtu ananyamaza. But if we had Baba at nini, so me I believe history, kwa sababu Baba anajua hii referendum haiwezi fanyika. Anajua very well hii referendum haiwezi. Because I remember how Baba was so serious about Okoa Kenya. Na at that time hakuwa na any funding ya government. Alikuwa yeye peke yake akiwa opposition, lakini he was so serious about this thing called Okoa Kenya. Saizi yako serikali anaenjoy kila kitu, ako na funding ya BBI, but ananyamaza tu. Atanyamaza wiki moja, atoke afanye moja mbili, arudi, tunyamaze tu. Saizi tumeambiwa hii kesi iko kotini. Nyinyi mkiona, mimi nikiona hii BBI, hii referendum hii haiwezi fanyika. Alternatively, kuna kitu somebody aliongea about expanding in your president, expanding the limit, the term limit. I had some conversation with a good friend of mine, a lawyer. Nikamuuliza possibility. Akaniambia kutaweza kuwa na hiyo possibility. I'm not a lawyer, but aliniambia there is that provision that since kumekuwa na a lot of issues, kumekuwa na corona, kumekuwa na issue ya BBI, na now since president has a majority in both houses, anaweza sukuma bill aongezewe nini mpaka 2024. So also for BBI atuje rule that haiwezekana, kunaweza kuwa na that nini ya maximum of 2 years, president amalizane na hiyo term. So that one will also change everything politically. The last one is this issue of Mt.Kenya. You know where I come from? The people of Mt.Kenya, we call them our uncles. Though it has been used on negative issues, on negative aspects, that the Kalenjins call them the uncles, but historically, for those who like history, if you follow, the great-great-grandmother of one of our supreme elders was from that region of Mt.Kenya. That is why we call our uncles the Mt.Kenya region. So the noise in the Mt.Kenya region, I believe it has a meaning. When you see Mt.Kenya fighting, they don't fight for something small. They are sending a signal to all camps, either us in Tanga and those in Baba's region. They are trying to get the Mt.Kenya people are so sharp. They always have a common goal. When they make noise, they know what they want, and what they want in the next government, they want a share, and they are trying to get somebody who will represent them in the negotiation table or in that table.
Excuse me, but
yes.
You come from Gideon Moy's place, yeah? Baringo,
no, I come from the northern part of Rift Valley.
Hiyo ni sehemu gani? Eldoret. Unafikiria ni kwa nini MCS huko kwa kina Moi ni wapi?
Baringo.
MCS wa Baringo walikataa BBI hivyo. Was it to punish Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila, ama they had a reason to do that?
They had a reason. They had a reason.
Okay. I thought it was to punish Baba na ndugu yake. Kizito. No. Oh, you have 1 minute.
Okay, my 1 minute is just to first I would like to
wait, Kizito.
So, Tex.
Yes,
tell your people, tell my uncle that they are taking too long. to
Which
bring
uncles now?
so you are my uncle, so you come from Mt.Kenya.
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Always
I
talk like you
don't.
come from Kenya. Okay. So you see the
No.
Mt.Kenya people, we are waiting for them to give us who will represent them in the table. So let's give them time. They'll still, because you see, everybody wants to be that Muturi is here, Waiguru is here, Wairia is here. So let's give them time. But I know they'll, I'm not sure if they'll support Ruto 100%. But what I'm sure, they'll not support Baba. That is my submission.
But I'm married to a central person, and I'll tell you for free. The contest at the mountain is not candidacy at the top. Ni za huku chini, who becomes the spokesman, who becomes the person bearing the interest. But in terms of the presidency, you can rest assured that it is the chief chicken seller, William Ruto, who will be Mt.Kenya's candidate. So hizi zingine ni kutafuta relevance, so that should not really worry you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Jex. I believe that's an information you've gotten from your partner, maybe, because you don't come from that particular area. So, Kizito niaje?
Okay, thank you very much. First, I would like to start.
Niaje.
I'm good.
Umeshindaje?
Niko poa.
Mko poa?
Niko poa.
Ah.
I hope you understand Kiswahili. Niko poa.
Okay.
Come on, Kizito.
Okay, you know, I'm just happy because he's giving me 1 minute. That's why I'm trying to run with this my 1 minute.
I've not given you 1 minute. 1 minute was for Serkal.
Okay.
How can I do that? You are in plural. I'm plural. So you have your time, Kizito. Do something.
Thank you very much, members. The only thing I would like to start with, Mr. Bartai, you have to know that Kikuyu, let me call it Kikuyu, they are not our uncles the way you put it. Even you belong to our side of Luos. If you ask Hayaga, he will tell you how Nilotic people, how it is. So we marry from them. Me, my third wife is from Central. So we cannot call them our uncles. Yeah?
We can call them our in-laws.
Our in-laws. And you know, anything you are getting from your in-law, you have to bend low. You cannot force. If you force them, they can even take their women from us. That's why we are trying to lure people like Ashley for them to at least know that we people also from Lakeside, we value them. Secondly, what I want to say about, but I was talking about BBI or this thing that we prolong the, he is not a lawyer, but from my point of view, Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto, even these lawyers, now we are going to a court of appeal. Do you think that these lawyers who are going there, this case is not just a case whereby you go to a lawyer and tell him that I beat somebody, come and represent me. They know that they have to go and discuss something, and they must have points to convince the other judges. If you look at the appointment of these judges, do you think they are small judges, small lawyers? Lawyers, I mean, not judges. They are people with constitution in their heads. People like Orengo, they cannot just accept to take money because even though they are going to represent, they are being paid. They cannot go in such kind of a thing that is being watched worldwide if they know they cannot win. That's why, to me, where I'm seated, these people, they know what they are going to do and they know that this thing is going to pass. And remember, even those judges, they studied law like these lawyers also. Thirdly, we people of Kenya, I tell you, you can put it at the bank. central people, now the chance is leaving them. The only places we don't have Rift Valley, we don't have Central. With them in Rift Valley, we give them opposition side. They will be there. In Central, because they are the big boys. When I say they are the big boys, I know, because all the people who matters, they come from Central. They just want a place where they can be presented, where they can have a leeway. Because in every power, in everywhere power lies, even these business moguls you hear, if they are not in good terms with the power, they will never prosper. That's only what I wanted to clear. In case, if only somebody will have a question, they can ask me to elaborate further, but for me, it's only that is what I wanted to put clear. Thank you.
Let me, I know very well, I understand very well, all of us came from from Sudan as Nilotes. I know that. But when we subdivided, we became Highland Nilotes, we became River Lake Nilotes, and the Maasai became Plain Nilotes. When we became Island Nilotes, we interacted with the Bantus. And we married from one of our elders. I said one of our elders, who actually happened to be, he was a prophet, or he was a supreme leader from our region. He married from Kikuyu. That is why Kalenjin is called Kikuyu Kamama, which means uncle's place. There are uncles. Not all of us, but specifically to Kalenjins. You can look for a Kalenjin, he'll interpret for you, he'll tell you the story.
But Clinton, honestly, let me ask you, if we go back to Sijui River Lake Nilotes, the Plain Nilotes, what will happen to the Bantu, given that Kambas are Bantus, and we know their political affiliation is different? So basically, I don't think really politics is determined by
I don't
the
even see.
origin of.
I don't even see the reason as to why they should say I also came from Sudan, and I am staying in Homa Bay.
Yes,
Man, I
I
am a
was
Homa
just
Bayan,
trying to
man.
correct him in this area. Leave alone, I was just trying to make him know that when we are talking here, somebody who study historian like Ayaga will tell you that Masai, this Kalenjin, they belong to Nilotic. This is what I was trying to say. Me, I don't. That one doesn't
So
come into
are we
politics.
are we going to vote in terms of being
No,
a Nilot? Because hata tukiungana Nilots wote bado watatushinda. Bantus,
So what will the Kushites do?
Western na wale wengine.
Politically. No, it was, we
What
were
will
not
the
talking
Kushites
politically.
do?
It was not a political.
Naona hii siasa ya 2023 imefanya hadi tuna trace tulitoka wapi.
You know, the problem is fresh
Kina
minds from
Randall,
school like Ayaga. Ayaga will
kina
tell
Oria
you for
watakuwa
free.
wapi? Kizito, wewe ndio umeleta hii kitu. Oria watarudi Somali, election ikifanyika warudi. Wakuje sasa tuwaambie rais ni huyu.
You know very well, Randall, they are Kusites. They are Kusites. So when we are talking, I was just putting it that we don't put in-laws and we don't force.
Kizito, kuna mtu anakuuliza aje?
Eh?
Kizito, there is someone who is asking, kwani walipokuwa wana migrate, they left everybody. No one was left behind to be saying, sisi ndio tuliachwa kama the Nilotes, wenye sio River Lake, sio Plain Nilotes. Why don't we have remnants? Ama hizi tu ni story tuliambiwa.
Kizito.
Mbona kuna remnants? Kwani walihama wote?
Kizito, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm a big bro. But I just want to interject. I just want to say that for me, I'm something they call. I'm not a Christian. I'm not Muslim, and I'm not in any religion. I believe in something called the Israelites, the Black Israelites, and I believe all Israelites came from Kenya. And the 10 tribes that were left in Kenya, in Africa, most of the 10 tribes were left in Africa. From you had Noah, Moses, Abraham. Then Abraham had Jacob. Jacob became the 12th tribe of Israel. someone taken into slavery on the four corners of the earth. If anybody knows the history of the biblical, what it says, there's no other place that was slaved. I'm talking about Arab countries were never slaved, Europeans were never slaved, the Chinese were never slaved. If anybody reads history, slavery came from Africa. So the 12 tribes right now are still in Africa today, the remnants. Judah was one of them that was taken into slavery, but there's still a few of them. So when you break these people down, when the Europeans came, they gave us this Bantu, these Cushites. But the more deep you look into it, we are the remnants of Abraham, the seed of Abraham. The ones that found themselves in the Western world are usually the Ishmaelites, who was Ishmael, who are Muslims, and you have the Esau. Esau is also found in the parts of like the Russia and places like I believe in China. So thank you very much for talking about that. But we are still brothers. If anybody wants to know, that's why I laugh, because you don't know how deep you are and what you're talking about. The depth of it is my passion.
Randall, mimi umeisema deep sana. Mimi kama mkazi wa Homa Bay, mimi pia nimetoka hapo kwa Abraham, ya?
Mr. Randall,
Lakini hapo
carry
Sudan
up my
hapana. Hapo
hands.
Sudan
With
hapana.
me, Clinton, just 1 minute.
You're my brothers. You're my brothers. The confusion that came afterwards. The devil came and forced us.
Me, according to what I know, I only know politics. About history, me, I'm a metal. When you take me back to metal things, is what I am specialized in. I don't know anything in history. That one you leave for Ayaga.
That's why
Ayaga should tell us what happened.
I don't go deep until I don't even understand where I belong to.
Ayaga, tell us. Walihama wote ama kuna wale waliachwa nyuma?
Oh, thank you very much. We have Israel's tribes in Africa, and that's the place we call Chachamani in Ethiopia. Those who are going deep in history, Chachamani, they believe that when that lady Jezebel, is it the lady Jezebel?
No, it's not Jezebel. It's Queen of Sheba and King Solomon.
Yeah,
Sheba,
she's called Jezebel.
Yeah,
but her name is Jezebel.
Yeah, Sheba. When she left, they know the part, the northern part of Africa, because Israel is also Africa. Because even this canal was just dug by the slaves you are talking about the other day. So there is no separation between where Israel is and Africa. Though that is the northern part of Africa, and it falls right inside the Sahara Desert. To put that end, let end that. But Serikal I know Ndege, but this one is called Bartai Serikal. Bartai Serikal is right. Koitalel, married from mountains. You can either call them your in-laws or your brothers. That is allowed. Your uncles or your in-laws. That is allowed. Finally, mi nataka tu kuongea about mountains.
It's not Koitalel. It's Koitalel grandfather. His name is Koilege.
Si Koilege Koitalel. Ama you want to dispute
Koitalel is a Koilegen is the grandfather of Koitalel.
Those guys who are maintaining the last name as the surname, my brother, go to the history. If the name Koitalel is not belongs to the prophet you are talking about.
Alafu,
so
Ayaga, kabla hujaendelea, Bartai, mbona msichana wenu aliua baba yetu Luanda Magere? Unajua Magere angekuwa rais wa kwanza wa jamhuri hii. Ama alikuwa jiwe. Kama alikuwa mtu bwana. That guy was very strong.
No.
He was killed carelessly.
History ya Luanda Magere was killed because he married from his brothers. People like Bartai, we call them Jalango. Jalango in original Luo means my brother. So he married his sister. So if you married your sister, he only come to spy you. Those two are not our in-laws. Lawyers are our in-laws. But Rift Valley Kalenjins, those are Jolango. Jolango, my brothers. So in fact, Luanda Magere did a mistake there. I think we should end that. Can I talk now?
No man, that guy could have been the first president. Why kill him? Huh? Ama alikuwa jiwe. Wajua sielewi kama alikuwa mtu ama jiwe. Kama alikuwa mtu angekuwa rais.
But you
Clinton,
know,
I think
Clinton.
you should come back to the present
The
world.
topic. The topic that we was talking about, I think we
Man, I will never forgive. I will never forgive the people, the likes of Bartai, for killing that man. Giving him a girlfriend, man, then.
That one is why you see we are very much afraid of Ruto, because those people, you can't trust them.
But they are your brothers now.
Your brother in
Bartai,
power.
pole kwa kukuingilia. Pole.
No problem.
Power.
But Clinton,
Yeah.
Clinton, just to summarize your story, yeah, Nilots and all, you see, it is very funny that Nilots themselves are not uniting, but we want a Nilot Luo, a Nilot Kalenjin to unite Kenya. So basically, I think kianza kudebate hivyo itamaanisha sasa wacha tutafute Kushite.
Nilot tunawapima tu. Nilots wakale wamewahi unga Nilots, River Lake Nilots. So it's time the River Lake Nilots waunge the Highland Nilots.
Clinton, come back to the topic.
Kisito and Ayaga and Clinton. Deni yetu bana, tulipane bana. Tumanizane hivi tu mapema bana.
Hata nyinyi mlewa Luanda Magere bana, hatujasahau.
Umejua nini? When you want to pay deni, you start from old deni. Usikujie deni. You people always talk about kulipa deni. You don't know that you people, you owe us a lot. You killed our hero. We have never killed anybody from your people.
Yeah.
Can you bring back Luanda Magere, then we start paying you?
In 2007,
you gave us your deni yesterday. You want us to pay. What of us that you took from before?
Kisito, in 2007, before actually we went for a collision in 2007, we brought you. There are some things we tulifanya. Wazee walikuja kwenu na pombe. Nafikiri tungeunda collision bure.
Kizito,
tulishamalizana na mambo ya Luanda Magere, tulishaomba msamaha.
Kizito, na huyo msichana wao alituzalia kweli? Alikuja tu kuua alafu akaenda.
Alikuja tu kuua na kuenda.
Kizito.
Alisa.
Alipata mtoto.
Ayaga mtoto wake ni nani?
Alikuwa anaitwa Okoyo Pundaratego. Then in Okoyo Pundaratego's family generating, that's where Ondeto generates from. That's where the Ondeto generate from. All those people are from Kenya.
If you know, we
can I say
from
something?
Nilot, we name people according to what happened. If you hear the person that he gave birth to is called Okoyo Pundaratego, which means that name alone will prove what he is.
Is it just a moment? Let's have
what does it mean? Excuse me, I'm getting lost here.
Just a moment, Radol. Radol, just a moment. Come on now.
Hey, what's up, man? Come now. Come now.
Come now.
Yes, take over the show. Naona nikiwa raia na enjoy sana.
Bartai kidogo tu. Bartai, just a moment. Just a moment. Before final. Before final. Come now has something burning. Let him say.
Yeah. So I've been listening to you guys. It's good to talk tribal. Tribal is good. We are all family. We are together. And I wanted to just I'm in diaspora. I'm in the United States, and I've been watching. Okay. I'm a fan of you guys. So I'm a little worried. The reason why I'm a little worried is of the young people. The issue of Central Division is a design. So the reason why I'm worried is when we were living, when I was in Kenya and I was in the reign of Moi used to give us milk, chego, murusik, or milk. and YK92 was giving us 500 shillings, and we are going that way. We are going back that way, and I feel like the division of Central is by design and to benefit one particular group. So I wish all of us as young people, it's good to talk about all these Nilots and all that. Young people can think outside the box. How can we start bringing technology economy? Why has this government failed? Why is I love the vice president. I met him. Why he's been in the government since 1992 and he has not talked about wheelbarrow? How comes he's been in the government for 8 years? He's never gave people wheelbarrow then. Why is he giving people wheelbarrow now? So I wish and I pray that one of you can run for presidency and bring something different, because we are going back to the circle. Oh, Raila has been there for a long time. Oh, Ruto, he's been there for a long time. So we as young people are not thinking, why can't you, Serekal, Kizito, run for presidency and bring something different? In my heart as a Christian, these people will never bring something new. Why so? They've been in the government for a long time. How come they haven't done those things already? We are falling into the same trap of Moi. You're falling into the same trap of Raila. We are falling into the same trap of Uhuru. And we as young people are not seeing that. I wish somebody can, what's the name?
Come on. Can I add something onto that? Which I think you said is that we have a lot of questions. Why? There's always that why, but we never get to the Z. There's always the why, no Z. So why are we not getting to the Z? We're always stuck on that why, circulation. So for me, I always question, there's a lot of whys, but there's no way to solve it. What's the solution? And that's why this show, I'm always like, us when we come together, can we find a solution? And what is the solution?
Okay,
you pointed something out, which is in my mind, what you just said.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just going to fill up on what you just said. We're looking at Ruto. Okay, I'm bored. Raila, I'm bored. Uhuru, I'm bored. The same old thing. You keep on eating the same food over and over again. You're like, man, I need a new dish. You know, I'm getting tired, or drinking the same drink, you know? So when I look at that, I keep asking myself, what are we going to do? And even in the comments, you keep on hearing people saying this and that. So for me, it's different especially for me, I'm in UK and you're in US. As you do know, like when Obama came, Kenya relies on people who have money and influence. Akona pesa. You are nobody.
That is the point.
Thing, but you have no money. They won't listen. But some guy with a suit and a tie, spreading money all over the place, Amaibakula. Amenunua. That's your 5 years you have sold, and you'll be crying for the next 5 years because you sold it for like 500 shillings for 1,000 shillings. Now, for places like America, when Obama stood up, the Latin community put money together for Obama to do his campaign. He went to all the communities, all the businesses, and they put money together for Obama. Obama did not buy the votes. He spoke his ideology, and people bought to his ideology that America needs a change. And America thought, we need a change. And they said, we'll put money to you, Obama. So if Kenya could come together and say, you know what, all the rich people say, we're tired of you rich people buying our country and selling our cars to the cheapest, buyer. The solution is, who can we put money together and say, I'm willing to put money for Clinton. I'm going to find a check of 20 million for his campaign. I'm willing to put money towards Jake's. I'm going to put 50 million towards his campaign. He hasn't got money. He hasn't got a job. But his ideology can bring a change within the country. Now, is that possible? Because we're going to sit there and be bought over and over again. I just wanted to point out so that why you're saying, why are we tired of the same people? Ruto, Raila, Kalonzo. Why don't we get someone new? We need some university graduates coming up. So I just wanted to point that out. But thank you very much. That why it's really going around in circles.
Let's say something.
We hear you, Lando.
Before I give you back, one last comment.
Okay.
A good story about, I love history. I'm mixed. I call myself hybrid, Kisumu, Kikuyu. I have a question and I have a comment. the politicians, they've understood us. There is a setup. They know we make them poor, we make them miserable, we control them forever. That's what they've done. They take all this money, they take all this contract, all this good stuff, and they control us. Years ago, when Ruto visited America, nice guy, I talked to him, took him for tours. Kalonzo promised me personally to go back as a vice president and clear up the garbage in Nairobi. Remember, there was a garbage place there. He never did it. But I knew one thing with Ruto. I took him to the Truman Library in Missouri. I knew that guy is smart and he's up to something. I met Raila also. Raila, he has done a lot for the country. Kudos to him. So I have a question. So my thing is by design. They make us poor. They give us wheelbarrow. They give us handouts. So they will control us forever. Unless we wake up, this is going to go on forever. Unless we say, we don't want your money, we want to change. So my question to all of you, how comes, to Kizito or anybody, how comes Luos and Kikuyus have intermarried a lot? And I think even President Uhuru's son has married a Luo. But how come they don't like Raila? I don't get it.
Acha nikujibu kama mjaribu mwenye
I also want to answer you, Mr. Kamnao.
So wait, Kizito. Jex, allow me to answer as a real Luo from Kenya. Achana wale wa Sudan.
Actually, you know, Kizito is from Germany.
So unaona,
he might have forgotten some tips.
Unaona, the reason as to why we intermarry with the Kikuyus ni kwa sababu tuliwahi jaribu kuintamari na kina Bartai Sirkal. Unaona kitu walifanyia Luanda Magere. Bado tunalia mpaka leo. Luanda Magere amepewa dembo hata hajaza hivi tunazika rais mtarajiwa. Sasa hiyo ndio maana tumeamua tujaribu hapo kwa Kikuyu. Lakini Jex, wajua nini?
But the question is, why when it comes to politics, what happens? Mbona siasa ndio the difference in that?
Si nyinyi mnataka kila kitu, nyinyi watu wa Central. Rais Kibaki anatoka, mnataka ingine. Sasa mheshimiwa Uhuru anatoka, mnataka ingine. Si mtu achie hata na sisi, jameni.
I think you didn't understand my question. My question was, they marry together, they'll get along, but if it comes to presidency, they don't trust Raila. They don't trust Raila.
Yes, who's talking?
I want to.
Can I come in? Go ahead. Go ahead,
okay, Mr. Kamnao. First, when I'm answering your question, Kikuyu and Luos, they rhyme together. There's nothing, even any other tribe, even be it Somalia, we can get married. The only problem that always brings this is the politicians, they brainwash their people. Before, when I came to when I was in the East Podium, I said that the only problem the Kikuyus have, I'm not against Kikuyu because they are my in-laws. The only thing they have, a Kikuyu, just like Waiguru said, you can only hire a Kikuyu, but you can rent a Kikuyu, but you cannot buy a Kikuyu. Even my wife, whom I'm staying with, I cannot trust her until she will bury me. She will be buried next to me.
You're gonna be in trouble, man.
Yeah, because not that we don't love one another. We are in love, but the only problem, they were being brainwashed from before. That these Luos, they are very tough. If you dare leave them in power, you will never even get a couple from any. You will never get a cent. All this. Look, if you know corruption well, the Kikuyu, they are very smart. They are very corrupt, but they are very smart to an extent that they can even sell for you my tea at 5 shillings, and the same tea they will sell for you at 1 shilling. So they use brain, and this their brain. They don't want anybody who is smart. That's why you see, like I really respect the way you've talked. That Raila has done has done a lot to Kenya. Why don't you support him to go? Because he's the only person who can change. Just like Randall told you before, nobody in Kenya, even me, with my little money, I can't spend because I don't have too much money to go and campaign to buy everybody in Kenya. Have you ever seen somebody like Jimmy Wanjigi, whom even only one hotel is sold 72 billion? How many people are in Kenya? If he want to buy Kenya, he can buy each and everybody give 1 million. But for him, his money is his money, and he will never play around with it. If I take my small money, I come and campaign to be a president, and I don't have so many money, too much money, where will I go? Randall was very right. We go to those people who have money. They are the people who can go for presidency. Who are they? Ruto, Kenyatta family, Odinga family, Dida. Mwalimu Dida tried. You cannot convince Kenya with your mouth that, oh, I will build this, I will build this. A Kenyan. Go to even a Kenyan child now. Try to convince that Kenyan child. If you don't give her 1 shilling, she will never listen to you. Yes, right now you see people, there's a free primary education. I'm just finishing. This is my last point. There's free primary education or free school. But you find somebody, a parent who gave birth, he got married, he gave birth, make the woman pregnant for 9 months. After 9 months, the child is now in Form 4. The child is studying, is coming from Nairobi, Kisumu, to go and study in Mombasa. Then he wants government to help her. Why he doesn't see take this child to that Kisumu where the school is there, where the child can walk? They will never. And they are the same people who are saying government is idea. Who made you? Who told you to give birth to this child? Was the government there? We are Kenyans. That's the only problem. It's the plain truth that Kenyans will never understand. You've interacted with these people. They have got good ideas to help, but they have good idea to help. But the person who has got a good mind will never be left to lead.
Okay, Kizito, I just interject and say that we'll never change. We will change, and I think this platform does that because you got people with open-minded, and you have people in Kenya who are closed-minded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now
so
that
the more education we bring to the people, and then the more information we give them, they kind of get a view of options. Okay, I heard this guy from America. I heard this guy from UK. I heard this guy in Kenya, and there's someone on messaging saying that he's gone to Kenyan University and he liked the diaspora because the way he's mixing with them. It gives him an open mindset instead of inside the box. He's also hearing from outside the box. So he's growing up and maybe showing other people as well. So this is a good platform to do so. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, maybe a question to come now. What combination? Just a moment, Ayaga and Pinto. Before I even bring you
nakwambia hivi, ukimaliza call Mutembei directly. Naona ni saa 5 bana na kesho ni kazi, tafadhali. So mimi sitakuwa call Mutembei. Thank you.
Okay.
The question to you, Randall. Jack, waje nijibu Kizito kidogo tu.
Before mjibu, there is a question that I was to ask. Come now.
Okay.
Now that it is what it is, that at the moment the options that we have cannot really be changed as easily as we wish them to. What, according to you, from an outsider, what are the combinations that would work for either Raila or Ruto to make them go to power? What dynamics? What will inform their campaign? What will be the strategy? What would you, as an outsider, say? What would really be the best combination for either of them to hit the jackpot?
So, because I give it to Ruto. I give it to Ruto. Very smart, very intelligent. He did early. He knew somebody's gonna play him. He went to Central Ali. Good job for him. He did well. So the most important thing is changing the mindset and demographic of the people that they work with. So I'm looking at Ruto. Kudos to him. And the reason I'm saying kudos to him is like right now he has sent somebody to come to Seattle. I think the senator. What's his name? Yeah. So he's very smart. Yeah, very smart, very frugal. But I think the Constitution of Kenya, I thought it was the best, but I think because there's a war right now between judiciary and the executive, so there's an issue there. But I hope if any one of them win, because I think one of them will, they should start embracing young people. They should give young people opportunity. So my goal is let them use young people. Let them have campaign.
So a point of interjection, please.
Yeah.
A point of interjection.
Okay, yes, Kizito.
Mr. Kamnau, what do you mean by being smart? You people from with us here, our language confuse our English. I don't know what you mean by being smart. Being smart is
Can I say something on that?
Yeah, I'm just asking you, then you answer me.
Okay.
Being smart is how to steal with the paper or pen, or being smart is to go and rob.
No. Every politician in Africa, they get money through whatever means, through tender, whatever they mean.
No, just speak the truth.
No, I'm just saying.
Don't talk of tender because it's not tender.
Wait, let me finish. You get connection everywhere in Africa to get money. It's through connection. So whatever means he got his money is the way we think about it. We can't sit around and say he stole the money until you have the evidence. You can, until proven guilty. You can't say anybody did this and you don't know. You don't have evidence. So the reason why I'm saying he's smart is because he went to Central. And Central today is divided. He's the only person that has managed to do that. He learned from his master, Moi. The only way you help people is by giving them token, promising them and giving it to them. Very smart guy. And he thought,
thank you, Mr. Kamnau.
Let me finish.
Now you
One
see,
just a moment, Kizito.
One last minute.
Kizito Kidogo, let him finish. I'll give you a rebound.
This is the last minute. And then he knew the Kenyan people are religious. Okay? So where do you go to these religious people? In the church. And guess what? What do they like? Donation. And that's what he did. Every pastor, every reverend. I made a comment last month in Facebook. I don't think he's gonna win. A bishop went crazy over my head. I knew we were in trouble. He's smart. That's what I mean. He's smart. He captured the religious. He captured some of the Central, and the ball is on him. He's gonna win. That's it.
Before I bring in Kizito, that you have given us the combination and what would work for him as Ruto. What do you think would work for Raila, given that this will be like his 5th time trying to get the seat? What do you think? What are the dynamics that would help him finally clinch the seat?
Raila has to get the support of the president, the deep state. The deep state has to support him, and then divide the vote of Central. If he can divide this vote of Central and bring in all the governors from different regions together, then he's going to win the presidency. If a part of Central, Eastern or whatever Central can support him, a part of it, divide the Central, then he's going to win. And then the deep state. Because he has won several times, right? You know that. He has won several times. You know that. There's information. And they took it away from him. Now, if he has the presidency support, like the way they did it, so in Manyara said that he got an endorsement in Kisumu. So if he gets Uhuru, he gets a half of the Central, the presidency is him.
So basically, if I get your point, so that Kizito can now ask you a question. For Ruto, he kind of acted fast and early. So for Raila, he just needs to divide and conquer.
There you go.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, and keep his base. And keep his base.
And keep his base.
Divide the Central vote and keep his base. Keep his base. Yeah.
Kizito, come in, ask the question so that I go to Randall, then Bernard.
Okay. My question is, which kind of politics do we want in Kenya if we can only play divide and rule things? Because we are trying to include everybody. And you come now with interacting with these big people. you allow them to divide, especially central. You know, if you can divide one place, which means you will divide even Kenya. You've shown us, because that's what we study from politicians. When they come to give us what they are talking about, we listen to them. When we can see how do we call this thing in English? What you are telling us is what will make us vote for you. And if you can tell us that you are capable of dividing even one tribe, so which means, you know, about Raila is good. You said that when Ruto, the way you said, when Ruto divided Central, is going to take this divided side, is going to take that Nyanza, which is not divided, is going to take Western, which is not divided. My question was, you as somebody who is advising people, who is advising even young people, are you happy when Kenya is being divided?
No, I'm not happy. But what do you do? Because the problem is the young people are not listening. Do you know why they're not listening? Because they're in misery. They want handouts. You've seen them. When you give them wheelbarrow, they're jumping up. They don't care. You give them 500, they're jumping up. You give them a t-shirt, they're jumping up. So the system has allowed them to be that way. So the only way to overcome is to start factories, build employment for these young people. We have to start from scratch. And not now. For maybe 10 years is when we can see change. But right now, everybody, especially after the pandemic, the COVID-19, everybody is miserable. You give them 1,000, they'll be saying, come now for presidency. Come now for presidency. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm divorcing your sister because you are divided from us. Today, I'm divorcing your sister to go back to your Kikuyu people.
Is it don't break your home because of come now sentiments? Randall, same question to you, sir. Randall,
No, I just wanted to add something to that, which I found very hilariously funny.
Okay.
This is a game. It's like a football game, or it's like it's not. I mean, it's not a negative game in a negative way. I don't think Kizito understood what Kamal was saying. Kamal was just saying, when you got an opponent, you gotta find what his weakness is and what his strength is.
Okay.
So now Kamal has just pointed out what Ruto's strength is. And then what his weakness can be if Ryder takes advantage of it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So for it to benefit him. So I didn't understand that.
So according to you, the question is, I'm asking you, what do you think would be the combining factor to make Raila final clinch the seat after several attempts without success? So what would he try new? What would be his new game plan? Because by the end of the day, I think we really need to find a way forward so as to move from this narrative that has been there for quite some time now.
Well, for me, to be honest, the way I've been seeing it, I think Ryder he's had his time. He's done very good, and he's got very good. As Kamal said there, he's done so much. I think he should kind of step down gracefully with Uhuru.
Okay.
And for me, I'm looking at Ruto as again some of the people are saying, and some people have been offended by it. So he's come with this from bottom-up approach, which I kind of feel I understand that, because I don't think you can become a millionaire from basically then go down to making 100 shillings. I think you need the 100 shillings to work towards making $1 million. So you need to start to the bottom and work your way up. You cannot have a tree and you can go and, which you're going to have its fruit and you never planted the seed.
Okay.
So I kind of think that for Kenya, maybe he's looking at the bottom, the Bama Boga, the Boda guys. I don't know how he's going to do it. And these things I also heard Ryla saying was like infrastructure, first of all, secondly, infrastructure, secondly, and third of all, infrastructure. These are good because these things will give economy to the engineers, to the labor people. If you're not educated, you don't have to have a degree to do engineering and so on. So you can take them Changa and bricks. So there's all layers of people that can get employed within the infrastructure. So infrastructure is a good look. So I like that. The household narration is another thing. I think the hustle narration, according to the way we understand in the Western world, a hustler is more like an entrepreneur. Yeah, entrepreneur. You hear it a lot in some of the rap music, such as Jay-Z. You know, it's this thing of like you sell things from the back of your boot.
Okay.
You sell the things, you know, the mkokoteni, the wheelbarrow guy with the bugger, he puts it there and he starts there. That's a hustler. The hustler is he's always on game. He's always looking for what's gonna make money. You know, he's always on top of his game. And how he can double his stuff. So he gets 200, turns into 4. He takes the 400, turns it into 8. He takes the 8, he turns it into 16. And he goes on. Before he knows it, he's got 120. He's got 116,000. And he goes 16 million. But he started with what? With the 100 at the bottom.
Okay.
You start with one store. Before you know it, you got a chain of them. And that's what the hustler notion is. If anybody knows, according to my understanding in this country, you start small. But you build and you keep on doubling and accumulate. Before you know it, you're entrepreneur. So there's a difference between an entrepreneur, which is, I believe you can say Ruto is, because Ruto's got chains of businesses, I believe. Is that correct?
Okay.
Yeah, he's got properties, he's got all types of businesses. So there's that hustler thing, there's the wheelbarrow thing, and there's the bottom-up approach. So these things mean they're kind of triggering things in my head. I haven't heard anything that's kind of triggered anything from Ryder. The idea of Uhuru becoming dictator, I don't think so. Because according to my understanding, Uhuru didn't even want to come for the second term. The way I saw it. He only got into politics, I think, because he had the people, he had the numbers, and people wanted him. And I think he took a go for it. But I think he's tired of the media. He's tired of being on limelight. I think he wants to stand down and look from the other side. Maybe be an advisor, like like Moy and others. So I don't see Uhuru really like. To me, the way I see it, and when I look at him, I'm like, you know what? I think you're tired of this job. I think you done the best you could do. When you just want to step down and look and leave someone else, leave a younger person. A younger person I can see is really Ruto when I look at him. The other guys coming out, Kilonjo. I don't know about that. So the bottom-up approach, the idea of the hustler notion. And someone was talking about what does the system mean. Some people don't understand the system. So like, if you know Uhuru, you're more likely to become a president. If you have connection, you're likely to become president. No, there is a system. Now, the system is something called is principles or procedures in the way that things are done. Yeah, like a school, you go nursery, you finish nursery, you go primary school, you finish primary school, you go secondary school. Do you understand? Then from there you go to university and you qualify. These things are also implemented in the system. So you got to look at this person. What did he do? He was an MCA. From an MCA, he became let's say a mayor of our county. Done very good work. He moved on and he moved on. And when you become the president, when people see the change, it's like a CV. You know, you look at the CV or your qualifications. That's what I think. That's what the system is there for. So people ask, why should I vote for you? What have you done in the past? Where have you been for the community, and what have you done for the community? You know, from charity, which is a non-beneficial, profit benefit organization, all the way to having your own organization and businesses. And these businesses give employment and give people jobs, and even have people educate themselves through those businesses that you offer them.
Okay, thank you, Randall. I'll be coming to you and come now shortly. Just hold on there. Allow me to pick the mind of Bernard. Bernard, let me ask you. What combinations do you think will work for either Raila or Ruto to finally clinch the seat? Given that we that's the next thing that we're headed to in a couple of months.
Good evening, good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Kenyan politics is very dynamic. And like where we are right now, it has gone beyond personalities in terms of get this one to join this one and this one, then you have a winning formula. It's even those people you're bringing can come alone because they are also challenged on the ground by the other upcoming younger politicians. For example, bringing Weta does not translate into bringing Bungoma and Trans Nzoia as it used to be. He can come him alone as the senator and the few MPs that he has. So as at now, it is important that we look at it differently in the sense that what does the country need? Okay, because there is a danger of handing over the country to an individual simply because he has a team or he has an ambition to lead the country. In most cases, great leaders don't want leadership. The leadership is imposed on them, or they are forced by circumstances. If we look at it from the historical perspective. And so it becomes to me a very fearful experience when somebody comes full force and he wants to be, and that wanting to be leaves us no choice but to make him be. Now, that is one of the things that make me fear the DP's approach to wanting to be president. It leaves me afraid because he's leaving nothing to chance. He's paying any amount that it can be paid because he has to become president. And in my opinion, that's good for the country. It may be, it is his constitutional right to want to be president, to vie for president, but the decision has to be left by the people. It doesn't have to be a do or die affair. For Raila and the team, Kalonzo said yesterday that they are still working out on a super alliance, and confessed that they have never declared that NASA has died. And so in my analysis, I think they will come up with a stronger team. And in my historical understanding, where Kenya is right now, it will take more than one person to recover, and that is the team. And just like we had it in 2002, and had our economy recover from zero to surplus within the first 2 years, we need a strong team of different leaders from different regions putting their heads together like they did with Kibaki. But if we hand the country where it is right now, in the state where it is, to one individual who is ambitious by all standards, who wants to be our leader, whether we make him leader or not, let us just declare Kenya dead, we bury it and go elsewhere if there is another place. That is your sentiment, my last, I know you want to interrupt me.
No, I just wanted to ask you a question.
Raila has worked for this country. You want to ask me a question? Okay.
Yes. So my question was, what combination will either work for Raila or Ruto? What you have told us is the misfortunes of either. So what combination? What do you think will be the selling point of either candidate that will make them emerge victorious? Both candidates, without really minding who.
I already say. I want to answer your question based on the state of the nation and where we are. In terms of, we will, it's just like going to Central or wherever, Ruto going to Central and pick Kunjuri as running mate. That it cannot translate into Central following Kunjuri as at now. We cannot rule because there are so many around there that making wherever Moses Kuria running mate does not guarantee the central vote. So as at now, we cannot say that chukua huyu weka huyu pamoja umetengeneza team tuende. Mambo bado, and we will be wrong if we say that if Raila takes Kalonzo, takes Mudavadi, takes Joho, and takes Kabogo, he has won the election. As at now, it is too early to call for that kind of a shot. But based on the state of the nation I think the Kenyans need to rethink and embrace the facts at hand, that the monster we are faced with in terms of economic hardships and the bad whatever governance that we have experienced for the past 10 or so years, it has dug us in a hole that we cannot jump out at will. And so we must approach these elections with soberness, with that understanding that if we miss it this time, we are doomed. I was going to my point.
You're saying it well, Bernard, but you're not answering the question. The question is, what dynamics?
I told you it's too early to call.
Okay.
It's too early to call. You understand when I say it's too early to call? If as at now, even Joho does not guarantee cost. Okay, King cannot guarantee cost. Those things have been, they have been pulled out of his control as at now, and so I would think that whoever will give the face of Kenya, whoever will get the face of Kenya in his team, will carry the day if Kenyans will sober up, okay? But if they get into the euphoria where they are right now, it doesn't matter what else every other person does, they will do the mistake, and they're always prepared to live by it. Can I now make my point, please?
Kindly.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling that based on what transpired during the is it Madaraka Day in Kisumu, and the historical reality that was brought into play. Right now, it is not a matter of Raila wanting to be president or whether he's willing to vie or not. I believe we are in a position where we were in 1963, when Jaramogi stood on the floor and said, no independence without Jomo's release from prison. And the people around Raila and the rest of the team, I think they're having that moment as at now. And so in this one, I don't think Raila is going to have a choice, because if they must succeed in what they plan to succeed, they will have to beg him to be on the ballot, whether he's competent or not.
Okay. I don't know what you mean that we are at 1963 moment, given that we don't have any leader in prison, or what moment will what will create that moment?
Sorry, Jake, can I ask Bernard something?
Kindly do. Go ahead, Randall.
Bernard, you said something like, if we don't vote the right person, that basically you're saying that we end up voting for the wrong person, we're going to end up in a kind of a dog hole, we're going to dig ourselves into a grave. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Hello,
yes.
Bernard, do you hear me? Bernard, can you hear me?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yes. So
yes,
what would happen?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know what happened there. So there's I think it was yesterday, some people were saying, what would happen if, like, for instance, I think there was a plane crash and one of the president, his plane crashed, and what would happen with that leader? Is our hope gone? Let's say, I pray not, I pray that they don't get sick and they don't die or end up in an accident. Would that mean our whole life is finished? Or there's always got to be hope somewhere, so we can't rely on one person like, he's a savior, and if he doesn't save us, we're going to go to hell.
Randall, I think I get you. I don't know if Bernard does.
I get your point. Now, as much as our hope is not in 100% in the leaders, I'm just looking at it from the Kenyan situation as at now, in terms of our bad economic situation, our bad governance situations. Everywhere there is struggle. The county governments are struggling. The national government is struggling. Teachers are struggling. Nurses are struggling. Now, if we add another struggle on them, we are going to hold into, we're going to end up into a worse place than where we are. And that is why we must approach these elections with great care, because we have been pushed to the wall. If we are pushed further, we're going to have a revolt. And the revolt is going to leave us where Libya is right now. Where, the first world country in Africa has now gone to be the worst country in the world because of that.
With all honesty, sir.
With all
honesty.
Jakes, I just want to add, but I'd be happy. I would like if Ruto did not get the power and Raila go into power, I'd be very happy. If anything was to happen, and anyone got into power, it's still questionable. Where maybe Kalonzo came along or Mudavadi. People say, "Oh, you're gonna get presidency." He'll never. But these are the only people who are standing up for leadership, and they want to lead Kenya. We don't know how, but we still give them the opportunity. Some people right now are disappointed with what Uhuru did and the work Uhuru did, but that's the past. The past is gone. So we have to learn from the past and look at what we did in the past wrong, that we do it right this time. But if we don't have the right leader, if we do have someone and something happens, they get assassinated, they get kidnapped, they die, which I hope it doesn't happen to anybody, then we have to deal with the person that's there. So I'm just saying anyway, I just want a better Kenya, that's all. But I know
Okay. Anyway, allow me to go to Sam, because I seem to have lost Cam now. Sam, come in and you are next, sir. After Sam, you are the one who is next.
No,
Ayaga, you're next.
No.
Jakes.
You are lying, my brother.
Jakes.
You are
Give
you are lying.
Ayaga. Give Ayaga a little bit.
Yes, my friend.
Ayaga has been there for a while. He hasn't talked.
Just give Ayaga. Let Ayaga talk.
No, Sam, you had asked me in the private chat. That's why I was going to you then, Ayaga. But anyway, Ayaga, go ahead.
Bernard. That's unfair, Jakes. Please.
It's okay. Ayaga, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. When I wanted to make my points, you asked me silly things about Sijui Linda, like people like Luanda Magere, which does not even exist now. I wanted to say this. Come now ask a very valid point, but nobody answered him. Let me answer the Come now. Come now ask, we intermarry with the central people or central Kenya. But when it comes to politics, we differ. What's the problem? The problem is very simple. We have the central elites. I will call them central elites and low elites. That's where the problem is. If anytime these guys are together, there is no political violence in Kenya like 202. Yeah. But when they have different ideas, actually we suffer political violence in Kenya. So if these low elites and central elites, if they can just work together for the betterment of this nation, or put their political interest differently, we shall have actually a very peaceful election. Radal talk about something like money. My friend, it is only money that speaks and humankind listen. That is a Ghanaian proverb that it is only money that speak and humankind listen. Only that. The rest they will dispute. Now let me go to my point and the topic of today about what is going on in Central. What is going in Central, walisema mimi ni mtu wa kupenda historia, and I will take them back to history a little bit. What is happening in Central today is something that has been there. The problem, that button imekuanga changed from Western Mountain to another man in West. Like, let us take in 202. In 202, Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta were both from Western Kenya. And there was no problem. So these guys in Central Kenya, the division was created long time ago by Uhuru Kenyatta. The division was created long time ago in a way that many people didn't see it coming, but it's now there. When Uhuru Kenyatta took over the power, look at Muturi. Muturi constitutionally is third in command. When you are third in command, you are more senior than the rest in that region, politically speaking. If, God forbid, President and William is not today here, Muturi will take over the reins of power in this country. And that is reality. And then narrow it down to central Kenya. In central Kenya, Muturi is the second most senior politician. So, in reality, who do you want the game to coronate? The second most politician. The second most politician in game as we speak is Muturi, because after president is Muturi. And that is the creation of what Uhuru made there a long time ago, and they never realized in 2013. And look, the appointment of Chief Justice also have been thrown into Mount Kenya East, which is also politically speaking, and for now, it is not significant for those who are opposing this. They will come to realize it later in the days. Look at the Chief of General Staff, the Robert Kibichu. Though born in Nakuru, the guy is a Embu. He have some native from Embu side. Let me just say, put it Mount Kenya region. Yeah. So Uhuru knew very well, and even whatever Uhuru pronounced in Mululu, people took it as a joke.
Ayaga, for information,
Yeah.
Kibicho is from Kirinyaga, not Embu.
Kibichu I'm not talking about Kibichu. I'm talking about Robert Kibochi.
Oh, Kibochi,
Maybe
not okay.
just confuse the names, eh? Yeah, I just confused the name. Robert Kibochi. Kibochi, the head of military, CDF, Chief of Defense Force. I mean, yeah, the guy is from Mount Kenya East. Politically, if he traced, though they are the diasporas from Nakuru. So this thing was something that was planted long time ago. It germinated. Now the seed has come out of the soil na inaonyesha. Look at the people who are preaching tangatanga in central in Meru. Let us call them Mount Kenya East today, like Linthika Muturi. You can see they have changed the language. There is a young guy there who was elected independent, who was always with the Tangatanga William from Meru, Menki, I think. South Wapi. They have changed the language. So Mount Kenya East have come to a point that now they want power. And their brothers from the West don't want to leave that power easily. But that thing was planted long time ago. The division we are seeing in Mount Kenya, it will go on because it is not accident. In politics, there is no accident. That Muturi, some people wake up at the middle of night and they now let us coronate Muturi. No. In politics, everything is well planned, crafted, calculated, and they want to achieve a political objective. So Muturi coronation was meant to happen after Uhuru, because looking politically speaking, he was the senior most. Like Kibaki. When Kibaki was leaving, Uhuru was deputy prime minister. So he was the second senior most politician in central Kenya. But the problem, both of them were coming from Mount Kenya West. So you never realize that there will be division.
Ayaga, if I can ask you a question, is it okay?
Yeah.
Given that he was that Muturi was in Tigania and he lost in 2007, and ever since that, the only time he came into the limelight was when he was jostling for power against Kenneth Marende. I don't really wish to say he is a choice from the mountain direct, But what do you think informs the choice now that might tinker with how Mount Kenya votes?
You cannot treat somebody with losing an election. Uhuru Kenyatta lost in Gatundu South. In Gatundu.
But he redeemed himself, right? He redeemed himself and came back with TNA, right?
And remember,
so how has Muturi come of age? My question is, how has Muturi now come up? So as we can now say, he's now able to fit in the shoe.
Thank you very much. Politicians are made. You can be made politically. And that is there in politics. You can be made. In politics, people are made. When Muturi lost and he arose to power through Senate, like let us say now he's the speaker, the fact is, constitutionally speaking, is second in command. In Kikuyu, is the second senior most, holding the higher office after president. He is the guy that they can talk about. So the seed, that's why I'm talking about the seed of discord, was planted in central Kenya a long time ago. It's like Uhuru Kenyatta predicted that these people will rebel against you, or they will rebel against the decision you will be making in future. So the seed of discord was planted long time ago. The problem, people never realize. As much as he lost in Tigana, now look at the political movement that is going in Eastern Central. Bambarire is quiet. He used to be a Tangatanga. Linthika Muturi has now changed the tone. He's praising Muturi and governor from Meru.
You're getting it wrong, Ayaga. The issue is they're not defending him as a presidential candidate. They're supporting him as a spokesperson. So in terms of where the loyalty of Linturi and Cecil Mbarire lies, it is definitely with UDA. So what they are doing, they are defending the post of a spokesperson. They're not defending who is the presidential candidate. If you get those two facts incorrect, I think you'll be missing the point, because that's the dynamics of Central at the moment.
Can I say stop asking for what you want to hear and hear what is being said.
Can I say something before I go away?
Yes.
Okay, now Ayaga, when legend, is it okay if we can have now support Kidogo?
Okay, I want to say something before I go. What I'm looking at is either Raila or Ruto becoming president is gonna be okay, but also they bring in people that can help them improve the economy, like Mukisa Kitui. We're talking about Ndi, and I think they've realized that the demographic and people want change. So I'll be able to accept the presidency of Raila. I'll be able to accept the presidency of Ruto, but in 10 years after that, I think things will be different, because we'll be having a different outlook. By then, Raila will be older, and then Ruto will be done if he'll be the president 10 years. So then from then is when we'll be benefiting and having different outlook. So that's when we're going to start looking and getting different people. So 10 years is going to be rough, but after 10 years, there'll be hope, because we'll be having different leadership and different outlook. So that's what I wanted to say. But let's all young people, let's be united. Let's love each other and say, you know what, it's our country, it's our Kenya. Let's think positive. And I'm praying that people like, young people like, let me see, like I can't see your name, the host. What's your name?
I'm Jakes.
Jakes. People like you need to be in the leadership, and people like Randall, so much knowledge, Robert, Kizito. And if you decide, Jakes, you want to run for presidency, let me know. I can rally people here and contribute to the presidency. And then let me give you a last one. I was involved in Obama's campaign as a manager in the Midwest. I have knowledge, so I can be on campaign manager. So I want a minute.
Just a moment, sir, before you go. The last question, yeah?
Yes.
What combination? Because in Kenya, the constitution gives us the possibilities of a running mate, right?
Right.
Now, which formula, or who, according to you, would be the best suited person really rally people to really back the presidential bid for Raila or Ruto. If you compare them, who would you, as per your prediction, who do you think would Raila go with, and that might help, or who would Ruto go with?
Either of them, if either of them can pick a woman as a vice president, oh my goodness, that'd be it. If Raila picks a woman, women are aggressive. Women, every person, like, oh my goodness, the president of Tanzania is a woman. So women are being accepted. So I'm giving advice for Ruto or Raila. Pick a woman as your vice president. And then if you do that, then people are gonna go crazy. Women are gonna be like, "Oh, it's our time." Come, what's the name? Chief Justice. I was a woman, now Vice President. So if Ruto can do that, oh my goodness, that's it. Any one of them, if choosing a woman as a Vice President, that's it. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Apart from a woman, what else would really work for them?
Get somebody that I like. Mukisa Kitui. Mukisa Kitui got some knowledge. He's very smart. If you listen to him when he was talking about economy, that's what Kenya needs. Somebody who is smart, somebody who's been out there, who has knowledge, and he wants to change Kenya. So somebody like Mukisa Kitui would be great. And then they should get out of tribal. Get somebody from Mombasa. Get somebody from Western. And get it out of this mindset of other tribe thinking it's only Kalenjin Kikuyu affair. And that's a trap that we are seeing of Ruto. If Ruto can get somebody from another tribe, then away from Kikuyu, then that gives him a plus. But if you get somebody from Central, that'd be an issue. So my advice for him, get somebody else from another country, another place. For Raila would be okay with somebody from Central. He may be fine with that. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Cool, guys. A good show. God bless you guys. Yes, sir. Everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ayaga, can you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you very much. So what I was saying, that the seed of discord in central Kenya was actually planted long time ago. You know, people now think the coronation of Muturi is an accident. It is not accident, and everything in politics is planned, crafted, calculated. That move is shift, and now you can see the East Mount Kenya is moving. Advantage of Raila is only one: divided Mount Kenya. Mutai Nguni, when he was handed Uhuru and Ruto victory in 2013 by tyranny of numbers, he also said, if only Raila can achieve like 15% in central Kenya, shift and clear, he will win them as early as. So, perceptually, Uhuru got like 98% from central Kenya. If Ruto will not achieve, he can win. Yes, he can win, true. He may win and he will win at 70 or 80%, but that will cause damage to his political career in 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayaga. Don't go anywhere. I'll be coming to you with some questions. Some with one M and some with two M's. Let me start with some with two M, and then Sam. Thank you. Yesterday you made us proud. So I'll be coming to you in a short while. Let me go first to Sam. Sam from Germany, right?
Jack.
Yes.
Yeah, give some. Let's give this young man some first.
Okay, Sammy, it is you now. Go ahead. Now we were talking about this. What combination do you think would work? Given that we are a few months to the election, what would come into play, and what do you think would really happen? Given that we have maybe two horses, as people are trying to put forward, what combination would either work for Raila or Ruto, make them really clinch the seat eventually?
Yeah, actually, I agree with what Bernard said that it's a bit too early, but I can actually say like for Ruto, it's true what Kamnao said is that if he picks a Kikuyu candidate, I'm telling you, like whoever is running against Ruto is going to lose big time because just see this, right? Like Raila's in the past 3 election, he's been having 44%. Okay.
Okay.
So it's been consistently having 44%. And then when I see how Ruto, of course, Ruto is really ahead right now. Like, truth be told, we all know that, right? Especially in Central. But now if you look at the elections that have been going on in Nakuru, in Juja, I would expect that he should be getting like 90% of the votes. Okay, but you just come to find Uhuru is still catching something like 30%. You see, he could get 30% in Nakuru, 30% elsewhere. So that's why like Raila actually needs Uhuru on a serious note, because if the Mt.Kenya, for example, like what is the name, this speaker guy,
Muturi.
right?
Yeah.
You see the way he's not the spokesperson of the, is it the east of Central?
Okay.
The east of Central. So what these guys are trying to do, they're trying to divide the votes of Mt.Kenya for Ruto. That is a clear plan. That's what they're trying to do. And but for Raila, he actually needs probably like a Kikuyu deputy president for him to at least try and get the 30%. But
Okay.
Raila needs to maintain the NASA principles that he was having before. He needs
Okay.
Kalonzo, he needs Mudavadi, he needs even Joho in Mombasa, he needs Kingi in Mombasa. Let me tell you, if one of these guys drops out, let's say if Joe decides to go and link up with Ruto, that's it. Ruto is going to take over, right? And if Davadi decides to run, because today in the newspaper I saw Davadi has decided to go alone. He actually said that NASA is dead. I don't know why, Bernard, you're saying that there are some guys who are saying that NASA is still alive.
Bernard is still hopeful.
So
Bernard bado ako na what we call ganga za mganga ambazo mlaza mgonjwa ndani na matumaini.
I was quoting Kalonzo. Kalonzo said in Mbendile's funeral that NASA cannot die until all the principals have pronounced it. So we should ignore Sifuna and the ODM guys. The NASA is still alive according to Kalonzo.
But the brainchild guy who came up with NASA himself, the Mudavadi guy, it was his brainchild idea.
Yeah,
He's the
you're
one
right.
who actually crafted the NASA thing. So
yeah, it's true. Yeah, but let me just tell you the truth. Like I normally assume Davadi like he doesn't know what he's doing. Because truth be told, Mudavadi really needs Raila to inherit him. You know, if I was Mudavadi, what I could be doing right now, I could be clinching on Raila because Raila is aging and is going to leave politics very soon. So who is going to inherit the Luo votes? Have you ever thought about that? Especially like
maybe
Luo,
Bernard will tell us.
Luos and Luyas, they normally have some sort of relationship as well. So if I was Mudavadi, being that young than Raila, I could be following him around, even if he's going to lose the next election. At least at least you tried to show that you are very and by the way, I do
just
like
a moment, Sam. Just a moment, Sam. Just say, can you mute your mic? Joseph, can you mute your mic?
Yeah, he has.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me repeat what I was saying. I was saying Davadi needs to clinch on Raila, whether he loses or wins the election. Okay, because he's very like Raila is about to exit politics. It's a fact. Okay, but now if he exits, who is going to inherit whatever he's been doing? And now that will be the one who is going to show that supports him currently. You know what I'm saying? So what Mudavadi is doing and I normally like his style of politics anyway. He's a very good economist. I think he can do something great for the country. But unfortunately, he cannot win the next election. I'm telling you.
What does he lack? What does he lack? What does he lack?
He just
does he lack
common
charisma
sense.
or the ability to pull a crowd? What really is in him that really makes you say he doesn't have the muscle to attract a winning strategy?
Yeah, it's true what people they say. He's a Cerelac. That's what he is. Okay. So
he just go there, sir?
So now what normally happens is that he's just staying over there waiting to be endorsed. He's not doing anything. He has not. But by the way, let me tell you what normally makes someone win an election in Kenya. You need to have connection, serious connection, both nationally and internationally. And Raila has got that. And Ruto, in fact, today I was seeing somebody saying that that Ruto's campaign is being sponsored by George Soros. Did you see that? Right?
Yeah. And they even said he's taking it from abroad also. He's launching an office in the US.
Yeah, for the diaspora, and he's very clever to do that. And that's
he is.
And that's how you're able to get connection, right? But what Mudavadi does, like he just stays there around Uhuru, Kalonzo, thinking that they're going to just get it through the back door, of which is not going to happen, by the way, in the next election. So the only two horse race that we have right now is either Raila or Ruto. But for Raila to win, he needs all these people. He needs Kalonzo, he needs Mudavadi, he needs Joho. But if one of them drops, that's it. We just know who's going to win the election. It is as simple as that. So that's what I'm saying. What Bernard said right now, it's true. It's very early to actually know who is going to go to what direction. Because what can happen, actually, Raila is a very smart politician. He can just come around and then he just create a very serious lineup over there until he'll be shocked. He'll be like, what? How did he pull that off? How did he do it? So that's what I'm saying. Like right now, I cannot even predict who is going to win even the next election.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. I don't know if it is Joseph. Joseph, are you there? Joseph, can you hear us? Joseph, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So, can I allow you to come in?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
How are you guys? Yeah, sure.
Yes. Now we were asking what combination. We are good,
to
sir.
See you. And yeah, let me join this meeting. Okay, first, I would like to say that we as Kenyans. Okay, I'm Joseph.
Joseph, can you mute from YouTube? Can you mute the link from YouTube so that you can continue with the StreamYard? Okay, before Joseph comes back, Randall, let me ask you. Come now said that the combination that would work in 2022 would be either female or someone, if Ruto, someone from a different place apart from Central, or Raila, it would be someone from Central. What do you think? What are your thoughts, sir? Unmute.
Yeah, thanks, Jakes. I think I did say this before, I think a while back, and I think it's about mentoring having to be a mentor. A mentor is like, for instance, if you work for a company, first of all, you have a manager, then you have a assistant manager, then you have a supervisor, then you have something called a team leader.
Yeah.
Now, in these level of ladders, such as in leadership, which Kamau did point out. If I think someone's echoing back. Oh,
Ayaga, mute yourself.
Yeah, it's kind of messing up my yeah. So for me, it's like, for instance, if I run a business, I'd be looking for something they call a protege. A protege is something I think I can leave the business to, or the country to. So for the presidency, as I said, when I'm looking now, I'm looking at, Uhuru is a man of experience. Raila has extensive amount of experience, has a lot of wisdom, has a lot of connections. The young person that's in the group there that we see that's near, like if you have a football team and you buy one of the new players, if he's a striker, a midfielder, or defender, in time to come, he'll be the leading goal scorer. He'll be the leading player. But first of all, he has to come behind the players that are already there. Okay. So when Ruto came along, these guys were already there. People like Uhuru and so on, and Kibaki and Moi. So Ruto came along, and here he is. Now the question is, the next president that's going to come along, I don't know if I'm diverting, I'm moving away from your question, but I believe if it's Raila, I can see 5 years, but then I think he's got Ruto. Ruto is still young, to be honest, when I look at it. If it's Ruto can have a young protege. I don't know who it is. I'm looking around and I'm like, I don't know who's going to be the next one in the next 20, is it 2027?
Okay.
2027, correct?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Hello?
Just a moment, Bernard.
No, maybe you'll help me out. Yeah, we got 2022, then 2022. Yes, the next one's going to be about 2027. Is that correct?
Randall's suggestion for Ruto.
No, I'm not saying Ruto. I'm saying Ruto or Raila, anybody.
No, I'm just wanting to strike a balance. For Ruto, he needs an elderly person.
Okay.
Raila needs a younger person. So if Ruto goes with his young tax, the way they are surrounding him, the elderly Kenyans are going to pull out. So they are not sure of what the youth can do when they are left on their own. So he needs on his camp to bring elders.
Okay.
Yes.
So Bernard,
so Ruto needs more of the elders. Raila needs more of the young people. Yes.
Okay.
Right. So okay. That's your point of view, Bernard. For me, it's just anyone who comes along, the one that's going to follow him. Like you're a preacher. You work in a church, Bernard. So I don't know if you as a preacher, I think there's bishops, there's deacon, there's levels of people in your church.
Yeah.
So if you stand down, you have brought someone along to take your place. Is that correct?
That's true.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be the same age as you, or would be somebody younger than you that's going to take over your place once you stand down or you get promoted? If you can answer me,
it has to be
Randall.
Randall.
Thank you.
Okay,
Randall, just a moment. Randall, if you remember correctly, Obama and Biden was older, and so at times I agree with Bernard what he says. Age might come into play when it comes to the two candidates. So when one maybe is younger, an older one might help to attract the old generation, and the young candidate will also help attract the youthful candidate, so that we have a balance of the same.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing. And me looking at Kenya right now as a young generation, like 50% to about maybe 60% of them, they're really young. And the elders have held it for a long time, and that's the fear. So if you're going to change the blood and the new generation of mindsets, I think we need a new technology. People know about social media. People understand what the world is looking to do, like in development. So I think Raila, Uhuru, and the leaders in the past have made a pathway. Infrastructure. the new generation, where are they going to take that infrastructure to?
Okay.
So they made a step. So you took your child from primary school, secondary school to university, and you have a business. Where are you going to take your child to? So we are the children of these leaders that come from the past.
Okay.
So it's time for me to tell my child, it's for you to take over now, because it's time for me to retire. And me and my elders have done our part. That's what I'm saying. So if it's a woman, you say, you know what? In this time, you know, let my daughter run the company. Oh, she's a female. It's a truck company. Oh, it is building company. It does not matter. If she's done engineering and she's skilled in the job, let her do the job. These days, we're not judgmental. So as Kamal said, if it's a female, it'll be a good look. People will be like, whoa, well done, Raila, for bringing us a female.
Randall,
forward and inspiring the young females in future.
Randall, if maybe I can still inform you. If I can still inform you, sir, if you remember, Magufuli had a female vice president. The other day, Museveni still appointed a lady vice president. Do you think it's now Kenya to also, because it will be in the 3 neighboring countries, it will be the only country that has yet to have a female person almost at a very close range to the presidency? Do you think Kenya has come of age? We are just just praising our ladies, but deep down in our hearts, we have that male chauvinism where we know we cannot do it.
Jakes, that's a very good point you're saying right there, because I was there in 2016, 2017, and people were offended when I said to them, I don't see any female leaders in your country. I don't see anybody such as the community center who's leading in your community. So the MCA, I see men. Everywhere I see just men. So it's questionable. And if I'm not mistaken, Ethiopia's already had a female president. Is that correct?
Yeah, it has.
Yes. So they're ahead. Tanzania just had their female president. That's correct.
Yes.
But it's not about having an agenda. Can we find a woman who stands up? Like the way we have Nancy here, who's very passionate, who's a patriot of Kenya. If we can find someone in Kenya instead of criticizing her and seeing, let's give this person a chance. Correct.
So what really happens? Because even the gender issue, it has failed over 6 times. What really happens? What happens? What informs us even when we go to parliament? The male issue dominates everything.
Jake states that's the old mentality. This is a new generation. That's what we're saying. We got to let our young ones, go, come on, Dad. You know, let my sister do it. Oh, it's a truck company. You're the man in the house. You run the truck company, and you run the. No, if your daughter has got a degree diploma in engineering and she knows how to do building and construction, let her run the business. It's a new
Randall,
we got to support them.
Randall, you know, in Kenya, we do not have women like the ones we have here in the US. Like, let's say, Hillary Clinton, the way they have this strong personality, you know.
We're way behind.
The ones we have, if you heard what Randall said, sorry, just a moment. Randall told you and said correct. The strong women that we have are away, like Nancy.
We have justice the lady now.
Yeah, we do have. We have strong ladies.
Exactly.
Some are around, some are not.
So they don't have that strong, like, personality of really wanting to, you know, because they're so scared to.
I can tell you for free, Sam, if Nancy was here, I can tell you you'll be cold.
No, I was there yesterday. I was speaking with her.
Exactly. You have met her. You have met Nancy. And we love Nancy so much, but we want that. We want that passion.
Those are the ladies we have around. Ladies who can take you.
No, Randall, yesterday I was having conversation with Nancy until she left. She couldn't take my nonsense anymore. She was like, I'm done with you.
No, Sam.
I'm sure I don't know if she's online, but I'm sure if she comes back, believe you me, you'll be up on heels right now.
Sam, she didn't take it personal in any way whatsoever. She's just giving you opinion, and on this platform we was doing that. She's been here for a long time, and she was coming in now. As you see, Ashley and you see Angela. These are
Yeah,
brothers and sisters who are looking, looking at Kenya. But Africa is moving forward when it comes to female agenda leadership. Africa's there, and East Africa is in the front.
To be convinced, I don't see that. We are not yet there yet.
But I think some it's because they have not been given a chance.
Exactly.
No, you're not supposed to be given a chance. You're supposed to fight
for it. Work for it.
Yeah, you fight. You say, you man, I don't give a damn about what you guys think about us.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna stand for this, and that's it.
That's patriarchal, sir.
Yeah, they go for it.
Yes, you have to.
You don't
you're gonna
want
find
to be-
men coming to that side and say we like you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you know something, Jakes. Actually, men, they do love women who normally fight for something. Somebody who is so like, what you guys like, Kamala Harris, Randall.
Yes.
So
let me ask you something.
That woman is in another level. Like
Sam, let me ask you, sir.
Yeah.
If Kamala Harris was vying against Biden, do you think she would have won?
She can win.
No, let's take for instance, if she was in the ballot paper.
Oh, okay.
Against Biden, because I think Biden brought her more closer to the power, but on her own, just like Clinton, she was with Barack Obama, but on her own. I don't know what happened. Why didn't you guys put her on the seat, on the driver?
Jackson, you know how the question sounds? It's like asking Mother Karua. She was in what was it called? NAC? Was it NAC at that time?
Yeah, it was.
And she couldn't even attract a lot of crowd and all those kind of stuff. And there's some sort of inferiority complexity on especially Kenyan women. They don't want to push harder, because if you come in the United States, especially when you look at the Senate, you can actually see how women, they normally fight for what they really believe in. They fight for it. But now in Kenya, what you have is that women, they think that they have to be led by men in order for them to get exposure. So that is the problem. That's what I'm saying. It's going to take many years for us even to see a woman vice president. Even the way we are saying that maybe Ruto is going to get a DP lady, or Raila is going to get a DP lady. Believe it or not, I don't see that happening, to be honest with you. I don't.
But Sam, but Sam, before I go to Bernard, but Sam, I don't know, but according to what I see, I think the women are scared by the men, even though they try. You find them there, even during campaigns, they're body shamed, their families are attacked, they're bullying, they are bullied down, but not that we don't have competent ones. For example, I'll give you the professor who is in charge of Kenyatta University, forgetting her name. That lady has done tremendous work as a professor. She's even in the JSC. And Kenyatta Uni has really come of age in terms of the structures and all, the management in the institution. And we have and there are so many other ladies we can pick out from the crowd.
It's true.
But the problem that let me finish. The reason maybe that they may not really engage in politics is because our politics has been stained in the sense that if you're a woman, they attack even almost to your own bedroom. They come and defame you. If actually it is even worse when you're single, and and they come up with so many things that make it difficult for the woman. So I wouldn't really say that they don't really struggle. They do, but we men at times are the reason why they really don't want to engage in the form of politics. Because maybe that's the difference between.
Yes, but let me tell you something.
Do you know this person?
Yeah.
Sorry, Sam. Jake, do you know this person in Jomo Kenyatta? What you're talking about? You say she wanted to get into politics and people attacking her?
No, she hasn't, but she's
a chancellor.
I'm forgetting her name. Bernard, who is the professor?
Doctor who?
I'm forgetting her name, and she's
a chancellor or something.
I connect her name.
I'm forgetting her name, and I know it.
But she's
I'll remember.
political basically. But she's political basically, and she's getting attacked.
She's not into politics, but she's a performer.
Oh.
She's someone who can really do a lot, but unfortunately we don't find them engaging in politics because women, or rather the male counterpart, they have made it like, you know, they they bring all the demons against the ladies when they start.
No,
So that really.
But what I'm telling you, Jess, what I'm telling
it is
you,
competitive
it's not
politics.
different.
Competitive politics.
No, it's not different. It's not different from here in the United States. We have the speaker in the Congress. Do you know her name? Like guys even went to her house, and they were shitting on her garage entry, and they actually went and took that shit and started writing some insults on her garage door, and they even follow around and tell her that we're going to kill your family, we're going to do this. In fact in the United States is even more like crazy even compared to the United States. But now these women, they really fight, you know. They
I
really
found her
fight.
name. Sorry. She's called Oliver Mugenda.
Okay, Oliver, I don't know her,
Okay,
but I'm telling you, like you have to be a strong. You need to have a very strong personality to overcome even what men can, the type of intimidation even men can give you. But now, the only person that I've seen who is able to do that in Kenya right now is Martha Karua. She's at least, you see the way she even formed her own people to go against the BBI, you know. Oh, you guys, no, you're not gonna do this. Even if people, they say she's being funded by another organization, but she's very strong. She has a very strong personality. You know what I'm saying? So Hash is the only top woman right now in Kenya about that. Even if you threaten her, I don't think she can really get so like chickened out or anything like that. But now, if we're here saying that Raila is going to get a woman deputy, Ruto is going to get a woman deputy, trust me, in Kenya, people, they have problem with I don't know, with women. I'm telling you the fact. It's true. They do have.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a very long time for that
to change.
Yeah, for it to change.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
can we go to another topic?
Yeah, Jakes, what about if Raila becomes president followed by Uhuru, who was basically behind him? Is that possible?
No, that's not possible. Our constitution can't allow it.
They can't allow it.
Yeah, he has already served the presidency, so he cannot come back in any form of a president.
Okay, according to our constitution. Okay.
Yes, he cannot. Unless we change the constitution to bring a post like prime minister, then that maybe he may convince us that this is our new post, this is a new a new way. So maybe that's how. I don't know about you guys. Do we go to the next topic before we bring it to a close?
Yeah.
Jose, are you now there? Jose, can you hear us? Sam, can you hear us? Sammy with double M. Sam or Jose? Are you still there?
Maybe those guys are cooking or something.
Let's say something before we move on.
Okay, yes, Bernard, go ahead.
I beg to say something before we move to a new topic.
Okay.
About women leadership in Kenya, we have come a long way in terms of even women accepting to, even offer themselves for the seat. It's been a long struggle. And usually the really problem with the Kenyan women in leadership is not 100% men. Even the women themselves, they would trust a man leadership than a woman leadership. So the dynamics are such that if there is an election, let's say a constituency, and a woman is running and a man is running, you see majority of women are going to vote for the man and leave the woman alone because of their women dynamics. And so for Mother Karua, she's strong. Yes, she has fought for a long time from Moi's time. But her appeal to the nation is always questionable because of her manly approach. Unlike Charity Ngilu, okay? Charity Ngilu really slashed a very good sizable votes when she ran for president in 97? Yes. So it's something that we would need to give time for it to come up. But if there is a cause, like Kenya politics, there is a strong cause for that to happen, it can take place even in 2022. All we need is, do we need a woman president? Do we have reasons why that should happen? And if she gets the support of Kina Raila and the rest of the people, we'll have her sworn in within no time. But if the cause is not like, for example,
next year,
when Kanu had to go, by all means, okay, and a strong reason why things must change, and then there is a woman in the picture, and she wins the support of these men around, the strong men on national scale, she will sail through.
So for next year, you think that it can be possible for that to happen?
It will be a very huge accident, and it has to be a serious one. That is, when the closer we get to the elections, the options begin to narrow down. Okay, and then it has to reach a place whereby they are so cornered, and the only savior they have is to bring a female. For example, let's say the Raila team, they are out and devoted to stop Hustler. Okay, and then in the course of their board meeting, they come to conclusion that if we put a man in front, we have no way to stop this man, and we want to stop him. So they are left with no choice but to rally everybody behind this woman. If that kind of a scenario comes up, that can work. But as long as men have options and they can have a chance, they won't let no man.
Okay, guys, allow us to move to something, but before that, let me answer someone who is asking, does the constitution, it does not stop the president from being a vice president? Allow me to tell you to go to the constitution and read articles 146, 142, 145. They will clearly answer your question, right? 146 talks of the vacancy of the office of the president and how the DP, or rather the vice president, or the whatever, the deputy president, how he ends up being a president in the event of a vacancy of a president. So because of the term limit of a presidency being 2 terms, if the president dies, the vice president automatically becomes president for the remainder of the term. Yeah, because of that, the constitution cannot allow the vice president who has previously been a president to come. So it will be a crisis on its own. So Mr. Hezron, you can read articles from 42 all the way to from 142 all the way to 146 of our Kenyan constitution. Thank you. Now, can we go to something else, brothers? Now, we are here saying there are 2 horses. I want us to look at each of them independently and ask, has either of them made inroads in, let's say, for example, Raila had the Western vote well intact. He had the coast well intact. He had the Nyanza well intact. As per you, Sam, maybe I start with you before I go to Randall and Bernard. Do you think Raila from 2017, he has made inroads either in one central, the regions maybe he never really got much support? Do you think he has made inroads from 2017? Because as you have rightly said, Sam, that his percentage is always 44 in the last 3 general elections. So do you think his stay in politics, has he made inroads in either central? Has he made inroads in in even Rift Valley? Do you think he has made inroads? And can the same be said on Ruto? Do you think he has made inroads in Western, Nyanza, Central, or even Coast? Do you think these two gentlemen, because I think their inroads in any of these strongholds would determine the pool basket of the votes and maybe define who becomes the president? So I start with you, Sam. Do you think there are any inroads from any of the two candidates?
Okay, let me start with Raila, and what I can say is I think what is happening to him, he has lost a little bit of his support base. I won't lie to you, and the main reason for that is because like the people that have been supporting Raila, they've been supporting him because of his what is the word? The things that he was fighting for, you know, like now, like they were seeing him as a person of revolution and all those kind of stuff, and now for him to actually go and team up with Uhuru, it has created a little bit of backlash to some of his supporters, of whom I've kind of shifted back and seen him like he's not much different compared to Ruto. So some of them now right now they're saying, okay, then I would rather go with Ruto right now. You see what I'm saying? But again, what I can say is that his support is kind of an equilibrium, because what has happened, he has lost and gained at the same time. And let me say this: it's because of the elections that I've been seeing running, like in Juja, in Juja and Msambweni or something like that. And what I've seen is that like Ruto has been in campaign mode, by the way, since they won the last election. Like he started his campaign the following week. You know what I'm saying? So him he has been going to the people, and he's been he's been out there going to Harambes, donating money, created a lot of sort of passion amongst people by saying Hustler Nation and all this kind of stuff that people want to hear. But what I can say is that now what Raila is doing right now is actually doing a catch up. Okay, because Ruto is a little bit ahead. It's the truth of it's actually the truth of the matter. But now of the recent development that has been happening, and I can give you an evidence actually based on the Machakos election and the other one in Western. What places were those? Kakamega or something like that, right? And even Kisii. What you should notice is that like it's only the tribesmen, they normally make people make their decisions on who to support. You see what I'm saying? But now when you see like Machakos, how that's senatorial seat, how it went, you would actually see that that someone like Alonso, he still has a grip of Okambani Nation. That is a fact. So meaning that he can deliver. So if now truly Raila teams up with Ruto, he will maintain. If he teams up with Wetangula or Mudavadi, of which I don't see that going to be possible, but maybe we'll see. Maybe there'll be a miracle from from heaven. Then that is going to that is going to like still maintain its 44%. But now when I go to now like the central, now my friend, there's a lot of drama, and now this is how I come to Ruto. Ruto right now, the reason why he's so much ahead is because he's got only the Kikuyus and the Kalenjin who they actually make his main base of actually clinching to power. You see what I'm saying? But now, when you look at Central, very clear, each region has got their own kingpin as well. It's not like one kingpin. You'd say Uhuru is the kingpin of the Mt.Kenya, right? So when you look at the elections of Juja, Nakuru, even if it was MCA positions that was being, like, I'm telling you, Ruto is in trouble. I won't even, I kid you not, is in trouble because for the candidate who is associated with his name is unable to capture like 90% of the votes, because for him to become president, like without sweating, he needs at least 90%. I won't lie to you. So if he does not get that 90%, he is kind of dead. But when you go to Kisii, he's a bit lucky because they're like 50-50. So, and even when you look the past election of Jubilee, right, the way they were voted in, like you could actually see that it was almost the same. That some people could win some Jubilee seats in Kisii, while others, ODM, they could also win. So there's not much of a big difference. So now, in conclusion, I do not believe that actually anyone has actually gained anything. Even Ruto has not gained anything. I'm telling you the truth. The only thing that is for advantageous for Ruto right now is the incumbency and probably the Raila fear factor in the central region. But if Muturi comes in and they say and they start fighting with the other, I don't know, western part of central, my friend, you guys.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Before Bernard comes in, Randall, are you still there? Okay, I'm coming to you next, but let me answer this guy known as Hezron Kijianguli. 137 of the Kenyan Constitution gives the qualification and disqualification of an elected president or one who wants to be president. Clause number 3, Article 2B says like this, that a president will be deemed disqualified if one is in the second term, he is the vice president or the deputy president, or a member of parliament still in office. So I think I've answered your question. Just go to the constitution, you'll get your answer. Randall, do you think there are any inroads made in any of these strongholds, if we may call it so, given that we have these two, let me call them horses, that they control a huge basket of voters? Do you think either of them has made inroads in the opponent's side?
This kind of confuses me in a way that I don't know. I mean, as I was saying earlier, I think as some people have said, it's early. Confuses me in a way that I don't know. I mean, as I was saying.
Sorry, what are you saying?
Sorry,
Samilong, can you mute your mic?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, as I was saying, is that when it comes to these pockets of places, such as this debate here, that it was about basically Mt.Kenya divided as speakers. Justin Muturi, says he's the main lead speaker. So I was looking at that, and I don't really know about that and what's the division between Mt.Kenya and what's going on, and who's for who. But for Ruto, who's actually right now seems to be on the running. Sometimes when you look at a race, you can't say the person in front is the one that's going to win the race. For me, I'll compare it to like Champions League or football, European League. You might end up seeing Chelsea, Liverpool on top of the table as number 1, or Everton. But when it comes to the end of the game, at the end of the day, like this next year, when it comes to the votes, there's some underdogs people who are underneath, like maybe 5th place or maybe 6th place. So Raila and Ruto are the one that kind of on top. So you can have Man United and Chelsea on top, or you can have Arsenal and Chelsea on top. But underneath you got Tottenham. Underneath you got Chelsea and his other team. Then you start seeing they're losing certain points and some are gaining points. So later on to come, Ruto can start losing points and Raila start gaining points. And there's people at the bottom that might start coming up with point of view and just sitting back and watching. And they might come up with their points. So somebody who's on 5th place might come to be on 4th place, 3rd place, 2nd place, and you find him on 1st place. Even though they say this race is for 2 people, I'm still doubtful. Even the strongest person, the strongest candidate I see is Ruto, but I'm still doubtful. But he does bring points at the moment. Okay. And how long is he going to last? And what else is he going to bring forward that's going to capture people's attention? You know, we like this guy. We like the wheelbarrow ideology. We like the hustler ideology. We like the bottoms-up ideology. Mm-hmm. For Raila, the only thing I've heard is infrastructure, which is really good. I'm looking for other points as well, but he usually talks his debate, then he gives it to Uhuru, and I'm like, why are you giving all your, you're kind of giving a lot of respect to Uhuru right now. You need to be standing for yourself. When he says something, yes, you can do that. But I think you should be talking for yourself and why you should lead the country in the next election, why people should vote for you. While at the same time, that's what Ruto is doing. But the question, what is Mutavadi doing? What is Kalonzo doing? What are these guys doing? You know, because these guys are going to start stealing certain voters, Raila's voters and Uhuru voters. Now those points are going to start going down. So some people might go to Mt.Kenya and start taking those votes people are talking about. They're going to go to Ruto. Okay. So for me, I'm not really sure, but I'm waiting to see at the end up to the December. Then we have that one lap, that last lap, last lap. Who's got the energy? Who's got some people are sitting back and just running at the back, just keeping up the pace, and other people are really
splinting.
They're still in front, but when they start getting tired now, these other guys just start coming past them. This guy was in front. He's like 6th place now. So but I'm enjoying the race right now. I'm like, you guys go ahead.
Bernard will tell you for free.
That's my point. That's how I just want to put it. So these guys in the front of the race.
That's the reality.
That's the truth. It's still early in the game, so let's see what's going on. That's my point.
We still don't have the man of the match at the moment.
No, we don't. They're still collecting points. 3 points there, 2 points there, 1 point there, and there's other people underneath that are stealing points.
So we don't have an away goal. There's no away goal from any of the candidates.
Yeah, who's got the most away goals and who's got most home games? So we'll see.
Bernard, take it home. Ni wa kwanza kwa mwisho ama vipi? Do you think there are any inroads from any of these candidates?
From where I sit, we've been having only one man running, and he's been running against himself. So now he can claim to have gotten everything he has gotten, but the rest is far from being decided.
There are no competitors already.
What Tanga has now is simply because they have not been challenged. Okay. And if you've been keen with their response to their opponents, I tend to feel that they have a particular fear of somebody going to campaign against where they have campaigned. And that, to me, gives this other team a very high chance of overturning whatever they have done for 5 years. In one day. Remember what Kalembendile said in 2005? He said when they were selling banana, he said they will go everywhere and sell banana, but when Raila will come with orange, you just say one word and they lose 100 votes.
People go for the orange.
So when the home state comes, we are going to have, we will be able to tell. But inroads sioni kwa sababu backing up to 2013, 2017, you notice that Jubilee camped where? In Western, and they camped in Coast. Throughout 2013 all the way to 2017. Did that translate into votes? It did not. So Ruto camping in Western and camping at the Coast and camping wherever does not guarantee that he has made inroads. In fact, his greatest investment is in Central. And the Central vote, from my observation, since 1992 to date, the central vote, you only have it when they have voted. But before they vote it, you don't claim to have it, especially when you are an outsider. For example, 92, when there was Matiba and there was Kibaki, okay? Everything looked that, you know, it's going to go Kibaki way. Until the eve to the election is when everything turned. And Kibaki was left and they went for Matiba. And so the central vote is one huge vote, yes, but until you get it, you don't have it. So as Ruto may be counting it
So in
right
short,
now,
you're saying,
I will
so in short,
advise him, give him pastoral counsel, okay? Don't count the chicken until
before
the
they
eggs
hatch.
hatch.
Okay.
Now, hold on. On the other hand, from the political situation right now, Ruto needs Central with everything he has, because when he loses Central, he's done. Whether Musalia runs or Kalonzo runs or any other candidate runs, Raila seems to have a stable, especially in Western. I come from Western. He will still get his vote, just like he got in 2013 when David ran. So the percentage for Raila is secure. He may have lost 1 or 2, 3 votes here and there, but if he hits the road and he convinces his people, they have a way of trusting him. They will all come back to the basket.
Bernard,
Only
you
a
see, in
few
2030,
rebels
just a moment,
they walk
question
away.
to you, sir.
Yes.
According to you, don't you
Go
think dynamics have changed, given that maybe in 2013, we never saw Raila coming in government and almost dancing to its tune? And do you think handshake might have changed the perspective of the voter from Western, given that they're even complaining the benefits of handshake are not dropping and trickling to them? So do you think such might, and even this song of Luya Unity, don't you think you as a lawyer, don't you think it can change the dynamics?
Forget about those people complaining. If the handshake was not beneficial for Western, okay, they would have continued to demonstrate after Raila shook the hand. Raila has a command. When he says we go left, we go left. We go right, we go right. Not
When he says
because
he
we don't have
jumped,
a choice, but because we trust his decision. So, Kina Malala and the rest of the noisemakers from Western, forget about them. They are only looking for some political relevance using Raila's name. But when Raila hits Kakamega, Muliro Gardens, and says, this is how it happened, and this is how it worked, and this is what happened, the moment he explains himself, he will win the hearts of the people. They will go with him. So nobody in Western can shake Raila's vote base, in my opinion. A few people can go, like, for example, Trans Nzoia is always a mixture. And then we have the Bukusu and the Maragolis, okay? They are never in the same basket. They only voted one basket in 2002 with the Wamalo Kijana. But our differences and our disunity in terms of voting in one block, that's our heritage. And I think every other Kenyan community needs to come to Western for benchmarking so that we have one vote, one man, not
my friend, I
one
think
group,
you're really
vote.
blowing your trumpet.
And I'm not
Samilong,
lying. So
Samilong, before I come to Ayaga, Samilong came slightly a few seconds mbele ya Ayaga. Ayaga, you have a point of order?
I have a point of order.
Okay, go ahead then, Samilong, come in.
Bernard is hiding something. Just say this, right? A political rock. You can choose to sharpen political tools or weapons on him, or you can choose to land the political tools. So what Malalas and whatever they are doing, they are sharpening their political weapons on Raila. Nothing like the handshake goodies are going to Kisumu or are going to where. Those people are just doing simple things, sharpening their political. I wonder when Raila is exit the politics, you will see most of MPs will fail, because most of MPs in Kenya and senators and governors, their agenda is Raila Odinga, even in central Kenya. As much as you can criticize Raila Odinga, they will vote you. I remember Moses Kuria. William went there to campaign for Moses Kuria when he was competing against himself, and he told the Gatundu South people, huyu ndio dawa ya Raila. So Moses Kuria was voted out of nothing, but kukua good critics of Raila Odinga. So if Raila Odinga exit politics today, those people they will lack nothing to sell. And I think those people need Raila Odinga in strong politics than even the people you think are abusing Raila Odinga left and right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Wow, thank you, Ayaga. Samilong.
Thank you, Jix.
Niaje, how are you? You've been lost, sir.
Nimekuwa tu around lakini mashughuli kidogo, but I'm glad that I'm back.
Okay. Niaje leo tuonyeshe kama umevaa suti. Bernard would want to see your face.
Yeah, no. maybe later on.
It's okay.
First wacha nianze tu na huyu Ayaga, bishti yangu.
Haya.
Ayaga, your perception about Korea and the rest is very wrong, because not everything surrounds or goes around Baba. One of the reasons why Korea was voted, and if only that you have a myopic mindset kwamba everything is about Baba, you would get that Korea is actually he's gone down in Mt.Kenya history kwamba he's the one person mwenye amefight against somebody who is in power, because he fought against somebody that the president was appointing directly, and on his own home ground, na he was able to win the election. So people from that area, hata ukienda kuuliza, it's just that you people don't want to do that. You're making perceptions. They voted for him because they said he had the balls to go against the odds, and that's why he was voted. Second thing, Bernard stands to be guided that not every single day that people are stupid or ati kwamba they don't know better, because what you've just said or what we have just alluded to is that people from Western do not know better. The only thing that they know is whatever Baba says, that's what is the gospel truth. That is not the case. These people are growing. These people are getting education. These people are seeing the lies underneath everything, because they were able to detect and see the advantages and the trickle down benefits here, handshake. And the way you have also alluded is that in Western it is one vote, one man, one vote. So do not be surprised kwamba kesho ati things will not go the way you want, because or the way you think, kwa sababu people from the Western side tend to do things according to themselves, because that's, I mean, clearly that is why even your leaders are up to date and nobody's agreeing with the other one. Kila siku they talk about unity, but that unity wakati tu wamesimama kwa mazishi, and then after that kila mtu anaingia kwa gari lake na ameenda kwake. They don't talk again until ile siku yenye watakutana tena kwa harusi ama kwa mkutano wa wazee. So apart from that, I'd like to talk about hii story ya division about in Central. I don't really think Central is divided. This is just a way of people trying to out voice the other person, kwa sababu ukiona kina Waiguru, they're just afraid that if we let Muturi's inaitwa coronation stand, watakuaccept and the carpet, and they need to remain relevant. But basically, what usually happens with Central, and history has it, is that Wazees are the ones that do everything at the last minute. And because I don't really, according to statement here, Justice Muturi, he says that he is the one to be the head of Mount Kenya. The two means in future, si saizi. So that means that he still identifies and he still recognizes that His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta is still the head of Central of the Mount Kenya region. We have seen that there is a resuscitation of the Mbas, the famous Mbas from the east side, east side of the Mount Kenya. Most definitely, you know, when Mbas get resuscitated, something is going to happen, because now there's going to be there must be another new deal on the table for them, because otherwise, if you don't do that, then the Meru and the Embus, most definitely they will do intentionally. And you know, on the Bantu cohort, the Merus are the most stubborn. So when Mbas get resuscitated, then I'm very sure that Akina Muturi and everybody will now start looking for some other ways of marrying these people again. The other thing is about Tangatanga. People keep on fighting with Tangatanga ati mnasema kwamba Tangatanga is the one campaigning. You see, the problem is that when you do not have any agenda, when you do not have any manifesto, when you do not have anything that you're driving on, the only thing that you can do is attack on current affairs. Anything that happens or anything that Tangatanga does, that's what you're jumping on. But Tangatanga have been very clear with what they're running for and what they want for this country. They want bottoms-up economy. They want a hustler nation that everybody is able to generate something, and then we contribute to the grid, and we build this nation. That is basically what the hustler movement has been doing. But the rest of the people, you're just saying things that when Baba stands, what has Baba been saying all along? What has Baba been saying since 2017, 2013? What philosophy does he drive on? Because the only thing that I know is Baba is an activist and an opposition leader by virtue of his long term in politics. So hakuna kitu ingine, there is no any other manifesto that Baba has. There is nothing new that Baba can bring. And I keep on telling people that Baba is good, that he just go retire with his dignity and akae chini, tuwe tunamtafuta huko Western nini huko Bondo, tukienda kutafuta nini advice. You know, he has that in plenty and in abundance, ameweka mpaka kwa store. So it is good for him to just sit. We will look for him. He is somebody that is very relevant in terms of advice, but not relevant in terms of active politics as per now. Because if you can go to a burial and you sit next to somebody and you purport on your speech that is the person that you have come to bury, I do not think that you really your mind is at the right place. So for me, Baba amezeeka and he's trying, and he's very right now all the branches are slippery. Si uliona he started saying kwamba NASA might come back together. He's looking for all these alliances that cannot happen again, because everybody now has seen him, has seen his true colors, that he's a betrayer, he's a cheat, he's a conman, and everybody is running away from him. Wetangula, Mudavadi has said clearly, and Mudavadi is one of the people who do not have the balls to say the right thing at the right time. But you saw that when he was in Mombasa, he stood up and spoke for the first time in history that Mudavadi has actually stood for something. And that is to tell you that things are changing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Samilong. Maybe the last thing so that we can wrap it
No,
up.
can I respond to what he just said first?
Okay.
By the way, like Samilong, let me tell you something. Like in Kenya, is not about issue based. Even if Tanga they are saying what they stand for, it does not mean they are going to do it. You understand? So in Kenya, what we do have, we have something called tribal politics. Okay, I think I can hear my echo. Maybe somebody needs to mute. So the thing that I'm saying is that it doesn't
Samilong, mute.
it doesn't matter about bottom up or top down. All those things do not matter. Cause even if these Tanga guys they take over, right? Like nothing will happen. In fact, that bottom up approach it's not even feasible, because they keep on asking the guys who support the bottom up to explain to me or to explain to somebody like a nursery kid where are they going to get the money to give people, because the function of the government is to create infrastructures and to give people a business environment that they can do their business. So if somebody just come and say, oh yeah, because of this bottom up, they have fresh ideas, they're only telling you things that they want you to hear. They're not gonna do them. That is a fact. So somebody can come up with a brilliant idea and they tell you, oh my God, like you guys, I'm going to do a bottom-up approach and da da da. But they won't tell you exactly how it's going to happen, because they know it's impossible. They can't do it. They can't do it because right now Kenya is a developing country. So what Kenya needs right now is actually what Uhuru has been doing. You need like a four lane traffic. You need like serious railway that can go to any part of the country, so that now the foreign investors, they can see the country like a good place for them to bring their industry and be able to employ people. Because even now when we say that everyone can be an entrepreneur in Kenya, everyone can be able to make money in their businesses and all those kind of stuff. It's a lie. They can't. Not everyone can become an entrepreneur. Not everyone can be a business person. There are some people who just need to be employed. There are some people who just need to be trained so that they may be able to do something for them to earn something. But now every time when we keep on talking that our politicians are telling us that they're going to do this, do that, the only problem like right now I have with Ruto, like even the things he said, he never delivered. Even we were looking at our nieces the other day, like they started that class one, right? They never saw the laptop. Like they talk about the stadium thing, it took like a whole term of the presidency, something that could have taken a year. Now the dams which have not even been created. But now look at this first of all. If now people they totally believe that they're electing politicians based on the things they're saying, there's no one who is saying any fresh thing. Even the bottom-up approach, it's not even like going to work. It's not gonna happen. So what they're trying to do, they're building just like people's emotions so that they can take power. So they're just doing anything to take over the power. So once they go to power, you will see guys coming over here. Oh my God, I didn't know that Ruto was going to do this or he was going to do that.
Something different is happening right now.
Jake, I just want to leave.
Samilong.
Jake, I just want to leave. Hello, Jake.
Just one moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. So yeah, I just wanted to say bye.
Oh,
I'm leaving right now.
Can I ask you one last thing?
Oh, okay.
Then Samilong will come in, and Ashley, welcome. Now, there is this what you said about the man of the match and all, in 2002, it was Raila who said Kibaki tosha, and history claims that he was the man of the match.
Yeah.
And then Ruto has been blowing his trumpet, saying that he was the man of the match in 2007. He made Raila the prime minister. He also claims in 2013 he was the man of the match in 2013 by making the president, both actually even in 2017. So basically, who do you think will be the man or woman of the match come 2022? Come 2020, who is becoming a force to reckon with?
As I said, I might have my view even when it comes to 2022, but it would be like, no, he wasn't. They won the election. They rigged the election. They stole the election. The referee. He gave the red card to the wrong guy. There's always gonna be these things. They're gonna come up.
Okay.
If the main player wasn't there, so I can't say even if I do say it and he doesn't win, it does not matter. The winner is the winner. Who's called in and called in. The problem with the voting section, I see, is the transparency. We have a problem with transparency.
Okay.
And if we had something like the biometrics voting system possibly put into place, where people can be counted through the ID numbers and even through their phones, so people to put the ballots in, and there's this stealing ballots, and ballots have been turned to someone else and counted wrongly. I don't know how that works, but now we have technology. I think technology can play a big part that you can even look back into and see how many people won. Like here, if you're on TV, you can see the blue section belongs to so on, the red section belongs to so on, and you can see all the counties that persons are winning. You can see Machakos, this group is winning. Kiambu, so-and-so's got that section. Nairobi, Riley's got so many votes on that section. We don't have that in Kenya. You're just hearing from the radio, and TV, and here's on my right side.
Man, that's what we have at the moment.
So there's no transparency. But because I'm going, I'll still be traveling. I just wanted to say, listen to the show today. It's been fantastic. It's been great. Thank you for having me. There's a few things that I found from beginning when Rupia and Ashley was talking. The tribalism is a big issue.
Yeah, we have that going around.
That is really hard. So there's some people that are hard-headed and they're stuck in that mentality. This Uhuru, if he wasn't Kikuyu, Uhuru, Kikuyu. Uhuru go drink tea because he's Kikuyu. Uhuru go on a matatu because he's Kikuyu. What's Kikuyu and Uhuru got to do with it? He had a cup of tea. What's that got to do with him being Kikuyu? Anything you do is because he's Kikuyu. He brings there is Kikuyu. So that's gonna stop, and we need to get that tribalism over there and start looking at the leadership. Who do we need as a leader?
Okay.
Oh, he's that tribe. No, we don't want to know that. Oh, he's this. He's from this family. We don't want to know. We want to hear what he has to offer, and the Kenyans to see what he's offering for the future, for the next 5 years. Is he offering employment? Is he offering education? Is he offering infrastructure? Is he offering economy rise? How are we going to deal with all the deficit that we have and all the debts that we have accumulated during this period, from the IMF to the China to also Ruto? We have so much billions right now that needs to be paid back. And how's it going to be paid back? A good thing that you were saying, Jakes, as well, which you were talking about earlier with someone about the tax, the KRA. What's going on with that? They're not collecting it. They haven't started collecting it yet. And, there was that debate, like, how it took 1 year for them to lose 1 billion, but it took 2 days for them to get 1 billion from the tax. How did that happen? There's a question. That's a very good question, and the person couldn't answer it. I think it was David. He couldn't answer the question. It don't make sense. So people are very intelligent, and there's certain people look at it, they don't make sense. So the other thing is we need a united Kenya for the betterment of Kenya.
Okay.
So. And I'm in Kenya. I'm not talking betterment for Jerus and betterment for Kikuyu and betterment for the Kalenjins. No, I'm talking Kenya as a flag, pride of Kenya, wherever you are. Your tribe and your tradition are secondary. We respect that.
Thank
you,
you,
Muslim, that's secondary. We respect that. You're Christian, that's secondary. We respect that. Your tribal beliefs, that's secondary. But first of all, what are you? A Kenyan. But no, we don't want to know about that. I'm Muslim. No, we don't want to know that. We want to know who's leading the country and what is he looking to do for the country.
Okay.
And it's still early, as I said now, as you said, when it comes to the Premier League and it comes to the end. So we don't know, we can see that, Man United or Chelsea's putting in goals, goal, the whole away games and home games. So Ruto, yeah, he's been, striking a couple of nice goals. Riley's right there behind, and Mudavadi and so on, and the rest of them.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, and the other thing is, people are saying Uhuru is a dictator. I don't think so, and I don't see it. I think for a long time he'd be wanting to stand down, so he can go and have his little 1-2 drinks without people criticizing him. I think he's tired of being in the media, being in front of the page. He wants to relax and lay his head down without being he wants his freedom now. He wants to live. He's been public for too long, for 10 years. And I think he wants to stand down. But who is he going to leave it to? And that's what I think Kenya is shaking about, because they don't see anyone else at the moment. But we appreciate what he has done and rather what they have done. And hopefully Ruto and the rest of them will come along and keep up the good work. And we have to take part in selecting the right person. But thank you, Jake, Sam, and Ashley, Zimla, and everyone that's on the platform. Good night, good morning, and good evening, wherever you
I
are
have
around
a
the world.
question for you, Randall, before you leave. Can I ask you a question?
Ashley has a question for you, Randall.
Sure.
You say Uhuru is not a dictator. Can you describe who is a dictator?
My understanding is dictators is like, I think Trump tried to do that when he didn't want to come out of his presidential seat. My understanding is someone who takes the power by basically refusing, by force, even though we see the election, everyone, and putting people in jail. As someone said here, we have democracy. Nobody's been killed. We're not living in 1963. We can see that happening with Uganda. There's a lot, and brutality that's going on. Bobby Wine, who was really supporting a lot when Bobby Wine was being threatened. He was arrested in his house. Police came around. There's been a bit of a challenge because Maguna was chased out, and he even felt threatened that he might get killed. I'm thank to God, no blood has been spilled. So there's been a bit of threatening intimidation that's been going on, but when it comes to dictatorship, I don't think it's anything nice, because people get killed blatantly in front of the face, in front of everyone, and there is no democracy, there is no justice, and Kenya is a proud country that does not want to find itself in such state. But people are asking Uhuru to be impeached. I do agree with everyone what they're saying. He has disrespected the Constitution of 2010. The laws, he hasn't followed them, and I don't know about him being impeached. But actually, I don't know if that answers your question. But dictatorship, someone doesn't want to give someone else another.
You did answer, and it's true. He's not a dictator, but he's tending to head to become one.
Yeah,
and like with the disobedience of the constitution, or like the way he's disobeying the constitution, so he's heading that way. So people are trying to stop him from becoming one, so that's what I wanted, because you said he's not. I think
Randall, I also tend to think it's because this guy at times does not entertain divergent views, and those who feel that their views are not aired probably are the ones pushing the narrative of a dictator. But basically, all I tend to think he's really trying to make his star be on the limelight. I think in 2013 to 2017, it was more Ruto. People talked of him so much that almost people are terming him as a lame duck president who really people couldn't, right? So what he's now trying to do is pushing anyone who would oppose his star, oppose his limelight. So he's trying to create him being the center of it all. Because the attention. He's a man trying to look for attention. So maybe
because I didn't like what he didn't listen to the Kenyans when the Kenyans did a petition against IMF, petition against the funding from IMF. And I think he should have listened. I think he should have listened to the people and he should have said why, but he took the money and it's nowhere to be seen. It's,
Okay.
The 50 billion from China has not been seen in Kenya and has not helped the people. The IMF money that's been brought, I think, is 200 something billion. And I think he's receiving another 80 billion.
Okay.
So I'm questioning where this money is going to. Because Kenya, if Kenyans are going to pay up all their taxes, at least they should get something, all that money trickle down to them. Anyway,
Thank you,
very
Randall.
much.
It was
Good
nice
morning
to have
to
you, bro.
Thank
Hope
you
to
very
see you
much.
again soon.
Asante
Okay.
sana.
Okay. Can I have Ayaga come after Ashley, because Ashley has a question that is pending.
No. Me first.
Is this question pending online?
Which question
There's this
is that?
question. There is this question that is being asked from Ashley. Ashley asks like this: ask Sam, what is the alternative if it is not bottom-up approach?
It's not even that, because someone say something and I wanted to respond, and then Ayaga comes in after.
The one on mic.
Yes.
Samilo.
Yes.
I think I'm the one on mic.
Samilong, after you came, I thought I had said Ayaga will come after you.
But
so
you
Ashley
interjected me for Randall when I was responding to Sam.
Oh, sorry. Okay, allow me to have this order then. Let Ashley come in and have a rebut on this question she had asked.
No, you've
Sam,
asked for me my question. I wanted to ask Sam that.
So Sam, I want you to answer that question, and then after you, Ayaga will come in. Then Samilong. Is that okay for you guys?
No, my friend.
She's asking me, right?
I want to sleep. I have a job to do tomorrow.
I also want us to wrap it up. Just 5 minutes each, and then we wrap it.
Unajua where I come from, we read Bibles, and in the Bible they say God will punish two people, the oppressor and the oppressed. If you oppress me and I don't complain, it will be very bad for me. And if I heckle, you will also complain.
The other day, Ayaga, you said when somebody quotes the Bible, you cannot rebuttal.
Yeah, Bible you can rebuttal, because Bible was
I don't want to rebuttal the scripture with you. But anyway, can you allow Sam to answer the question, then you come in? Is it okay?
A question about a bottom up, I don't think I can let Sam answer that before me. Let me just make my point, and then
okay,
let
Sam. Okay, answer then as you go on.
To go on.
Go ahead, sir.
So Sam, it's not Sam, Jakes. Akina Samilong, there are people in panic. You know, even in football, if you are in a panicking team, you will ask the other team to drop out for you to win easily. For them telling Raila now you need to retire peacefully. Why are they?
Ayaga, let me remind you, Nile slogan ya Raila niachie.
Yeah,
for that team that says Raila niachie.
Raila waniachie, watu. They fear competition. And if Raila is as easy as why are you wishing, why do you tell the guy to retire, to left this thing? Why can't you just go ahead and beat him and say now we beat him when he was around? Why are you guys preaching for us the gospel of Raila, let retire, go home, go to Bondo? You guys sent Raila in Bondo in 2013. Raila, imagine 2017. You told us now you are now taking Raila to Bondo for the last time. And Raila is here in 2022. Do you know you will still talk about Raila in 2032 if you guys are not careful? Because you guys are in panic. And when you are in panic, as an athlete, I used to be a good athlete in high school. When you are panic is when you stole the race. Ruto stole the race by starting campaigning mapema ali ile kitu Waswahili wanasema kutangulia sio kufika. Ruto ametangulia tu, that's why he's here. He's bringing issues like bottom up, he's everywhere. Ni kutangulia, hajafika. So msidhani hajafika, na mmerealize hajafika is the panic. The panic in Tanga is now real, depending on the shifting grounds in central Kenya. Because Ruto needs central Kenya. A moment Ruto loses central Kenya with 20%, that will be very trouble to him. The Western Kenya, in Western Kenya, you guys were bashing Bernard out. Bernard is very right. Musalia Mudavadi cannot compete with Raila Odinga in Western Kenya. If you leave Musalia Mudavadi, even if he goes on his own, Musalia Mudavadi against Raila Odinga will beat him, even in Sabatia where he comes from. Not is it Sabatia constituency? In Sabatia, look, even now his governor is ODM, Senator ODM. His MP in Sabatia is a ODM man, and I think it is only he got a women rep and some few MCAs and one or two MPs in his county. My friend Musalia Mudavadi is somebody, and that is the only problem Musalia Mudavadi has with Raila Odinga. They are the people who are telling Raila Odinga retire so that we inherit your base. They don't want competition, and I'm seeing the Tanga people also going that route. If they have
as you also continue, remember the question is the alternative of bottom up, because I don't want us to come out of what the question was. What is the alternative? What is the alternative?
Raila is consistent from 2007. Raila has been consistent. Infrastructure, number one. Number two, infrastructure. Number three, infrastructure. Raila amekuwa consistent. He will not tell us laptop tomorrow. He will not tell us stadium today. He will not tell us bottom up in 2022 and maybe something in 2027. Raila amekuwa consistent. You know, you guys don't want.
You're attracting laughter from Samilong.
Yeah?
You're attracting some laughter from Samilong. Anakuchekelea.
Yeah, let him laugh because Raila amekuwa consistent. Yeye yake ni infrastructure. I hope Samilong infrastructure means in Rift Valley, if you guys could have constructed those dams, sahi amungekuwa mna complain some maendeleo are going to Nyanza.
Wewe unachoma sasa.
Those roads, the fake roads you have been launching 10 times in Rift Valley, zingekuwa in reality.
Unachoma yaga, but sawa tu.
Western people are complaining about small things that are going to Nyanza. And Rift Valley, I saw they went even to Masai Lodge, headed by Nanok, and they make a lot of demands of development and if you check those development they are complaining about, those development was launched between 2013 to 2017 by their own son, who even son he launched the project like 3 or 4 times. One project he could go there, launch it, went there, relaunch it, and again relaunch it. And those projects were fallacy. They were not actual. So when they see a small actual project heading to Kisumu, like a Kisumu port, and maybe a railway, and a structure like a stadium, and for them, their stadiums that were to be in Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi, are just imaginary, they feel pinched. That's why there is confusion in Tanga. And that's why they're asking their opponent, wewe kaa aside, wacha tutambe. Kama wewe ni ndume, call all opponents, sema tuendeni kwa debe, mimi ni wanyoroshe. Sisi don't preach for us Samilong ati Raila aende Bondo before compete na Ruto. Wacha Raila kwe hapo, Ruto amunyoroshe. Ruto akimnyorosha, mimi kama Yaga, mimi mwenyewe I know where I come from in Opoda, I will take him there, go settle down. Umeshindwa. Lakini we won't retire him because Ruto want to be president.
We all know he'll never accept defeat. We all know he'll never accept defeat. So
you know, Samilong.
Yeah.
There is a proverb that says, if you have never bitten by a snake, you will not know that snakes are poisons. are poisonous. My friend, we are heading to 2022. The system and the deep state, whatever they have done for Raila 3-4 times, and Ruto is saying those are fallacy, is what is going to be done to him. I'm expecting Ruto to accept the defeat. No, he don't even go to court, and I will see reactions in 2022. Mark my words.
Ayaga, you're a joker, but anyway.
Either you're confessing that you're going to steal the votes, you're going to make it happen, whether through fire or force, you're going to make it happen that Baba atashinda.
My friend, I'm not saying Baba atashinda. What I'm telling you, that deep state and this thing you rubbish in a Gita system, if gang up against William will not go anywhere. Even if he can, crowds take people nowhere. Crowds never take Matiba anywhere. Crowds have never taken Raila anywhere. Let Ruto continue to gather those crowds. But the truth is, the snake that have been biting Raila all those days will bite him. And I will see the reactions. If he don't complain, if he accept, hata mimi nitabeba mkono, and 2027 I will be in the lead campaign for him as a true Democrat. I'm here with you. We are still young. Tuombe Mungu tufike hapo.
Okay, thank you, Ayaga. I don't know if you're through.
Yeah, I'm through.
Okay. Samilong, I want to have you, then I allow Sam and Ashley to give us their closing remarks, because it's already 3, so that at least we can rest kidogo before report to work in the morning. Samilong, is it okay?
It's okay, thank you. First of all, let me say this. The only reason I'd say kwamba Baba aende retire, it's because we don't want the obvious reasons kwamba huwa anakataa kubali kushindwa, and also hatutaki aibu ndogo ndogo kwamba at the last time yenye anavae anashindwa akiendaga nyumbani kwa aibu. But anyway, it will be a pleasure to defeat him square and fairly. That is the first thing. Second thing, I'd like to give this information to some kwamba basically what we mean by bottom up economy, we basically want to customize economic and development as per the regions, such that every region, because you see the problem that we have had in Kenya, and it has been very, very hard to make a breakthrough in terms of economy and infrastructure and everything, is that we tend to cover and we tend to look for a blanket solution for the entire country. But what the Ruto's administration wants to concentrate on is to customize development and to strategize on how to develop specific regions depending with their strengths. Because, for example, you get that, for example, in Central, most of the the major economic activity over there is coffee, tea, miraa, and is it pyrethrum or something? So you get that, and rice also, because we export rice. Basically, what bottoms up is looking for is to have all these developments down here, generating income for the common mwananchi. That is, for example, Central, for the common mwananchi who is a farmer, such that the farmer has money, he can pay taxes, right? He can pay bills, he can pay for the fertilizers and everything. And then now, when there is enough money circulation down here, it opens up and build up the national grid, such that taxes inakuwa easy collected, and then now we can focus on easy vitu zingine. You know, people like Ayaga wants to tell us infrastructure, but you want to build infrastructure at the expense of education. You want to build infrastructure at the expense of healthcare, affordable healthcare. Like, seriously, let's first at least make sure kwamba with the bottoms up economy, we are able to give the common farmer money such that anaweza akalipa NHIF, anaweza lipa NSSF, hafanyi savings, and then now even the living standard from hapa chini ina rise, because once we're able to lift the living standard kutoka hapa chini, we're able to at least raise the number of people that lives above $1 a day, then most definitely the country will move forward and will develop. And basically that's what we are looking for, and that's what the Ruto's administration is trying to do. We know that there might be a possibility that it can't happen, but we want to think on the positive side kwamba something like that might happen. Thank you. That's all for today. Guys, have a good night. Be
Kidogo tu
blessed.
Samilong, I don't know if you'll pray for us.
Okay.
Ngojea tu kiasi, eh?
All right.
Okay, Sam, let me have you.
All right.
Ashley.
Like Sammy Long, for me, what I'm saying is that all those things we are stating, that I don't know, like there will be some sort of intervention when it comes to the economy. Our politics are so tribal. That is a fact. Because I've been doing analysis even based on the by-elections that have been done. So even when we talk about a certain sort of economy, like all these leaders in Kenya are so useless. They don't even think about the common people. But the fact still remain is that Kenya is a developing country, and it really needs infrastructure for anything to move forward. If you do not have that, and even while you're saying that education is not infrastructure, health is not infrastructure, that is a part of infrastructure. Infrastructure is not just road. Infrastructure is hospital, schools, and all those kind of stuff. And it will be so impossible for anything else to happen other than the infrastructures to take place. And one thing that normally builds the economy is actually the like roads, like working on how to reduce the carbon tax for airplanes to be able to fly within Africa and be able to do business, or to reduce the regulation within Africa, because even Kenya cannot even survive by itself. We need other international community to come together, so that we may be able to transact business together. But even while I say these things, and people, they think that I'm saying something that is against maybe like your leader, whatever camp you belong to. Of course, you will not see any sense when I'm talking about the real type of the economy that we need, because you just want to listen to what your leader is telling you. But all I can say is that like even the proposal that are being put forth, even by, let's say, Ruto, it's not viable. It's a fact. Bottom up economy, first of all, it's not even a real term, but I know it's normally used in the organizational structure. The point is that for the money to reach the people down there, that's even what like Uhuru is saying, let's add more money to the counties. That is how to reach to the people, so that, because when you do infrastructure, you're able to hire more people, right? Because kwani ni nani wanajenga hizo barabara? Who are the ones building those hospitals, building those schools? Those are people. So when the government invests in those infrastructure, those are the people who are receiving those help. And Kenya, being a developing country, we really need a lot of that, so that when it comes to another time now, when we talk about so the kind of bottom up that maybe you guys are talking about, you just want hands out, okay? But what the government can do, it can make deals with the banks to give us cheap loans, right? So that people, they can be able to conduct their business. There's no other way out. The government is not at your father or mother to come and give you like money and tell you, hey, my friend, my son, or whoever, just take this money and do whatever you want to do with it, because we do not have that money to waste around. but but the government, somebody of a goodwill, can go and even like talk to the banks. They can change the policy of reducing the interest rate so that now people, they can be able to get money and be able to do business. They can reduce even the tariffs of importation of goods, of agricultural stuff and all those kind of stuff. But now when we keep on talking of bottom up, and you don't even know what the hell you're talking about, it will not work. Because even if I ask anyone here to explain to me what a bottom-up approach is, you can't even explain to me where the money is going to come from, that is going to give handout to every mama mboga or mama this, mama that. And then what do? They cannot return. They will not have a good ROI, return on investment. They will still be the same because they cannot even expand their business because the competition will go up. Instead of bringing all these youth people that are unemployed to be put on the government infrastructure, those are the kind of things we need. But we don't need to just lie to ourselves that it's going to work. It's not going to work.
Sammy, your line of thought, I'm sure, is attracting questions from Sammy Long and Ashley. And I'll allow them to maybe ask the question before you finish. But allow me, because maybe I'll not come back again to do this, allow me to send some shout outs to people who have been with us for some time now, commenting and all. Mumbai Pai Pai, thank you. We have seen your comments. Asante sana, umekuwa mnoma kwa hisho. Thank you. Hezron Kijangulu, thank you, sir. Asante Ayaga, we see you. Thank you for commenting and all. Thank you, Mr. Freddy, wa umekuwa legend. Asante sana. Grace Kamau, thank you so much. Mr. Thuo, we have seen you. Mr. Wanjohi Joseph, we have seen you. Thank you for being part of us. Thank you so much, everyone. There are so many people who participated today. Even those who are still on, Akina Felix, Kioko, thank you so much. We are grateful. AOG, asante sana. So I'm sure you, I don't know if you're through some, but I'm almost certain kuna maswali kibao from Ashley. But anyway, are you through to Ashley?
I know unajua mimi wanajua Ashley, like she just likes attacking when I talk about bottom up.
No.
You know, because wanajaribu kuuliza Ashley,
it's
what
simply
does
because
she
I'm the
mean?
moderator. It's because I'm the moderator. Personally, I would have attacked your sentiments, but anyway, I have to be neutral.
I know, and that's why I told you you're a very good moderator. You know what you're doing.
I have to be neutral, but anyway, Ashley,
which is good, despite of me knowing what you stand for. You know,
Ashley, go for the jugular.
Yeah, but for me, actually, I really what I speak is actually the truth, because and I want to see like conversations of policies that are realistic. You know, you're not talking about fairy tale and all those kind of things, because for me, like what I'm really trying to say is that bottom up is not. Like they don't give you a clear picture of what they mean by bottom up, because the money is going to those guys, it's even proposing that even the BBI is actually a bottom up approach, because they said we are going to increase the.
Now, you know the problem when you keep talking, even we'll forget the questions we have to ask. I'm not trying to interject, but I might forget. I just wanted to ask you, like, as you talk, so that, you know, like I'm best, I can talk like you're talking and narrate, but I'm best when someone is talking to ask a question. Like now you've said some things and I'm not writing down. Maybe I should write down so I can ask them when my time comes. Because when my time comes, then I'll forget some key things that you raised that should have been asked. So next time I'll try to write them down and wait for my turn. But let me ask you, you said bottom up, and then you said where is the money going to come from, and then you said BBI is about also giving bottom up, but BBI gives it to the counties. But this money, as we know, as we have seen, it sometimes mostly doesn't reach the mama mboga, because these counties start giving it to legal, they start doing administration, they start stealing the money, so that even the little that it gets to the Mama Mboga, the peasant, is very little. Now, what Ruto is proposing is when they give CDF for kids to be paid for school fees, like the way they did in the US, the stimulus. Stimulus is not something that is often done, but just something to help the economy spark up. So this money, what you're asking where it's going to come from, is going to come from the same place where CDF comes from, which I think is the national government, and they're going to use it as a stimulus to boost the economy. But instead of giving it to the county government, who is the governor, they are going to give it directly to the farmer, directly to the Mama Boga, directly as a loan. I think a free interest loan. And they're doing that even here in the US to the counties. Remember, they're giving business stimulus, and if you retain your employees, you will not pay that money back. There's a time that comes that the country has to give the money to make money and to avoid recession. And that is what America is doing. And I think that is what Ruto is trying to say he is going to do in order to boost the economy of Kenya and boost people. All these people who are being paid and yelling every time, even in the middle of the week, if a politician goes to the village or there's all these people available because they have no jobs. What he is actually saying is he's going to create an environment that is going to create jobs, whatever job, even if it is washing cars, even so that everybody can have a way to provide for themselves, that they're not hanging around waiting for handouts. They can actually sweat to make some money. Whether that is going to be to work, we don't know. Like you say, they're just lying. What I asked you on the question, and that's why I logged in, I asked you, what is the alternative? Who is coming with a different alternative? There isn't.
No, actually, but even this is what I keep on saying, is that I don't like comparing Kenya to the US, because US is so far. In fact, they've got so much reserve. They've got so much international relation, especially with even like trade with China. Like they've got so much going on.
No, I'm
right?
not comparing.
But
I was
Kenya,
just trying to tell you. I was just trying to tell you. You're saying that who gives money handouts. It's not. I was trying to tell you so you can relate.
Yeah, I know, and
I'm not trying to compare. I'm just
I
trying to tell you so that you can relate to what they are trying to do on a smaller scale.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's why I was asking. Where is the Okay, like how much is the CDF right now? Do you know how much it is? And then I keep on telling guys,
It's
if
100
you really
million.
know that I can give you 100,000 and you do business and you make money, even myself, I'm willing to give you those amount. Oh, you want $1 million? Okay, come. Let me give you $1 million because you're telling me that you're going to make even a lot of money. You're going to become something. Okay, bring the business plan and then we give you the money, right? Oh, you're saying, oh, my project is 10 million. You can't add. No, you bring and then we'll talk and then we'll see if you're going to return an investment. But the only problem right now we have in Kenya right now, it's because we have people that they do not even have the technical knowledge of how to do business. So if now the Kenyan government, their work, it will be giving handouts to people at it to Mama Mboga. Mama Mboga cannot expand the business until they give you a
that's where
business
you
plan.
come in. That's
They
where
give you
you
a
come
business
in.
plan that works.
That's where you come in. So, and you develop on this plan of bottom up, and you say, you know what, before we give them money, let them go through, like, in America they have where they help people with home ownership, and
Yeah,
before
I
you
know.
go for home ownership, you go for counseling. So you with these ideas, you can contribute to build that bottom up to be a strong bottom up that helps our people. It is not about destroying what Ruto is saying. It is about, if it is a concept that is doable, let us try and tell him. So, and I know that because even you've helped some people in the country where they go, they make money, they go, they buy food with everything. So at the end of the day, they are not really building their business. So you come and say, you know what, maybe we can do this so that now excuse me, the business grows. Let us put these people through a training before we give them money so that they can be successful. We have to try. We have to start from somewhere.
But actually, and then this is even a question I want to ask. If Ruto can do a bottom up approach, why is he not doing it right now? He's the second in command, I don't think he can go and propose this thing to Uhuru and he's going to refuse. They still have conversation. They still have cabinet meeting, which he normally
I don't
shows
know
up
whether
there.
he listened to
Why?
the last time Ruto came online. He was being interviewed. He said they are no longer. Uhuru does not want him to help. He cannot ask. And like I said earlier, I don't know whether you are listening. And I know it's almost time to close. I said Uhuru is the driver. Ruto is the conductor. So even though Ruto tells him to do, and right now I don't think they have a good relationship. And as long as Uhuru, he will take the car, which is called Kenya, wherever he wants to take it. Whether he wants to do BBI, even though Uhuru, Raila, or Ruto doesn't support, he has not much say unless Uhuru gives him the opportunity to have a say, because he is sitting on the driver's seat. So what he's asking you and me is to give him the opportunity to become the driver in 2022 so he can implement. So then if we give him, that is, he's offering a proposal. So it's for you and me to buy it or not to buy it. If we buy it, if the majority buy it and we give him the chance to sit on the driver's seat and then he does not perform, then we can judge him from that.
Okay.
Then if someone comes with a better proposal, then we can look into that and we might choose them. But when if he's the only person who's coming with a proposal,
Okay,
we have to have.
answer me this
Let me
question and
finish.
then I'll
We
be
have to
I'll
have
be
a
satisfied.
president. We have to have a president in 2022. So if he's
Okay.
only one coming with some sensible proposal, then we have no choice but to choose him. So someone else has to
Actually,
bring.
okay, I get you, but answer this question too, so that I really see where you're coming from. We are now like a year to the next election, right? Ruto has been second in command since 2013, right? When they had a very good working relationship with Uhuru Kenyatta by that time. So why did it take all this time? And he came to think about it when now the handshakes came. So why did this idea come way later now? After
You know what?
now Raila joined Uhuru as a
Those are the
handshake.
questions we ask them when they come. Like in America, they have city hall meetings. You know that. So they come there and you ask them these kind of questions, because that question can only be answered
But
by
you're
Ruto.
supporting him. That's why I want to know
No,
why
that
you
is a question that I would give you hearsay. I
oh,
told
you
you what
don't
he
know
has
the
told
answer.
us.
You don't know
For that
the
one,
answer,
you
right?
would actually need to ask him to get a direct. I
You
would
okay?
only give you an assumption,
You don't
and
know.
there's no need to waste anybody's time.
Sam, can I say something? I tend to think what Ashley is trying to drive home. At times, the second in command really cannot be crucified as much as the first in command. Take case in point, Tanzania. Magufuli came with very tough policies, but when Samia Suluhu came into power, she has like diluted close to almost everything he had done in terms of the policies against COVID and all, and she's doing better. So the second in command at times, as much as we might want to question them, even Kibaki when he was the vice
That's not
president.
true.
Just a moment, let me finish. When Kibaki was a vice president, you can really not pinpoint this is what exactly he did. But when he was now it's time or his turn to lead, there are things you can attribute to him, because there's a difference between the lead, there's a captain and the deputy captain. Yeah? The one on the steering of the ship is the captain, or rather the one commanding the ship. Basically, if the captain gives an idea that almost sinks the ship, before we blame the deputy, we always go for the jugular of the president or the captain steering the ship. So basically, what am I trying to say? So I know I'm breaking protocol. I'm not supposed to be.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering actually, you know.
No, it's good he contributes, because
James.
you know, Sam,
I want
we
to
are talking
educate
to a
you a
lot of
little
people.
bit.
So
I
I
want to
think
tell you
Jack
something.
Jack should also contribute, because it's not just about.
Okay, it's fine, Ashley,
Me
but
and
I
you.
want to tell
There are people
Jake
who are
something.
listening. There are people who are gonna listen.
Okay,
So I think
Jake,
he should, because we used a lot of his time here on the air.
I don't
He
want to
should
lose
also
my train of thought, Ashley. I've gotten what you said. Okay, understand. Okay, Jake, the deputy president is not the same as the vice president, because Uhuru cannot fire the deputy president. Okay, Magufuli could have fired the vice president, because that's what the constitutions are. No, that's true.
No.
So that means that him being a deputy president, he has to go through the same process as a normal president to be impeached. You get what I'm saying? So
I'm sure
so then,
Sammy
why
Long
did
has
he not?
something to say.
No, wait first, Jake. He said that he's got so many members of parliament, he can influence things, he can even impeach Uhuru if he wants. So why can he not use those numbers
But
to
you see,
effect
Sam,
change?
Sam, those are tactics of
Why
every
is he not using
politician.
it?
Let me tell you for free, that is a tactic of every politician has a way of bragging and blowing his own trumpet. So if you remember, if you remember, let me finish. If you remember, I used to hear of 10 million strong. I used to hear that Nkiba, neighbor. So basically, each leader has a way of blowing their trumpet, has a way of making themselves seem as though they are undefeatable and boggable. But by the end of the day, when the tire meets the road, they are on realizing that the ground is different. So even now, Ruto might say he has so many number of MPs and all, but when it comes to voting, unakutanga anashinda. So it's a strategy of every politician to blow their own trumpet, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the ground is not with them.
So you accept he doesn't have numbers.
I haven't said so. I'm just saying it is a form, a strategy. Sammy Long, say something.
You see, Sam, when you want to impeach a president, there is a thin line. There is a very thin line that can be easily overturned. Now, Wambiwe, you are an enemy of the state. So that one is not something that anyone would ever wish to. It's not a route that anyone would wish to follow. The other thing is that when you're saying that why is it Ruto not implementing this bottoms up economy now? It tells me that it seems like you're not even aware of exactly what is happening in this country for the last
I'm very aware. I follow it every day. I know everything that is happening, man.
Then you would have known that currently there is somebody by the name of a super minister, and the deputy president is not really in power. He's only there ceremoniously guarding the office.
But he could have resigned. He could have resigned if he's not doing anything, right? So what it means is that he just wants to enjoy salary. He just wants to enjoy salary. Fraud. That is fraud. So what he's doing is fraud.
Let me tell you for free. No. What you're doing, you're blaming the victim. It is like this.
Yeah.
The Constitution says it like this: the president ought to assign him. The president ought to delegate. Actually, he's a principal assistant.
But he said he has numbers. He can do whatever he wants.
So the person who needs to be crucified is this person who has refused to delegate, this person who has refused to assign. So you cannot blame someone who his role is to receive, not to be the giver. So the giver, if he has refused to give, so why should the receiver resign? Why should what should make him resign?
That is just an excuse.
No. What is his role?
If he was kicked out and
when you know his role as per the Constitution,
then he should resign. It is as simple as that. He just goes home.
As per the Constitution, right? When you know his role, when you know what he stands for, and what really signifies the office of the deputy president, I'm sure you'll not be in a position to tell him to resign, given that the person who is supposed to assign him duties has refused, and in fact delegated.
So why is he in power? Why is he still remaining there? If he's not been delegated anything, so why is he remaining there?
The person we need to blame is the employer who is paying somebody and not utilizing him. Or let's say like in your home,
if I'm in a company and I don't have any duties, I leave.
If you're the husband and you start cheating on your wife, and then you say the wife should leave, and what if the wife has invested a lot and they don't want to leave? So you, the husband, need to straighten your home.
No, like there's something called divorce. Okay, you go, you do a divorce.
No, what if he wants to hang him?
Now let me tell you, you cannot compare that even with all this happening. If Ruto is not doing anything, he just goes home.
No, but
simple.
He's not doing
He become an opposition leader. He become an opposition leader, and then he can do whatever he wants to do.
If Ruto spoke up If Ruto spoke up, he would be like what we are doing right now. What he has done is to respect his boss.
No,
He's not replying.
no, he's
He's
not
just sitting
respecting
there.
anything. The guy is
No.
hungry
But
for
what
power.
Uhuru has done to him is to
Ruto is just
bully him.
hungry for power.
No,
That's
he's
the reason he's
well, you
refusing
can
to
say
leave
what
the
he.
deputy president. He just want to feel as a DP.
Okay,
He's
No.
hungry power. That's
Okay,
what you
Sam.
need to know.
That is your opinion, and
It is
Allow
it's
us
not.
to agree.
It is
Sam,
We
allow
know
us
that
to agree to disagree.
deputy president.
Sam,
We should hold our president accountable to have a working government. It is the
yes, so
president. At the
Sam,
end of the day,
No,
the
it's
bus
not the work
stops
of
with
the
the driver.
government, the president. It is the work of a coalition that they formed.
No,
So
but he's
he
the
can
head.
create his own.
He's
He can
the
create his
final
own
say so.
activities.
He's the one who holds the instruments of power.
Okay, but trust me, if Ruto then feel is an outsider in the government, he should just resign and go so that he doesn't have to eat our taxes every single time. He's eating our money. So the
He's
guy
not
what he's
doing that.
doing,
It
he's
is
doing
Uhuru that has
nothing then.
decided.
Even
It
James
is
has
Uhuru
already
that had.
told us that
Well, it
he's
is
not
Uhuru that has
delegating anything.
decided
He's eating
that
our
he's going
money.
to waste. It is Uhuru
Sam,
that
let
has
me tell you
decided,
for
and if
free.
Ruto gives out to him, then he's bowing down to being bullied. He will stay there until his term is over,
Actually,
or
you
until
should feel
Uhuru
bad.
has enough balls
But
to
your
fire
money is
him.
being
Oh
stolen.
my,
You should feel
I'm,
bad. You
I'm
should feel
seeing
bad
this
that your
debate is
tax is
attracting
going to
even more.
somebody who is not working. Okay?
No, Sam kidogo, Samilong kidogo. Allow me, because you're almost winding up. Allow me to engage these two lovely guys who have joined us. Lovely guy and lady, Mr. Wangungu. I don't know if you're listening to us.
Man, I am. I was here earlier. We were talking about Ruto. I took off. I went. I came back. We are still
We
on
are still
Ruto. This
talking.
man, Ruto, man.
He's the man of the match.
I thought
The
we
most
decided.
valuable player.
I thought we decided the latter debates of this show will be talking about some other stuff and some other healthier debates, but we are still debating Ruto.
We have had a lot of interesting conversation. Ni venye hizi
Uh-huh.
sasa ni zile tu masalio, you know, that thing that does not that does not sink. Ile kitu tu hata uking'ang'ana aje bado tu iko ya.
But
So
I mean, what is the obsession with Ruto resigning? You know, he will never. He's never gonna resign. So I think the sooner we abort or decide to leave that debate alone, I think the better. You know, he says that he derives his power from the people, and he's not gonna give his opponents, you know, what they want. Opponents, what they want is for him to resign. Even if I was him, why would I make it easy for them?
So you like your money being stolen.
Yeah, I have no. Well, it's being stolen
You know
elsewhere.
what?
I haven't heard you complain about the 2 billion that is lost today. You don't talk about that, do you?
They came together as a team.
They are joined at the
If
hips.
they are not working, just go home.
They have been
Do
joined at
not
the
steal
hips.
people's money. All right. If you do not have anything you're doing, just go home. You just don't sit there and say, "Oh, I do not being sidelined by Uhuru." Oh, no. Why don't you just resign, go be an opposition leader, and then run presidency from there? You know what I'm saying? It is as simple as that. But the guy is power hungry. That's the problem.
Sam, just a moment. Samilong, we can't hear you.
That Ruto was not appointed; he was voted by the people. So you don't tell him to resign. If you want him to resign, tell even Uhuru to resign because they were.
No, Uhuru is working. Ruto is not working. It is as simple as that. It is as simple as that, right?
Kuna kazi amepatiwa kwa kufanya.
No, umesema patiwi kazi, si ndio? Aende nyumbani.
Kuna kazi amepewa akakosa kufanya is a question.
Sam, the point is this.
Allow me to ask him this. Huh? All the national activities that have been there. Have you not seen Ruto there? Has he not performed his job? Has he not performed his job of welcoming the president for?
No, ni kutanga tu anafanya.
You see now.
No, that is. You're satiric.
That's why Uhuru can't give him a job because anatanga kila pahali. That's what he's doing.
Sam, just a moment. Sam, I think sasa kenye tunafanya we are just bashing him. So
Absolutely.
Angela,
Sam is just eating over nothing. And no,
Angela, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi guys, how are you?
Jana ulipotea ukaacha Wagungu and myself hanging.
No.
Ulituashia moto alafu ukachomoka kama kemboi.
Things got hot for me too, so I had to leave.
You left Ashley talking to herself.
I think it was Nancy. I was actually on yesterday.
No, it was Nancy. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, nimeona vitu zinaanza kuwasha nini, the motor has started, so I decided to come in and just add
to the fire.
To the fuel, add fuel to the fire.
So wewe umekuja na kuni
Nimekuja na kuni na nimeweka na kaparafin kadogo.
Sawa. Haya, washa kidogo tusikie.
Now, you guys are saying that Ruto, even though he's not working, that he's not been given duties, yet this dude is tangatangaing all over the place, campaigning since 2017. We all know what he has been doing. Even you, if you are his boss, how can you assign duties to this guy who's all over the place, tangatangaing all over Central? Huh? Like, get real, guys. This guy is not serious. He's just lying to you guys. He's lying to you guys, and you guys know it. So me, I'm even wondering, what is the problem? Mbona muoni mnadanganya?
Angela, has he been given any work? Has he been given any work and refused to perform?
He has been given work. His work is being the DP. In fact, Samilong just said that he was voted in. What was he voted in to do? To tanga, to campaign for the next election.
No. Angela, what happened? Who gave the jobs that are assigned to Ruto? They gave him to the CS Matiang'i. So the idea was they were trying to sabotage Ruto. Aende akaisogoi anyamaze, alafu 2022 ikifika waseme, look, where has he been? But he overcame that and started giving himself jobs in order to stay relevant. So this is jobs he's created for them himself, going to churches, looking for work to do, so he can stay up there. When he started seeing that they were trying to sabotage him by removing him about any jobs and giving them to someone else. So he is doing this because he has been sidelined. So he has
while he's at it doing what he's doing, why doesn't he do bottom up? Why didn't he start bottom up in 2017 assigning himself duties? Get real.
Angela.
You need money for bottom up that is not accounted for in the CDF. It's not accounted for in national government. He doesn't have that accounted for in national government. He's saying in his government, he is going to allocate money for bottom up. Right now, Uhuru can't do it because Uhuru doesn't want to work with Ruto. So it is impossible for him to do bottom up with his own money.
I mean, he's been giving millions to churches, so I am sure he has a lot of money to do bottom up, including the funds that he has been stealing from us since semi-memorial, since Mt.Kenya.
You people are ignorant. Have you ever had anyone doing government projects with private funds? Have you ever? Where have you ever had that? Stop being ignorant.
The stolen funds are public funds. Come on, get real.
Can you prove that?
You want him to be a private investor in government?
Stop defaming somebody.
But alipata hii pesa kutoka kwa umma. Let's get real. So he's just giving it back to us. He's giving us. He should start bottom up yesterday because he has the money.
So he's not the only one who has the money. Uhuru na pesa twake alitupata kutoka kwa babake. Amesaidia mtu mmoja privately.
Sasa tutasaidika aje as a country sasa sisi? Can we be helped really?
Wagungu. You know the challenge is, when Angela comes, when Angela comes in, ashafanya lifestyle audit ya Ruto peke yake. Amesahau kuna alafu tunasahau kuna limit this of this.
1963. I am the 1963. Be fair to everybody.
But it's just not Angela. Kila mtu kwa hii country anashika kipande yake, anasema hii, mwingine anashika. Sasa, I mean, can we really be helped, man? Can we really move forward as a country?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're in trouble, man.
I don't know.
This platform and any other platform that you get, kindly do not throw shades and things that you cannot substantiate, because when you're defaming somebody's character, calling somebody a thief and he has amassed wealth and you cannot prove it, it is simply because other people are saying that one is being ignorant.
I can say you're so emotional.
Samilong, let us all accept. All of them have stolen from Uhuru. Uhuru is sitting on stolen wealth. With the first thing that they
but the problem is
Jaramogi, because he wanted them to steal.
Actually, then why don't you vote for a new person?
Wakakotana.
Then why don't you vote for a complete new person?
I
So what do you want to achieve? Then what do you want to achieve?
Miguna. Let us bring Miguna. Miguna atawakuletesha hiyo pesa zote.
Yeah,
kutoka 1963. Get it for us.
I had a different suggestion.
Miguna, mimi has Uhuru wa quote, mwingine yako na Mkisa Kitui, but no, you guys cannot listen to those guys. That's why we have to go back to Ruto and Raila Odinga.
That's true.
You know, Wagungu, there are those guys who can make a ship to sink. Those guys, hata akikupiga punch, their political muscle is not as strong. So basically, they can only affect a very small population. Hizi zile votes zinashindangwa hadi na spoiled vote. Unakuta mtu spoiled vote zimeshinda zile kura zote ameaccumulate.
But you know, the fact of the matter is we can sit here and kila mtu defend kipandi yake, mwingine defend kipandi yake, but I can tell you hii kitu it will always affect us. You know, hata kama wale watu wako kwa diaspora utaenda kufanya vitu nyumbani, that's when you realize that the candidate that you was vouching for really never made a change, and this stuff is always gonna come to affect us the common citizen. Whether utadefend huyu utadefend huyu, lakini down the line it will affect you personally.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, you are right, because it will affect whatever is happening.
Yeah, it is true.
Jake,
Angela
vile nakwambia Jake, hata Angela anasema it's true. Ruto kama anapatiwa responsibilities na apatiwi, kwa nini ako hapo? Why is he still there? Okay. Why is still there? If he was a person, actually, let me finish. If he was a person, if he was a person that of noble, person of humility, he would have resigned. He actually do politics from the outside and say, I'm fighting for the people.
What about
but he's only hungry for power. That's
no. Let us talk about his boss. Why is his boss putting himself on a payroll?
Forget about his
manager. As a good manager, how can you pay somebody who is not working? As a good manager, is that good management on a country that is borrowing, on a country that is on the brink?
That is not a corporate job, Ashley. It's not a corporate
job. I'm asking you. Then Uhuru, whether he likes Ruto or not, he should give him work. Period.
No, but the guy doesn't respect his boss.
Have you asked him why he has not given Ruto work that he should give him constitutionally?
And how do you know? How do you know he doesn't give him work? How do you know?
Ruto has said that. Ruto has told us that he does not get work, and Uhuru has not said that he does. And we all know that all the duties of the vice president,
right? And
they were transferred to Matiang'i was given. He's called the super CS because he took all the duties that Ruto used to do, and Ruto said that when they came to 2018, the second term, he was told to cool down because they want Uhuru to shine. He was overshining his boss, so he was told to go down. Sasa ameenda down, lakini amekuwa akijitetea na votes. So he outwit his boss, who was trying to crash his political star.
You've been brainwashed, and I'm so like, I don't even know what to tell you.
How
do you believe him?
Unless watoke wawili wote waende, they either go together or they stay. Ataka hapo bila kufanya job until the day Uhuru will decide to give him work, and it is Uhuru we need to blame, because even at your workplace, how can a boss pay somebody while he's mismanaging the money that is entrusted to him as a custodian? Because he should not be paying someone who is not working. He should give him work, and if he has a good reason why he's not working, he should do whatever, put in motion the steps that he needs to do to remove him.
Okay.
But should not
allow me to come in, everybody. Allow me to come in. I want us to end it. It is good today to end at this juncture of moto kabisa moto. So I'll give you guys at least a minute or so each. Sam has already had his moment. So I'll start with the fresh guys, then Samilong. No, I'll start with Angela, then Wagungu, then Ashley, then Samilong. Maybe Sam can maybe say vote of thanks. So at least asinyamaze hadi ya mwisho. And then Samilong, you'll finish with a word of prayer. Angela, you still there?
All right. Yes, I am.
Your
To
fasting shot.
conclude, okay, to conclude, what I would say is that tumedanganywa, and we have agreed to be lied to. There is nothing that is going to change. Sam was very right. Nothing in Kenya is going to change unless we change our leaders. So in as long as we accept these lies from people who already right now, this is someone who should be working and they are not, but they are lying to you that if you give them a higher position, that they're going to work. That's inaitangwa danganya totojinga. You know.
Oh, I remember that slogan.
Yeah, so let's not lie to ourselves. And if you're lying to yourself, at least one step of acceptance ni ku accept, unasema yes, ninadanganywa, but I will continue on that path. Let's agree that we are being lied to, and then we just continue on the path, knowing very well we are being lied to. Okay. But in as long as we want change, in as long as we want Kenya to be different, we must come out of this circle. These same people we are talking about today, we come out of that circle and try to go to Akina Mukisa Kitui, Akina this guy from what's his name, Kivuda Kibwana, this guy from Machakos, what's his name, Mutua. Let's look at those guys. Let's change our thinking. Paradigm shift is important in Kenya at this moment.
Okay. Well said.
Yes, even Ekuru Okot is a good guy.
Umesema poa sana, Angela. Thank you. Well, so there are people who still want to join, but allow us to close this, because this can go on till eternity, and maybe we'll not even find a solution. If Wagungu can go out and come and still find the same topical issues.
Yes. I'll just speak from where Miss Angela left. I mean, Mimi, like I've said on this platform before, and I know I get beat nachapangwa kidogo nikisema hivi, but me, I cry for my country, because you fly into that country and unaiangalia, and today I was looking at a clip, watu ya UDA, I think it was in Kiambaa when they met Jubilee. You look at the young people, wanashangilia anasema UDA, Jubilee. Lakini manze, you look at those people, they probably don't have a job, mtu ana chakula, ajui kesho itakuwa namna gani, yet they're just shouting praises of a new party in UDA, Jubilee ndio hii. And like Jake and you and I were having a conversation the other day. First of all, do we know why we vote for these guys? Do they know why we vote for them? I don't think the voters know why they vote for these people. That's why unaenda kwa kijiji unasikia watu wanataka senator ajenge barabara, wanataka MCA ajenge barabara, wanataka governor ajenge barabara. Nobody even knows who is voted for what. Okay? Na hata ukienda huko kwa Gishagi uangalie the people that now are being talked about as leaders, si ati mtu atakaa hivi come up with a bold policy agenda itabadilisha country. What am I talking about agenda? Mtu atakama na kitu kama hii inakuanga huku US ya social security, Medicare, Medicaid, kitu itabadilisha maisha ya watu. Wale watu wanavotua huko kijinji ni mtu juati alienda akasoma ako na I'm not despising those people, but do they have the capacity to do things that can change our country? They don't. So mimi I think shida yetu inakuwaga from the bottom all the way to the top. And listen, looking to where we are headed to 2022, looking at our argument here, listening to those shows, Monday through Friday, I think we have a problem. Okoti munasema about him many times, na I normally put him on the spot akiwa kwa ile show kwa na bitalk, na mprovoke. Hata Okoti mwenyewe anasemanga mnaniambia ni run, lakini will you guys vote for me? So even those guys themselves that we are talking about, they know very well that hakuna mali wanaweza enda. It's unless for us to change our mindset and tuangalia tuseme huyu Ruto nina defend hapa, huyu Raila Odinga nina defend hapa, can he really bring the change that we need in our country? And I don't think any of those guys are up to the power. So I don't know. I think we are in trouble. Thank you.
Ashley?
I don't know. I think I've said all I have, but what I wanted to say, those people that Angela mentioned, I would like to know what they have been doing for Kenya in the last 4 years. During the COVID, I haven't seen any of them do anything for us. So you can't stay away for 4 years and then come back like Muturi, the guy who just came from the UN, and Peter Kenneth. Peter Kenneth, what has he been doing? Playing golf, and now he wants to come and run the country. So we're looking at Ruto because we've been seeing him doing something for the citizens. So if we could get somebody who we see around trying to help people, I think that is the problem we have. We have people who want to be chosen, but we have seen them do nothing at all to show us that they care about Kenyans. So if we can get that person, we can go with them. Right now, the reason most people are with Ruto is because he's the only one who has been seen. Even Uhuru stays at State House. He's never seen. He's rarely seen. He doesn't like to mix with people, and that's the problem. That also, I think they don't mingle and they don't come to the people. They're out of touch. Like someone like Uhuru is out of touch. So it's like he doesn't know what's going on at the bottom, on the ground. Yeah. So that's what I think.
Is it my turn now, Jax?
Dogo to Sammy. Allow me to say something to AOG. Ole, we cannot have you, but I wish we had more time. It's already 3:30 in the morning here in Kenya, so inakuwa tricky kidogo, but we will have this, I think, on Friday, if I'm not wrong. Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 8 p.m. You are entitled to come. I'm sure you have a lot to say. So we look forward to see you, and any other person. Eddie, we see you. Thank you for joining us. Hezron Kijangulu, we see you. Asante sana. And even those guys when you wanna chambuana up, I can see Sammy Long, kona Kabato kidogo na Felix Kioko. Sawa nyinyi toacha mchapane hapo kwa chat. It's okay. And then there's a question for you, Sam, even as we wait for Sammy Long to end. There's a question for you from Sami Karuri. He asked, the DP has his employer as the people of Kenya. Why are you asking him to resign? Why is it any election team Raila brings referendum? Okay, I didn't understand the question, Karuri, but I hope Sam you understood. Then the other thing he's saying, Apochini, these game tactics are same as he is alleged to be. So Sam, as you respond to Sam, your namesake, and also you try to summarize so that we can end.
Like maybe people they misquote me. I'm for the people. I'm not for just leaders, mere leaders, and all those kind of things. And I like following common sense. But what I can say to justify what I'm saying about Ruto resigning is only on his part, because he said that he feels he feels that he's like an outsider in the government. So
Okay.
that's why I've been challenging him. So why can you not resign and fight from outside? It is as simple as that. But now when I'm being asked that Uhuru is boss, why is he doing this and that? It's not even up to Uhuru. It's up to Ruto's own decision to do whatever he wants to do. Because you cannot just be there idle and then you keep on doing things and all those. And I agree with what Ngungu has been saying. It's true that I feel sorry for Kenya actually. And because I had Ashley saying that Uhuru has been locking himself in the state house and he cannot be seen. I wonder when last was Ashley in Kenya. I don't understand, because what Uhuru has done, like for me, even like I cannot even fathom how you can build so many hospital within few months, how they can build all those roads, how they can electrify all those areas, and all the, like he has done so many things. But just because Uhuru is with Raila, you cannot see anything. Just because Raila is a curse, okay? But anyway, but this is what I'm saying. Why I agree with what Wangu was saying. Especially, have you ever landed at the airport and then Jomo Kenyatta, you're welcomed by these angry people. They look so thin, dark, and then even if you ask them, Aya, by the way,
Unatuchomea wewe.
no, I'm telling you the truth. Ukiuliza choi iko wapi, anakwambia unataka nini jinga hii. But there's a time I almost fought.
Wewe unachoma jamaa.
No, I'm telling you the truth, by the way. I've been flying a lot.
Those are the guys who sing to you, Jambo Bwana, karibu sana Kenya.
No, checks. Ninasema my own experience. Waniambia karibu Kenya. Wananiambia karibu jinga hii. Okay, by the way, there's another thing. There's another time nilikuwa nina fly to Australia, right? Alafu ukienda Australia, you have to show your yellow fever card. And then nimepita security, nimepita kila kitu. And then now when I'm going to the waiting area for me to niongoje niende, mtu anakuja hapa kuniuliza iko wapi yellow fever card yako, sekupeleke wazungu maugonjwa. Dina karibu tupigane. I'm telling you, guys in Kenya are completely angry like hell. And by the way, like let me tell you, if Ruto, for example, they're able to make him to become president, alafu afanye vile amefanya zile ma stadium, anasema in 6 months tutafanya hii, in 6 months inakuja inapita, hakuna kitu inafanyika. All right, alafu tuko
naona Sami, naona tutamaliza leo. You have serious issues.
Namaliza. Alafu Sami Long unakuja hapa kuniambia ati any number 2 is going to be able to atafanya hizo vitu akiwa president. My friend, wacha akatai kufanya hizo vitu. You will know the devil that will unleash out of those Kenyan people. You won't even believe. In fact, an evolution is going to
Awesome. Thank you.
Been lied to.
Mi naona vile you are doing, unafanya kila mtu anaingia. There is one waiting hapo kando. I see Messi here. Messi sasa.
Sina maneno, mimi niko tu nasikiza ile mnasema. Because yesterday ningeingia kwa hiyo topic mlikuwa mnaongea mambo ya bottom up, but I was working. Wakati, there's some things that some say that I disagreed. I don't know if we could talk about it, but
unaweza changia kwa njia ya kutoka ndio at least Sam asione kama alitushinda.
Okay, one thing I disagreed with some, I know alikuwa na criticize mambo ya bottom up approach, and nimesikia watu wengi wanaongea mambo ya bottom up in terms of the American policy.
Okay.
Ama ya Biden, tulikuwa naongea ya Biden. So wacha nieleze kitu kimoja. One thing most people don't understand, bottom up is not about it's not about giving people money. Kabla Sam alikuwa anasema. Bottom up approach is about exercising or developing a policy that will create people to have money.
Okay.
When you look at the federal government, kama Kenya saa hizi, I remember Sam alikuwa anaongea mambo ati mtu alikuwa anaongea juu ya table banking, if you remember, na mambo ya interest rates ya banks. Kama naweza uliza, wacha niulize Sam swali moja. Nani anadetermine interest rates ya banks in Kenya?
Acha tuulize Angela. Sama hata kujibu saizi. Angela. Angela.
No,
Just a moment.
CBK, they're the ones who control the rate.
Yes.
Right?
So why do you think the interest rates are so high in Kenya?
By the way, if you've never known, also the legislature, they normally come in and they can try to negotiate with the CBK of what they can do, right?
No,
but
that's not the case.
But Mercy, it's not easy for you to change the interest rate just like this. That unaamka, because you have to let it to be a free economy. You have to let things happen the way they happen naturally, right? Because mimi nilikuwa naongea mambo ya debt, tuko na debt that we are paying. So you can't just wake up in the morning and then you decide and say, oh, by the way, Leo, but the like 6%, let's take it to 2%. That is not viable. It's not possible.
Wacha nimjibu. Because I'll say many economists. Wacha me offer my own, because I've done economics too. Anyways. So
only let me say something. Only mafirifiri kwa masho. Remember the mafiri, she's the only one who can take it to 2%.
You know, Angela, as I said, wewe kuni zako leo ni kali, lakini sawa tu. Maybe go ahead.
Okay. Part of the reason why the interest rates here banks are so high. You know, the CBK, Sam is right. The CBK, even like here in the United States, the Federal Reserve then control the interest rates. The government, the executive, and the legislature, some anajaribu kusema the legislature can negotiate. Well, maybe. But the legislature and the federal and the executive, let me say the executive and the legislature control the fiscal policy. The fiscal policy is just about taxation. Okay. The work of the CBK, ama kama Federal Reserve, their work ni mambo ya interest rates. The reason why interest rates in our work was so high in Kenya is because we have very high inflation. And another thing, one of the reasons is that government ya Kenya, as much as in a borrow from international donors, pia government can borrow from the local banks, but they borrow it sometimes at zero interest rates. So because they borrow such a huge amount of money, and you want to borrow, ile pesa yenye banks iko nayo inakuwa inabidi sasa banks ianze kurestrict watu wengine try to borrow, because kama banks nasema kama uko na 1 million, the federal government has taken 600,000, 400,000 iko available to the people. That means the banks and the interest, the CBK in a set those terms so that to dissuade the people from borrowing money. And usually, typically in a the what do you call, like let me say, we don't really have there's no country that has a free economy. It's always a mixed market economy. So what happens wanajaribu ku raise your rates ndio watu wasiboro more. So that's the reason why nakumbuka Sama akisema alikuwa anapea watu pesa alafu watu wanashindwa, because if the government restricts the people from borrowing money alafu wapate kufanya investments, kwa vile ikiwa 100% of the money goes to the private sector.
Another thing, the politicians like Uhuru own Equity Bank, so they put high interest rates to make money. So when you mix special interest, that also contributes to that high interest, that they're not able to make the rates low, because they also have interest to make money. That's also another issue.
Yes, but Angela, the reason why the CBK raised interest rates, the main reason, there's two ways the government regulates inflation. It's only about inflation. One, when I increase interest rates, ndio watu wasiborrow more, your pesa is increasing to the the economy. The another way they do it is by selling their treasury bonds. So by buying the bonds. So they buy they sell the treasury bonds, so pesa inakuja kwao, own a bag in a bond to reduce the amount of money in circulation. So in Kenya
go ahead.
Can you explain this? Because I keep wondering myself. So now we are sitting here arguing about this bottom up. So my question to you is right now as we speak, on the 13th of June of 2021, what policy do we have right now? What is it? Do we have a trickle down kind of economy, or do we have a bottom right now? What do we have right now in Kenya?
We have a trickle down economy, whereby unapata hasa kama saizi the president ako anajaribu kuinvest on these infrastructure programs to invite investors to come in, so wanaweza kuinvest na increase money in the economy. But the other way to look at it, kama vile unaona kama vile Joe Biden you can do, is una increase taxes ya matajiri, The reason for the trickle down, una reduce taxes ya matajiri, alafu atile pesa extra wako nayo, ati watafanya more investment ndio watu wapate kazi. Kawaida, it has never...
Hey, don't say that Joe Biden have done that, because even as of today, those taxes by Donald Trump are still operational. You remember that?
Yeah,
Ikitu mnasema ya Biden alifanya, he has not done it, and by the way, he's not going to be able to do it. We still have a
blocked by the Republicans.
Yeah, we still have a trickle down kind of economy, a trickle
down economy in the US, right?
Yes.
Right now.
Yeah.
Sikiza, the reason why, kama Trump, what Trump did, kuna kitu, they came and coined it corporate welfare, alikuja reduce taxes ya matajiri. And this thing started from Ronald Reagan's time. Wakasema, wacha tukate taxes ya matajiri, ndio ile pesa extra wanapata from those taxes, wanaweza kuinvest in other whatever to create jobs.
Massive, but a report ilionyesha it did not work.
It did not work.
Has never worked.
It didn't.
It has never worked. Nasema hata hiyo ya Kenya ya infrastructure na kila kitu.
They know it won't work, but because it is them, they're the tajiris, it works for them. They make money. It doesn't work for
the idea inakuanga that ukiwapatia.
That is why Ruto is saying we all change the narrative. We will change the narrative. And we will make it work for the small man.
But Mercy, I don't know what you are disagreeing with me, but what I was saying, the bottom-up approach that you guys are talking about in Kenya, where is the money coming from? Where is the money coming from?
Skiza, it's not about where the money is coming from. Skiza, that's why I'm saying it's not about giving people money. What the most important thing is this. Kama saizi in Kenya niliona kuna somewhere wameanza kutax watu ya kuuza viazi, watu ya kuuza asali, watu ya kuuza ya bodaboda na kila kitu. What you do is this. You reduce the taxation or even eliminate the taxation for this mama mboga na watu wengine, unaweka hata Sikiza, I'm just giving an example. Yes, but the thing is, kuna watu ambao who own small whatever, you can reduce their tax or even eliminate them, so that extra money, huyo jamaa anaandika watchman, anaandika mtu wa bodaboda, anaandika mtu afanye another job. That is the way. So that's the bottom up approach. It's not about atunapea watu pesa.
Yeah, naelewa vile unasema, lakini what you're saying it's impossible in Kenya right now. For now, our currency is so weak. The government cannot even afford to cut taxes because nini itafanyika. We are going to go through some serious inflation.
Should we continue the trickle down that you yourself say that it doesn't even work here?
No, the trickle down is working, because what the trickle down is doing, they're creating infrastructure so that the foreign investment can be able to go and do their stuff. For example, like me, if I want to take my marketing company in Kenya, there's an infrastructure like I'm very sure there's electricity throughout, there's a proper road infrastructure and all those kind of things. But if they stop the infrastructure, we will not be able to do anything.
Sam, a question to you, Sam. Just a moment, guys.
Okay.
A question to you, Sam. If the trickle down has been working, why do we have a very huge percentage of the population unemployed, suffering, and wallowing in poverty?
Because it's a young country, because we just started. During Moi's time, there was nothing happening. Kibaki came and he started it, So Uhuru took over. Mina Jovilato nachukia Uhuru, but that guy has really worked. That guy has built roads.
Let me finish my statement. I'm not talking about Uhuru.
Allow Messi to finish.
Skiza, I'm not talking about Uhuru and everything else. Sam anasema it doesn't work.
Okay.
Wacha niulize swali Angela, hako anasikiza?
Angela is there. Angela, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Angela, the best example for a bottom-up approach. Si kuna vikundi naona huko nyumbani kwa mavillage ya wamama. Wanakutana, wanachanga ya hii, wanafanya hii, wanachanga ya hii. That's the idea. That's the only way you're going to build from the bottom up. Enye watu wanakutana, si wamama wanakuanga na ile mavikundi zao, wanafanya nini, wanataka kufanya kujenga nini hapa, clinic na nini. That's what I'm telling you, Sam. Yes, don't say that it doesn't work.
But the women
People
are already doing
in
it on
Kenya,
their own.
it already exists in such a way that ni vile ijakuwa formalized, but watu kama sasa kuna hiyo small circles na nini. So the only thing is to incentivize, and if there's any taxes that these people are being charged, the government has zero rate. Hiyo mambo ya kusema the bottom, the top down, ndio mnafanya infrastructure, not a bad thing. But when you look at infrastructure in Kenya, hizo zinaletwa na watu kutoka nje. How many Kenyans are working? SGR sasa inaendeshwa na nani? Kutoka wapi? I mean, think about it. So the Chinese wameleta the employees, so the Kenyans are not really getting. Ukijenga nini kutoka huko juu? And there has to be reasons why unajenga huko. And then the top down, you don't just build. Sasa unajenga Nairobi na hiyo kama railway and a few
One day
things.
you will know.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Railway itakusaidia. I remember there's a time I was shipping something from Australia, right? Na hiyo hatukuwa na whatever like a railway. So my friend, do you know like the cost of transportation from Mombasa to Nairobi, it has gone down by more than 50-60% on the original one. Already that one is increasing the productivity because of the infrastructure.
I'm not saying the infrastructure is wrong. I'm just saying even when implementing the infrastructure, first of all, there's a lot of corruption. Have you ever looked at the map SGR vile inaenda kombo? Because people bought land, ndio SGR ilikuwa inafuata. The SGR did not go through the original towns kama unapita Mutito and everything else. So inapita in the middle of nowhere where it could have built towns that already existed. Enye watu wangeenda hata mtu kama hata train ikisimama mtu anauza mangozi yake na nini.
Umetumia SGR Masi, have you used this SGR before?
I've never used the SGR, but I've checked the map.
I have, and I have seen every stops. There are some cities, there are some mini towns they're beginning to develop.
Yes.
Okay?
What about the original one?
To see that happening.
Listen, have you ever wondered why the SGR was built not on the railway line that existed?
Yeah, because they were stealing. I know, and it already happened. They stole, right? But now we have it.
Sam, allow Samilong has something to say.
Okay.
Allow me to explain this in the lamest way possible. So, the reason why we really need bottoms up economy right now is we have already exceeded the loan ceiling thrice, Sindio, on this administration. And judging by how we're going, by next year or by the end of this year, tutaisongeza from 9. So, what we actually need is money to start. We need projects and things that will start generating cash inside the country. Tuachane na mambo ya these big projects tunaanza kuzifanda na pesa za nje, so that we are able to try as much as. Angalia budget ya saizi. It is less than a third ndio kenye KRA ina raise. The rest tunaambua tutafund kutoka nje, right? That is not working for us.
So where will the money come from?
What we need to generate. Unaona, like the way Magufuli started. Magufuli alipoingia, he had the loans, he had a very bad economy. What he started doing is alisema nchi ya viwanda. So he started resuscitating all the industries that were there. He started generating things. Aliacha mambo ya ati wao kazi yao ni ku export raw materials. He started saying that enough is enough, kwamba ati mnaleta vitu Kenya, raw materials, and then mnanunua finished products mnaleta tena Tanzania. No. What that did was he was able to at least lift his economy such that even bargaining power. Si unasikia saizi the SGR yenye wao wametengeneza, it is twice the size and almost half the price yenye sisi tumetengeza yetu kutoka Nairobi to Mombasa. Okay. Why? Because for him already alikuwa ameanza ku resuscitate the industries and everything kwake, so he's generating more. Once you start generating this money from inside.
Sawa.
Sam,
just a moment. Sam,
we really have to take this akisema ati pesa itatoka wapi? Sam.
with the investments that have been done. What they should have done, they could have done, okay, hiyo mambo ya kuangalia viwanda na kila kitu. And the second thing, munaangalia huku chini, how to improve. Another thing, and Uhuru, I think, in a way, okay, it was the right mindset, I think. But hiyo mambo ya kufikiria tu, okay, let's start, and they think about certain areas. They not think about, okay, Kenya, first of all, I said before, I think Jakes was there one time I talked. Kenya, we need zoning. Mzungu already did zoning. That's why unaona Rift Valley, kuna mahindi, kuna chai, we need to identify areas and what their productivity is. And those areas have to be protected. Hata hii mambo yenye watu wanauza shamba wanakata, ukienda areas kama Kisii, watu wamekata shamba, watu wako quarter acre. If there was a way to protect that, so that particular production remains. Kama coffee vile watu wanakata wako Kiambu na kila kitu. If we don't, at the end of the day, we're going to end up importing everything.
You get so funny.
Sam kidogo tu, allow me to bring, kuna mtu hajaongea tangu tu nini, because I really want to wrap this up. Sam Karuri, are you there, sir? Sammy?
Oh,
yes, I'm here. Yes. Can we have your sentiments and allow me to ask you to summarize?
Jake,
okay.
Kabla Karuri aseme kitu, I would like to direct Sam to a comment by Variety Gitash Kenya amemwambia mambo ya immigration.
Sawa, haya, kazi kwako. Sam Karuri, go ahead.
Okay, thank you guys. I've been following the program since, and I've been actually quiet, just following out how you guys are engaging. It's really something very good. But one thing that I really want to advise is I will say all of us, I think we've got our stance on the leaders that we support. But one thing I would want to advise this one going forward is, however much we might be having a support for any leader, but let us just have this discussion and change this discussion this way. Like, for example, my friend Sam, I've heard you a lot. I think you've got your own stand that you stand, and you don't need someone to tell you whom you support or whom you drum the support for. But one thing I know, we've got these people in our country as leaders, as we say that we know some of them, they're lying, and we know in public they're lying, and we still drum the support for. One thing that I want us to channel this discussion through is just say, let's say, for example, if I'm going for DP or if I'm supporting Raila, I know the good things Raila has done. Let me single out. I know the faults that Raila has done. Let me single out. That I'll be in a position to know I can stand on this side, say, this man has done this great. This man can do this one. From that will bring a good discussion. Because if I would say, I go against Raila, I might not see the good things that Raila has done to the country. Or if I say I support, if I'm against Ruto, I might not see the good things that Ruto is doing to the country in terms of economic and growing the country. And for us to see that these leaders are even playing games for us, you can see during the launch of BBI, we see those questions which were being asked, open and shut. And there was a question which was asked by DP Ruto that now about the inclusivity question, that after the election, and now we see like there is a winner who will take this one, and what about these other people who are the losers? Are they going to get a share, or it's a winner takes all? But you could see the crowd cheering, yes it is. So we can see that we are following these leaders blindly without even knowing where we are coming from. So in this case, we really need to be smart and actually go to the truth. Even if I follow you, Jakes, being like now the person I'm supporting, and there is a point where you're doing something wrong, I have to say this is not right and this is right to be. To be a patriotist of Kenya, you have to stand by the truth. But I'll see here, we try to pull the strings towards what we want. One thing I want, the question that I was asking Sam, you said very well that DP Ruto would have resigned long time ago, following all these things that are happening. We all see open and shut, all has been happening even before, even after the second election. You could see all the things that they were brought were being all targeted towards this man. And I would say that He was elected by people. He was not appointed by Uhuru or anybody. So if you resign, what message are you telling to the people who appointed you or who elected you? You know, it is a big thing that you really need to think. I know you want to respond to it, but just be patient with me. I would say that it is a very big question that comes up. Like, I trust you to do this, and now on the way, you do what? You leave it on the way and say you resign. How would you have that audacity tomorrow to come and tell me that now? Can you entrust me with another chance to do it? When you are given a chance, people are saying Kenyans are not stupid. They know what's happening. If you can read even the atmosphere of Kenya, they will tell you where things are going wrong. And we have to know and we have to understand where the rain started beating us. You know, when we want to bring this country together, we have to bring all these things together and see where does these things went wrong. Because the common Mwananchi know all these things. All these lies and everything are open and people knows, you know. And I think, like, I would see, let's say, for example, you praise of Uhuru. We see all the debts that are now actually hampering Kenya. Let's say, for example, you Sam, you go borrow money, come and build a mansion. Before you even claim that mansion belongs to you, is the time you would have offset the loan that you actually took to build that mansion. Let's say, for example, all the things that we're seeing around, all the things that Uhuru has done, now after borrowing all those money, actually are going to be a very, I would say it's going to be very hard for the coming president to actually be able to take on, because the loans are everywhere. You see the economy is on the knees. You know? People are suffering at this time of COVID. The government is not even giving the people stimulus at the low level. You can see the way police are brutalizing people. I would say there's a lot of things happening, and I would say it's not something that I say there's a perfect person who will do, but there is a way we can negotiate towards it, you know. And it starts from even the discussion we're having here. So you can see even the discussion we're having here we are all Kenyans, and we have different opinions that, you know, very strong on our side, that we don't want to reason together. So I wish that anytime we're gonna have any discussion like this, let us just try and reason together, you know. Let us not stand on our own like, I know this man is strong or this. No, let's just have one thing and build a common Kenya. Thank you very much.
Oh, hey Sam.
But let me respond.
Kidogo to Sammy. Allow me not to allow you to respond.
No,
because
I just want to tell Sammy, I'm not an emotional guy. I cannot even come here and start arguing about because what I speak is my mind. Okay. I like people of principle. If you're not, if you've been given, because I cannot have a house girl in my house. All right, I do all the work, and then she looks me. She just look everything that I'm doing in the house, and she's just seated over there watching television, right? Like she will just leave. She'll be like, "There's no job for me, so what am I doing here?" That's what I'm saying. If Ruto really feels like he doesn't have a job to do, a noble thing is for him to resign, and that's why I change my mind. That is not true. Because I'm a principled person, okay? And I know, but one thing I've realized, when I normally say the truth, it normally sparks nerves, and then people just start attacking me because I'm saying the truth. Because it is the truth. If you don't have a job, just go, resign.
To have a maid in your house who is sitting down and you're paying him.
Sam, you need
resign.
to go to KDF.
If you don't have a job, just resign. Okay.
Sam, you need to train for KDF. You have a lot of ammunition, eh?
Hey, Jake.
Anyway, allow me to have Messi.
Yeah,
Messi, closing remarks.
Okay, so quickly. First of all, Sam is look at it from the principled point of view. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga resigned from government. What happened to him? Up to now. He never went back. You go to oblivion. So Ruto knows lazima kae hapo, because once he moves out, atakuwa into oblivion.
You see Sam, what you're doing? You're making people to join.
Yes, unaona
unataka aliingie shimo aingie ndio mumzike.
Yes. People learn from Jaramogi.
Angela, people learn from Jaramogi. Jaramogi aliquit out of principle, na akaka out of government mpaka akakufa. Hata Raila is still trying. If he had stayed in and become patient and be quiet like Moi, na ukuwe abused, na ufanyiwe kila kitu. And you know, Kenyatta really respected Jaramogi. Jaramogi would have been the second president of Kenya. When you look at it.
True.
Yeah, that is true. Lakini ukikaa saizi upige kifua usema uko sawa, wacha niende nianze nini? Utamalizwa huko nje. Hata Raila has known after elections, if you've realized since 1998 ama ilikuwa 99 wakati alijoin LDP yake na KANU, he tested power wakati ya Moi. Ever since, except 2013 to 2017, the Alkanja, ever since, he has always tried to find a way to be inside. Because when you're inside and you're agitating something, you can create more change. You can create more change than being out. Even if you look at, let me give you an example. The Catholic Church to split in the Protestants wakakuwa. If Martin Luther angesema sitaki mambo ya popa anajaribu kuchaji watu pesa and ya forgiveness na kila kitu, angetoka huko nje angesaulika. But the guy wreaked havoc from inside. So if you want to wreak havoc, you stay. Ruto atakana unakaa hapo, unakaa na hiyo ma99 wanakusigiza, they have to protect you because the constitution, you wreak havoc from inside. When you go outside, you're done.
Okay.
Okay, but anyway, thank you for the platform. We'll meet another time.
Thank you, Messi. Okay, allow us to have Caesar. Caesar, how are you? Unmute yourself. Okay.
It's okay now?
Yeah, you're fine. Sasa bro.
Yeah, poa sana mambo.
Poa, pole wewe umekuja tukimalizia, lakini maybe nitakupa tu dakika moja tu ikiwa imejaa alafu
unajua nimekuwa nikisikiza but ni maongeleo ya watu inakufanya mpaka unakuwa na emotions, unasema let me join at least have something I can say.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah, okay. From my perspective ile kitu naweza sema unajua Kenya nchi ni yetu na sisi wananchi ndio tuko na hiyo nguvu, apart from Ruto, Raila, whatever. Hao watu najua wamekuwa kwa serikali kwa miaka mingi, na sasa hivi ile tunabishana hivi, sisi ndio tunajichimbia hii maneno yote. You know, when we go to vote, we have only two options. Either you vote for a cartel, ndio tushinde tukiwafuata vile tunawafuata sahi, or ujawe mtu mwenye atakusaidia. And at the end of it, wakifika huko huwa wanatugeuka. Okay, I can support you. Some is about the DB Ruto. You know DB Ruto, of course we voted him as a package. Yeye na Uhuru Kenyatta. But the problem is, if things are not going the way you want it, you just quit. Hakuna mambo ingine ya kubishana.
Okay.
Hata before 2007 Raila alijiondoa kwa serikali. Kama unaona vitu haziendi vizuri, tunajitoa na sisi wa Kenya tunaona.
Okay.
So hakuna vile unaweza kosoa serikali sijui nini, ukienda huko ukifika Kibra unatuambia tumejenga hizi zimejengwa na nani, na wanasema already uko nje ya serikali.
Kabisa.
Sawa, Caesar I can hear you.
Unafika mahali unatuambia umetuletea mabati sita. From where? And you say you are out of the government.
Caesar,
wacha nimalizie. Wacha nimalizie. Na by the way, hii mambo yote ya kukopa pesa nini, DB Ruto amekuwa kwa government since 2013 waliingia. Hii mambo ijaanza saa hii. Ni ile tu Uhuru alikuja kulia rais, mimi nafanya kazi, ni mwingine anatumia hii chanzi ya kujikampenia. Akienda mahali ni you cannot go somewhere to receive even delegates on the behalf of the government. Na Uhuru Kenyatta ako kwa nyumba yake na Margaret Kenyatta.
Wewe na umekuja na ammunition zako naona
Hapana, that is the reality. Hiyo ni ukweli.
Unajua some has already been classified as a suicide bomb. Sasa wewe
No, that is the reality. Listen. Mimi okay, for me najua Raila kila mtu najua kuna masuri yake. Raila amepigania Kenya, Uhuru kuna venye amefanya, unaona? Na tubisinzia Ukiangalia ile kazi yenye Uhuru Kenyatta amefanya saa hii, hata barabara angalia zile kilomita zenye zimejengwa saa hii na government ya Kibaki. Huyu amejenga mingi lakini ameoverboro. Hiyo ndio shida. Na shida na ile shida tuko nayo, si eti Uhuru Kenyatta angefanya kazi. Angefanya kazi vizuri. One, kama angeshiba ile mienya ya pesa kuibiwa kila siku, Kenya tungekuwa tukofaa. Hata hatunidi mundu anakuja kutufanyia vitu zote, ashibe tu mienya pesa sisibiwe. Kenya we will move.
Well said. Well said. Wow. Umesema poa. Angela, closing remarks.
Matiang'i for
Caesar, mute your mic.
Okay.
Angela, go ahead.
Anyway, my closing remarks are this. History ya kusema ati example ya bottom up ni wamama, hizi table banking ya wamama, hiyo kwanza, let's forget about that. What these women do, I know what they do. What they do ni she borrows money this week. Next week atachukua loan nyingine ya kulipia ile wiki ingine. So you're borrowing from Peter to pay Paul,
Andrew, okay,
or whoever, or even Jakes. So
okay.
So it's not economically, there's nothing they are doing.
Okay.
Kwa hivyo hata tukiongea juu ya bottom up, let's not give the table banking women as an example, because these women, they are just doing their social gatherings. It's not. It doesn't help the economy, huh?
Umekula group hii wiki.
Me, I'm not in table banking. I'm actually not in Kenya currently, but when I was in Kenya, I knew what they were doing. Anyway, all in all, to finish, I agree with Caesar, I agree with Sam. Ruto should have resigned a long time ago.
Angela ako na story yake.
Unajua Angela wakishikana na Sam in Al-Shabaab reloaded.
Ndio naona.
We need a serious KDF.
If he's a man of his word, if he's a man of integrity, a man of honor, he would have resigned a long time ago. It doesn't matter whether he'll be able to get a foothold back into the government. When you know you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, you just quit. Like it goes without saying. Si lazima ati he's not a man of honor, he's not a man of integrity, and that's the reason why he does not need to be the president of Kenya, because everybody in this forum right now tutakuwa tunalia.
I see where you have gone, Angela. Angela, you're doing what you did yesterday.
I think now trying to pull. No. Listen, you will not allow that way. Let us
Angela.
Describe who. Why can't Uhuru describe? Why can't Uhuru be the man of honor?
Ashley.
Ameweka huyo. No. He's the one who has made not given Ruto work. On top of that, he has been told by the judges that he's a candidate for impeachment. Why can't we start with him and say that he's not a man of honor and he should resign? He is president,
Ruto is not working,
but he shouldn't be there. He has been judged more than once to have broken the law. Before we go to Ruto, we should start with the president.
No, we start with the one who is not working.
Sam, just a moment. Angela, unajua tabia yake ni moja tu. Ataacha amevuruta gunia alafu atoroke.
Yes.
So Sam, go ahead. Sam Karuri, go ahead.
I have a question I want to ask Sam, because actually
don't ask Sam a question. Don't ask Sam a question.
Okay, let me just
if you ask Sam will make this thing to go up to tomorrow morning.
Okay, it's very good.
Ask
actually.
Angela. Ask Angela.
It's very okay. Let me ask Caesar.
No, ask Angela. Angela will be short but sweet.
Okay, I don't want us to pull this conversation too long, but I just want to ask one question, because look, we are just looking, as I said, like we just want to look what the good things. It's good. I will actually say it's good. Uhuru has done so much as a leader in the country as compared to many other presidents. That one I won't take that credit away from him. But one thing that I want to ask now, we are in a position whereby they want us to get another new constitution through BBI. But let me tell you, even the current constitution as it sits at the moment, we have not even implemented it all fully, number one. I see some smiling. I know there's something, but that's all good because when you tickle a point and you see somebody irritate someone, you see there's a point you're making. Okay, that's good. Number two, I would say we've seen him actually violating the constitution from one point to the other. So if it is something to go by, so if we cannot at any point, maintain or uphold the current constitution, so which the other way do you think that you're gonna do the best with the one that you've not implemented? Because that's the biggest question we're asking. Uhuru. Yes, you brought us BBI. We want the BBI, yes, to be to be operational, everything. But if you cannot at any point respect this one, you go against it, you violate it, he does all the manners, and everybody knows it's just open and shut. Every Kenyan who goes on the social media can see what the president is doing. And even to be a point to be termed as a dictator president, I'm sorry to say that. I wouldn't have meant to say that, but just whatever he does, it goes to that point. So my big question and the proponent of BBI is, why is it like now we still have got a problem with this? Why do you want us to get another one when we have not even settled with this one that we're having at the moment?
Some, I think, because we are improving it, because the constitution allows us to improve it. Okay, it cannot be static.
That is
and
nice.
Then, okay, I'll finish 2 minutes, and I'll be done 2 minutes. Listen,
you already answered.
He was directing it to me. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. I'll be going after this. Look, what I'm saying, because I know people, they're so emotional. In fact, there's a day I was telling some guys, if it was Ruto and Uhuru proposing BBI without Raila, people right here, they could be bashing people who are opposing. Okay? The people who are opposing the BBI right now, if it was Ruto and Uhuru together saying there's a BBI, it will be a different story. So the thing is, we should stop lying to ourselves that we are arguing based on policy. It's based on Raila is the one proposing this thing. No, I cannot even read anything in that document. I don't care what it says. It's wrong. We are not gonna do BBI. Even that's why some Karuri, you will not be telling me over here that you'll be opposing if Ruto was actually supporting it. You'll be the biggest proponent. You'll say, "Oh, but Ruto told us this document is like this." So when you're busy arguing about policies, we should not lie to ourselves. Everything is tribalistic. You will see next year, by the way.
All right, well said. Samilong, allow me to have you say this. Give your final remarks and don't give anyone a question. After you are through, pray.
So, what I'd say, in 2022, we only have two things to do. It's either we vote for the old same system, or we vote for something new.
Okay.
We either vote for the infrastructure, or we opt to try something new, because whatever is there, we've done that for over 50 years and it's not been working, because the same challenges that we were facing before independence is the same that we have right now. That is the first thing. Second thing, I think as youths and as patriots, it is our responsibility to be first the change that we want, and to be confident in what we believe in, and that is change. With that being said,
let us pray.
Heavenly Father, we come before you. We want to thank you for this precious time that you've granted to us. Thank you for all the discussion that you've had. Thank you, King of Kings of Glory, for every single person that has contributed through speaking, through hearing, through commenting. Jehovah God, we want to thank you for the ideas. We want to thank you for the wisdom. We want to thank you for the knowledge and every single item that has been raised through this platform, Jehovah God. We want to thank you for every single person that is taking care of this platform, Jehovah God. May you give them strength. May you give them wisdom and ways to sustain this platform so that it can be of change and of good use to our country and its people. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we do pray and believe. Amen.
And God's people said, Amen. So thank you to Hezron. Thank you to Hezron, AOG, Variety. Thank you to Sami Long, Angela. Thank you, Sami Kaluri. Thank you, Caesar Pole. Umekuja kuchelewa, lakini thanks for being part of
Lakini
us.
at least nimesema shukrani. Unaona Mtembea ametokea na anipatiangi nafasi.
Sawa, asante sana, umefanya poa. Sam, asante. Sam from US, asante. Sam from Germany, asante. Thank you guys. Ashley, you've been good. Thank you dear. Mtembei shida yake tu anakuja dakika ya mwisho. Utaona akona point, lakini sasa ataisema saa hii ndio hakuna mtu ataidebate.
Mtembei ndio wanarusha grenade. Kwa headline.
Ati ndio awe last man standing.
Hapana, sitaki kuongea sana.
Wacha tusikie. Haya, toa point.
Sitaki kuongea sana, lakini kulingana na vile umeongea naona tu Raila anapita. I'm so happy.
Tunaona. Labda nikuachie tu Ashley ya kujibu juu wewe. Umetushinda. Yani baada hiyo kazi yote ka statement tu kamoja tu kanakuja kana dilute hiyo. Ni sawa tu, haina wasi, tunajua nani atavuka 50+1.
Yeah, si Ruto atafika.
Hiyo tuko sure, tuko na numbers.
No, Ruto atafika.
Sawa, watu walale.
All right then, all right.
Good night, guys. Good morning.
Okay, good night, guys.
Bye.
Bye.